the assistant to the chairman, and she just is our go-to person for everything. Brother Dawood Khalid, he is the chair of the Reparations Working Group, and he's also with the Joko Collective. And Brother Matt Samela Odom, he is the chair of the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. Brother Ajamu Baraka, he is the co-founder of the Black Alliance for Peace. Belinda Parker Brown from Louisiana, she is with Louisiana United International. Sister Betty Davis of the New Abolitionist Movement. And Reverend Edward Pinkney of the Black Academy Network community organization called Banco. Brother Jihad Abdulmamid, he is with the Jericho Movement, and he's also with the Political Prisoners Working Group. Sister Kalambayi Andanette, she is with the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, NPDOM. Brother Khalid Rahim, he is the chair of the New African Independence Party. Sister Nelly Bailey, she is with Harlem Fight Back Against Wars at Home and Abroad. Ralph Pointer with the Lynn Stewart organization, and he is also with the Political Prisoners Working Group. Sister Yajide Oranmila, she is with the African National Women's Organization. Brother Life Malcolm, he is with the Black People's Advancement and Defense Organization. Brother Akiba Baruti, he is the President General of the Universal African Peoples Organization. And we have the Joko Collective. We have Sister Tasha Thomas, Brother Yusef Imhotep, and Sister Jamila Finster. And of course, in memoriam, we salute our brother Glenn Ford. Long live Glenn Ford, and he is one of the co-founders of the Black is Back Coalition as well, and he is with us always. And thank you so much. Okay, next, we will hear an opening statement from our powerful revolutionary founder, Brother Omali Yeshitela, who is the founder and chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and the chair of the Black is Back Coalition. He is a veteran of the Black Revolution of the 60s, the leader of the Uhuru movement, and chairman of the African Socialist International. He is also a political theoretician and the founder of the Burning Spear newspaper. Chairman Omali Yeshitela is the author of many books, including An Uneasy Equilibrium, The African Revolution versus Parasitic Capitalism, and his latest release, Vanguard, The Advanced Detachment of the African Revolution. Brother Chairman Omali Yeshitela, open us up and set the stage for this powerful, powerful weekend that we will be having.
Uhuru. First of all, I'd like to express my real deep appreciation to Comrade Sister Lisa, who is the vice chair, as she's already stated, of this magnificent coalition that's comprised of some 18 different organizations who have defied everything that had been suggested about the ability of African people to unite by being together for 13 years in advancing this struggle for the liberation of our people. And I want to also express my appreciation to the entire steering committee that was just introduced to us by Vice Chair Lisa Davis. It is an incredible steering committee, as anyone can see. Just listening to some of what was being said about each of the leaders of the different organizations that comprise the steering committee, we can see that we are talking about, for the most part, people who are engaged in serious struggle, and sometimes people who have been engaged in struggle for years to advance the interest of our people. And even though in most instances we come from different kinds of backgrounds, And we represent sometimes different kinds of organizations. The fact is that we are talking about people whose integrity has been tested by time and struggle that we've been involved in. So I want to express my really deep appreciation and salute the steering committee of the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And then all of the membership of the Black is Black Coalition, the more than 100 people who have individuals have joined, who are part of this organization and who take the work of the Black is Black Coalition out into the world, sometimes through participation in the working groups that have already been identified by Comrade Sister Lisa. I want to just say, sisters and brothers, that when we announced that we were going to be advancing this school, which is the sixth annual school that we've had on electoral politics. And we talked about the title, The Colonizers' Coup, African Self-Determination. And some of the preliminary discussions, we indicated that we had to deal with this issue of the Russia-Ukrainian question as it is being put forward. And there was some doubt about the significance of that because, as you know, the Russian incursion into Ukraine was like in February, the last part of February 24th, I think. And there was some suggestion that, we shouldn't put so much emphasis there because this is going to be over shortly. But the truth of the matter is that some of us knew at that moment that we saw with this Russia-Ukrainian question breaking to the surface. What it also was breaking to the surface was the deepest, most profound crisis of the existing social system that was founded at the expense of the freedom of African and other oppressed and colonized peoples around the world. And that something new was happening. And that the Russian-Ukrainian question was just some of the evidence of the change that's happening in the whole world. And that we had to be prepared for this change. We had to talk about and how to engage in this situation so that we're not simply bystanders in this transformation that's happening in the world. So even as we're having this discussion now, about how and whether to participate in the electoral process, about training people how to participate in the electoral process within the United States. The fact is that the rulers of this world, the thinking representatives of the rulers of this world are discussing whether or not there's even they're discussing the future of nation states as they exist. They're talking about how to participate in changing the actual configuration, national borders of the world, as they have done from time to time when it has suited their needs and requirements. And too often, African people have been locked into a kind of worldview limited to the places where we live. And that, of course, is not something that's going to help us. Our movements have been involved primarily or too often in following subjective and emotional trails, as opposed to being involved in trying to satisfy the scientific requirements of society at any given moment to satisfy the interests and the needs of peoples on the planet Earth. And in fact, African people have been written out of history, pushed out of history by the existing colonial system today. And that's the system that's being defended right now in Russia in many ways, inadvertently, not necessarily something that the Russians themselves are conscious of as what they are doing. But the fact of the matter is that the existing social system that we are looking at has its origin in the attack on Africa and the initiation of a colonial capitalist system. But more than that, what many people have come to understand, especially this would have been true in the 1960s, when there was revolution was the main trend in the entire world, and the world was engaged, actively engaged, organized to overturn this colonial capitalist system as it was impacting Africans and oppressed peoples around the world. Where we are, this was a moment of high consciousness among African and other oppressed peoples. In fact, one of the signal moments was 1966, where we saw some representatives, some 500 representatives coming from more than 40 countries, if I'm not mistaken, certainly a whole bunch of countries around the world, movements, organizations, meeting in Havana, Cuba, at a Tricontinental Conference that was designed to unite the struggles of Africa, Asia, and Latin America into one against this social system. At this moment, we call it a signal moment because what we saw was a consolidation, a concentration of the struggles against colonialism upon which the whole social system is resting. So we, at least at that time, during that period of time, the movement of our people had advanced to the point that we were able to understand something about the science of society. We came to understand that things didn't just happen, but they were part of social processes, social movements that had their origin in how life is produced and reproduced in the real world, which is the driving force in all society, the production and reproduction of life. That's something that we have to know and understand. And because without life, we have nothing, we have no culture, which is that we have no religion, we have nothing. The fact is the process of producing and reproducing life is a driving force in human society. And what, of course, has happened to us as a people is the intervention of Europe into the process of African people and other peoples around the world of creating life for ourselves. We saw the intervention of Europe, a hungry, starving, disease-ridden Europe that attacked us and initiated some 600 years ago the whole colonial capitalist system through Portugal, which initiated the transatlantic trade in Black bodies, Black people, transferring us throughout the world, creating wealth and value that has now come to be known as capitalism. But the reality is what we were looking at then, what was happening is what our party, what I have come to conclude is another mode of production that's been skipped over, that disappeared us because of this skipping over, that Karl Marx referred to this thing as a primitive accumulation of capital in terms of how capitalism came into being, how the white world came into being. And he called this primitive accumulation of capitalism that was the start up for all of the capitalist world. That's how he defined it. But what I have been able to discover, that I think it's important that we move into this era of crisis and that gives us some kind of direction and information, is that there was another mode of production that was masked with this concept of primitive accumulation of capital, because the whole notion of a primitive accumulation of capital that gave rise to the capitalist system actually made us, African people and others, a part of the history of Europe, a part of the history of the white world. And we become a part of their development, and it liquidated the fact that we were colonized. In fact, the real mode of production that came into existence with the attack on Africa by Portugal in some 600 years ago, that started the ball rolling, that created this whole new social system that connected the whole world into one profoundly significant, organic, if you will, social system. This was colonialism, and what we had is a colonial mode of production, a colonial mode of production. This thing that referred to by Karl Marx is as partial recognition of the fact that a new mode of production had come into existence that was colonialism. And this is what the whole capitalist system rests upon, the foundation of colonialism, on the foundation of African enslavement, the foundation of the enslavement of the peoples around the world. And so what we see is this system is something that where Europeans have fought wars and battles in terms of maintaining this system, in terms of redividing the world among themselves. In 1921, actually in 1917, this war that they call the first World War I, we call it the first imperialist world war, was one to redivide the world. That's what it was all about. And at this time, all kinds of activity was happening around the world that made it necessary for the colonial white powers to engage and struggle to repress us as Africans and other oppressed peoples around the world, and to fight among themselves about who was going to get what. That was what the first imperialist world war was about. It was from their perspective to redivide the world, to redivide us, who was going to get parts of us. And that was in 1919 that Garvey came and said, when they were talking about dividing up Africa, Garvey said Africa for Africans at home and abroad. It was the same time frame that the so-called Red Summer happened inside the United States, where hundreds scores of cities, in scores of cities and states within the United States, white people, mobs, bombed and killed and lynched African people throughout the country. The same period of time, Nicaragua was engaged in serious struggle for liberation, and other peoples around the world. This is what we were looking at, and it was at this time that the Russian Revolution also happened. Russian Revolution did not happen in some kind of vacuum or abstract. It was happening at the same time the world was in a serious state of crisis. The whole social system that as it existed at that time was in a state of crisis. And it was the Russian Revolution that was fought as the African struggles was happening for Africa at home and abroad, happening all around the world, happening inside the United States. The Russian Revolution was also fighting to remove the shackles that had been imposed by this social system, by slavery, by the way, by colonialism, by the way. The Russian Revolution was a conscious movement to overturn this kind of relationship. And because the Russian Revolution that was successful in 1917, 1918, all the white power, colonial powers in the world attacked Russia. And that included the United States and Japan. They made war against Russia to protect this whole system that was being fought with violence, where the peoples were engaged in struggle, and they were going to contain this and divide us with the First Imperialist World War. That's when Russia was first attacked by all the white power that exists, and the powers that's fighting against Russia today started that war against Russia at that moment to protect this system that was based on expropriating value from African and other oppressed peoples around the world. That's when it began. That's when they isolated Russia from the world economy that was based on colonialism. That's when they said that Russia couldn't participate. They were going to starve Russia, crush Russia at this moment because it was something that succeeded, where we didn't succeed with Garvey, where we didn't succeed in Nicaragua and other places around the world where people were rising up and fighting for freedom. The Russian Revolution, for any number of reasons, was successful. And this became a problem. And so they did everything they could to crush the Russian Revolution. And that's when it started against Russia. And it advanced for a number of years. And so some people are able to recognize that what happened in 1991 with the collapse of the Soviet Union, because it was called Soviet Russia at that time. But it was the same Russia that had been starved out, that had been kept out of the ability to eat the flesh of the people in the Caribbean and Africa and throughout the Americas, as was the rest of the white world. And so it was kept out of that process. And it was only later on, when in the 1940s, when this war between the white powers was initiated. They call it a fascism, a war against fascism, where Germany had again initiated a process to redivide the world again. And at this point, they brought Russia became a factor because Russia itself came under attack by the Nazis. And so Russia sat at some juncture side by side with the rest of the powers to try to fight against Russia. And Russia was the crucial force that crushed Hitler's armies in Russia itself. After losing millions of people, 25 to 50 million Russians were killed in that process, that the United States even entered that war late. So this is part of what set up what we're looking at. 1949 is, of course, the United States was a party of having created this thing they call the Atlanticist bloc in the world. The Atlanticist bloc was one that created NATO, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, United Nations, various kinds of trade relations and institutions and organizations. And again, all of them to keep the white power together and to make it unnecessary for white forces to have to war against each other in order to redivide the world, with the United Nations being an example for that. And here in 1949, we also see the emergence of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization that was created specifically for the purpose of containing and crushing Russia. And so people are aware that sometimes people remember that that's what NATO is for. And we're looking at NATO today has grown exponentially, so that now it consists of more than 30 different countries after the collapse of the Soviet Union, after the movement by the so-called West, which is the white power, colonial powers of the world. After that movement has now incorporated some 30 different countries that are part of military force designed to attack Russia. So when you look at what's happening today, when you look at what you see happening right now with Russia and Ukraine, you're looking at a continuation of the war against Russia that was made by the United States, led by the United States. And now you have 13 slave-owning, slave-created colonial, white nationalist colonial powers that are engaged in a war, a continuation of that war against Russia. So the war against Russia is a war to maintain the colonial capitalist social system that came into existence some 600 years ago with the attack on Africa and the development of the whole colonial mode of production throughout the world. That's what we're looking at, a colonial mode of production. All of the activity that's happening in the world. What you see now is a world connected together in a single process resting on a base of colonialism. Colonized Africans, colonized peoples around the world, and the social and political and economic activity of the world happens within that context. That's what we're looking at as we move now to this discussion that we came today to engage in around the question of the elections inside the United States. So this is not just something that's happening in a vacuum. So with the call that we established, we said that this call to join the Black is Back Coalition, and this is from the call itself. This is the call to join the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations in our 6th annual electoral campaign school schedule for today and tomorrow. Never in the 5 years we have conducted the school has the theme Beyond the Colonizer's Coup to African Self-Determination. Never in the 5 years we have conducted the school has the theme been more fitting than now. The US and all the colonial powers in the world are arrayed against Russia in an attempt to finalize their efforts to destroy Russia as a self-determining contending power in Europe and the world. Using the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, created in 1949 to contain and destroy what was then characterized as Soviet Russia, the US-led white nationalist colonial powers have positioned Ukraine as a dagger in the heart of Russia, especially over the last 8 years after having put a puppet regime in place for that purpose. Our school is occurring in the wake of the defensive war being waged by Russia in Ukraine and the global colonial anti-Russia propaganda assault manufacturing a colonial interpretation of reality. As the chief hegemon of a faltering world system of oppression that was founded on and is sustained by African oppression, the US is attempting to use its Ukrainian war against Russia as a means of uniting the politically fractured colonial population of the United States in support of a broken US presidency. Within the US, the war is also an attempt to confer legitimacy upon a system that has experienced a near coup on January 19, 2021. Indeed, a majority of the white world, that is to say, the colonial population, actually believe the current US head of state is illegitimate. Rumors of a likely coup within the United States, depending on the outcome of the 2024 election, are being floated by retired generals and unidentified sources within the US security apparatus. Moreover, there's a near subterranean movement by whites organizing to win electoral power in cities and counties that can make the difference in close elections by affecting voting rules regarding registration legitimacy and polling locations to the disadvantage of African and other colonized people within current US borders. Additionally, legislatures are changing laws in several US states to prevent full participation by African people in elections. And the US Supreme Court is refusing to uphold features of the Voting Rights Act of 1965 that claim to guarantee participation by Africans in the electoral process. This is the scenario that contextualizes and informs the Black is Back Coalition's April 9th and 10th electoral campaign school. All the political activity within electoral politics arena in the US, locally and nationally, directly or indirectly, will reflect this political reality. Both sectors of the ruling class and their ruling parties arrogantly assume that the electoral future of African people is in their hands. We know different. This is why the Black is Back Coalition decided several years ago to provide leadership for our people who engage in electoral politics. This allows the people to advance our struggle against the entire colonial capitalist system while electoral politics are still an option. We will teach ordinary African people, workers, activists, women, and youth how to run for office. The Black is Back Electoral School will also address the age-old question of whether or not there is any legitimate gains to be won by Africans participating in elections in a colonial capitalist system. In 2016, the Black is Back Coalition laid the foundation for participating in any election by initiating a successful year-long popular process to create a national Black political agenda for self-determination as a general guide to political work throughout the US. In April 2017, we held our first electoral campaign school in St. Petersburg, Florida, attended by Africans from several states within the United States. In addition to teaching African people the steps for running for office, we were intent on arming activists with a platform for self-determination as the basis for their electoral campaigns. The coalition has seized custody of an electoral process that has historically been separated from and used against our people and struggle. We now have a tool that we can use to positively affect the lives of our community. Our National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination provides us with a program that is both historical and timely. The call for reparations, Black community control of police, and education represents part of a historical continuum, bringing key demands from the revolutionary period of the 1960s into today's crisis-ridden electoral arena. Our platform will address the issues of African women and the Black family, as well as the vicious population displacement known as gentrification. Activists who attend the coalition's electoral campaign school will be expected to address these issues, and others like the genocidal incarceration of our people, political prisoners, joblessness, healthcare, and the host of other planks from our National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination for use in their electoral campaigns. Our electoral campaign school will arm the school attendees with analysis and real capacity to advance our liberation struggle through principled anti-colonial intervention in the electoral arena. The Black is Back Coalition Campaign School will also enable the people to challenge the insipid and duplicitous program of Biden and the Democratic Party. The people will be able to fight the whole family of canines, wolf and fox alike. Those who are interested in running for office or knowing how the electoral process works will be here. Everyone with an interest in examining and running for office or knowing how the electoral process works will be here. Everyone with an interest in extending the struggle for African liberation must attend this important school. The school will not only instruct attendees on how to run for office, but they will also learn how to get issues like reparations and community control of police and education on local ballots. There will also be instructions on how to initiate recalls to remove opponents of our freedom from office, Black, white, or otherwise. Join the scores of activities who will join the school. Take this opportunity to extend the recognized parameters of our struggle to include all fronts. In the past, the method of struggle for liberation of our people has have been posed as either the ballot or the bullet. This current period demands we be able to redefine the struggle as one using every method, the ballot and the bullet. The school will help to advance our struggle and to move beyond the presumption of the colonizers' coup to African self-determination. Uhuru. Thank you so much, Sister, Comrade Sister Vice Chair Lisa. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And thank you so much, Brother Chairman, for that powerful overview that really helps to set the stage and the framework for how we will be proceeding today. And next, we're just going to get right into the panel discussion and pertaining to Ukraine and Russia, a very important topic. And even more so, what's important is how do we as African people proceed? What is the narrative we should be listening to and we should be operating from? That's very important. Our first panelist is going to be none other than our brother, Ajamu Baraka, who was the 2016 Green Party's candidate for vice president. He is also the national organizer for the Black Alliance for Peace and one of the co-founders. He is a self-described human rights defender whose experience spans 4 decades of domestic and international education and activism. His roots are in the Black liberation movement and anti-apartheid and Central American solidarity struggles. And for this particular panel discussion, each panelist will have 15 minutes to present Brother Ajamu Baraka.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sister Lisa Davis, our esteemed Vice Chair. And of course, thank you so much, our Chairman, our Brother O'Malley, that as always has set the stage, if you will, the framework, the context for the challenges that we are facing today, the challenges that we are facing in terms of organizing ourselves, and the rationale for this coming together these next 2 days. Brother O'Malley has touched on in his presentation that rationale, the context that we have to approach in trying to understand the connection between Ukraine and the context we are forced to organize in within the United States of America and indeed globally in our struggle for liberation and for the defeat of this backward colonial capitalist global system. You know, I knew that the brother was going to lay out this context and point us toward the colonial capitalist system, the system of imperialism. And so I wanted to just follow up with that with another quote that I think is very connected in terms of how we have to look at this question. You know, we've seen all these various people talk about the Vladimir this and Vladimir that, but the Vladimir that I think has the most relevance in terms of this conversation and in terms of how people are approaching this issue of Ukraine is, of course, Vladimir Lenin, who said that in a very apt truism, that, quote, without recognizing capitalism as the source of imperialism and war, anti-imperialism remains a pious wish. So very much like the chairman, the focus has to be on these structural relationships, as opposed to attempting to try to understand these very complex issues, looking at psychology, personalities, that takes you into the realm of idealism, something that for Africans is in fact a tragedy and something that undermines our ability to struggle and in fact to win. That perspective, that focus is captured, I think, in a very apt further truism, if you will. First, let me just say that my presentation here, my representation here is as part of the Black Alliance for Peace. The Black Alliance for Peace is a proud member of this coalition, a coalition that we believe is fundamentally important to sustain and to provide the kind of political and ideological leadership that it's been providing for years. One of the slogans that came up out of one of our previous schools was, I think, something that captures where we are today in terms of the strategic and political opportunity and indeed responsibility that we have. And that is that the coalition said that when we face these imperialist wars, that we should, quote, turn imperialist wars into wars against imperialism. Now, we follow that at the Black Agenda of Black Alliance of Peace, with suggesting also, too, that if one wants to understand Ukraine, that for African and other colonized people to understand Ukraine, we have to decenter Europe and indeed focus on imperialism. And that indeed is what we have to do. That indeed is our responsibility. we're not going to go into the details of what happened with Ukraine, but we will just talk about very briefly the fact that counter to U.S. propaganda, the Ukraine crisis and the war did not drop out of the sky. That basically, when you look at this situation, you'll see that the U.S. has been preparing for this war for the last 8 years. That the attack, that the coup in 2014, that put in place a neo-fascist government that then in turn attacked its own citizens, if you will, in eastern Ukraine, and their call for independence and the resulting war that ensued, laid the foundation for this conflict. In fact, it's quite clear when you look at some of the details of what happened once Joe Biden once Joe Biden assumed the presidency. We said reassumed because, during that period in 2014, 2015, 2013 to 2015, the point person on U.S. policy for the U.S. state was in fact Joe Biden. Everybody heard of Victoria Nuland. She was the point person on the ground. The overall point person for that process was in fact Joe Biden. So once Joe Biden came back into office in 2021, the first thing that we saw that happened was that they gave the go-ahead to the young new president of Ukraine, that the U.S. would in fact support any attempt on the part of Ukraine to try to take back its territories, both in eastern Ukraine, the so-called Donbass region, and Crimea. And they matched their verbal support with material support. We saw a dramatic escalation of militarism, material support in terms of weapons going into Ukraine. And the result is quite obvious. We're not going to go into all of this at this point. But what we see today is beyond the issue of security, the threats to Russian security. When we take a look at the issue of imperialism, we have to understand their underlying economic interests here. The energy sector of the U.S., the military-industrial complex of the U.S. are salivating because they are making enormous profits. The main objective of baiting the Russians into this conflict, making it impossible for some kind of diplomatic solution, was that they wanted to, in fact, to disarticulate the European economy from the Russian economy. They wanted the pretext to impose sanctions on the Russians, in particular to scuttle that Nord Stream 2 pipeline. So for them, as always, this issue of war is a very profitable enterprise. And it's their attempt to try to address another issue. That is the underlying and deepening legitimation crisis domestically that the rulers are facing. We saw that basically Biden's poll numbers were tanking. His domestic agenda was basically a complete failure. And so what do? They fall back to the old tried and tested strategy of engaging in a military conflict. So the result is that basically what we have now is a conflict that has global implications, but more importantly for us, we have to look at how this impacts African people, African and colonized people, African people in the US. And what we see again is that this situation has had and is having a detrimental impact on our people. That basically our people who never recovered from the capitalist crisis of 2008 and 2009, who then faced the coronavirus collapse of the economy, and then are facing this inflation imposed on the people by capital in their attempt to try to recoup their lost profits from 2020, 2021. On top of all of that, the people are being told by the Biden administration that now they have to suck it up and bear the price, the cost of this war in Ukraine, because as a consequence of the war in Ukraine, there will be and is a rising cost in gas, and there is rising costs in food, because between Ukraine and Russia, you're talking about almost 30% of the global wheat production. That's having a major impact, not only in the US, but throughout the world, and particularly on the African continent. So again, the people are being asked to bear the cost of this, while at the same time, they tell the working class in the US that there's no resources there to even provide a modicum of support for the workers at all. All of the temporary programs put in place coming out of this coronavirus crisis are now ending. Even testing for the virus has stopped. And you have still millions of our people without health care who are forced back into the workplace, who are now facing the situation of still continued exposure to this virus, but with no real health support at all. So we find ourselves again in a situation where they are imposing these conditions on our people. They say there's no money to support the working class, while the Brown University Cost of War project said that the US spent $8 trillion since 2003 on their wars. And if you look at the military budget that they just passed, we're looking at a situation where if the spending remains constant at $780 billion per year, we know it's already going to go up. We're talking about another $8 trillion in the next 10 years. And you contrast that with what they said they couldn't afford, which was so-called Build Back Better. There was 1.7 trillion over 10 years. So it's quite obvious they have made their decisions in terms of where they're going to put their resources and their emphasis. We have to do the same. We have to organize ourselves, understand that we have, with these contradictions still, political opportunities, that the people are not going to accept having to bear the cost of this war, that people are feeling the consequences of this capitalist system, and people are ready to struggle. Our responsibility is to provide the tools necessary for us to, in fact, engage in that fight. So, my friends, I say that what we have to do is to, in fact, help to build that resistance, to help people to understand their relationship to this colonial capitalist system, to help people understand that we're not in this struggle by ourselves. We are an African people, and while we are at war, and it's at this point a one-sided war, our responsibility is to change that relationship. And that, in fact, is what we intend to do. This attempt to utilize the electoral process is part of that. It's part of the broader process of building independent political power for ourselves, because the objective is, in fact, building power, building the ability of us to be self-determined. And that is what we have to do at this historical moment, especially as it becomes questionable, not questionable, but as our very survival is threatened by the commitment on the part of these Europeans to basically either maintain their global hegemony or to take everybody down with them. And we refuse to be part of that process. So we say today that our responsibility is to organize, to support the Black is Back Coalition, to support all of the organizations that are objectively attempting to try to organize our people and to organize a effective resistance. So my friends, we don't always have the ability as human beings to control the conditions we are born into. But what we do have is the ability to determine how we respond to those conditions. And for us at this Black is Back Coalition, we say we must struggle and we must fight and we must win. That is our task, that is our responsibility. And we hope that you join us and become a participant in this glorious struggle that we have to reclaim our people and to build a new world. Thank you.
Uhuru. And thank you so much, brother Ajamu. And let me just say to everybody who's listening, if you are not connected to the Black is Back Coalition, the Black Agenda Report, the Black Alliance for Peace, and many of the organizations within the Black is Back Coalition, you will be misguided, definitely. And definitely as African people, we should want to know when it comes to anything, and especially world affairs, what are these organizations saying that are based on the revolutionary, wonderful history of the Black liberation struggle? What's their perspective? How should we be interpreting things? And also, these organizations just have a wonderful history of also speaking truth to power. So please make sure that you are connected to the Black Alliance for Peace. They have an awesome website as well. Our next presenters will be Sister Belinda Parker Brown with Louisiana United, and she will also be presenting with Patrick Quiones. They will be dividing their presentation up. They will be sharing time with each other. And Sister Belinda Parker Brown, she is an educator, a researcher, life specialist, community organizer, and motivational speaker who has spent the majority of her career enhancing the potential of others. Diverse audiences have benefited greatly and responded enthusiastically to her wealth of experience. Ms. Parker Brown is President and Chief Executive Officer of Louisiana United Incorporated. LUI is a bipartisan social justice organization whose mission is to champion the protection of human rights, including the civil, constitutional, and societal rights that are all too commonly trampled on in today's world. LUI speaks with a person or group that cannot speak for themselves. And presenting with her will be Brother Patrick Quiones. And Patrick Quiones is currently an activist in Baton Rouge, Louisiana. And in 2009, he started AWOL, A-W-O-L, which stands for All Walks of Life, a non-governmental organization. He also helped organize Young Positive Minds, Justice for Trun, founder of BKSS, Black Kings Still Surviving, and many other organizations with Jonathan Stabb and Ladarian Taylor. Patrick is originally from Los Angeles, California. He was born and raised in Natchez, Mississippi, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana. He has a beautiful wife named Talita Quiones and 3 beautiful children, Kiedra, Carolyn, and Patrick. Welcome, dear people. Uhuru.
All right, Uhuru, my family. So far, I have really been enjoying this presentation. This is awesome information. But I just want to jump right in with it, Sister Lisa, because we're in this is an opportune time for us now as a people, as a Black people in America. No offense to any other race, nationality, or culture, but I'm talking about my people, Black people, African people in the United States of America right now. And, the biggest fear have always been that one day we would all wake up and realize that this country never intended to do anything for us, okay? They never intended to do anything for us, people. Listen to me. That's the reason why we're saying that this is our time now, because we are waking up to the fact that they never intended to do anything for us. And we're going to have to do it for ourselves. So, I just want to, raise the conscience of my people for such a time as this, that when we see what's happening in Ukraine and Russia, okay, our government have wrote a check. Just giving them money, to the tune of $10 billion and all type of, other toys and instruments and everything, to fight this war. But we as a people, we sitting back watching this go on. And when the Haitian refugees was trying to come into, to America, listen, people, listen to what I'm getting ready to say to you. We're not making this up. This is the truth. It's a fact. They put horses on them. They did all kinds of stuff that, I ain't see nobody write no checks. Okay. And what we see now is that all of a sudden we got all this crying and begging and, everybody want to be nice to everybody. But look here, we've been here in the United States of America and we still have not received what's rightfully belonged to us as a people, because they never intended to do anything for us in the first place, except for build this country off of our backs. So on that note, I want you to know that I'm very optimistic about what's happening right now, because I see that my people's eyes are coming open to the real fact that we're going to have to do this ourselves. But one thing for sure, before I let my brother come in here and tell y'all what's really going on. We're not going to be nice about it. We cannot afford to run to these people and beg them and ask them permission for anything. It's time for us to demand what rightfully belongs to us as a people here in the United States of America, as an African people, as Black people, as people that have been waiting too long for what rightfully belongs to us. So we're going to have to take it. Go ahead, Patrick. Take it away from there, my brother.
Uhuru, freedom to us all, Black
Yeah.
Americans and African Americans, people of color. What I take from Ukraine and Russia is a slight disobedient factor that they do not want Black Americans here in America. They have a process of annihilation going on. Black on Black crime is one of them. They proceed to let Black on Black crime continue. It started late in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. They have found every way when we start to unite, uniform, and come together as a people from state to state in America to bring us back down and divide us. They use disease, they use sickness and health. They use immigration, and immigration has been used against us since Abraham Lincoln. So right now today, they're bringing in all types of Asiatic people, Hispanics, Latinos, Russians, Irish people, Albanians. Now we got Ukrainians going to be coming, and they say it's a population problem. Well, who's the population problem in America? Who's the population problem in Africa? Who's the population problem? What was the population problem in Ukraine when they wouldn't let the Black people on the trains? We have to pay attention that the annihilation process in America is the prison and even the schools. They have taken everything away from, well, let me go back. I grew up seeing Black roofers. I grew up seeing Black masonry. I seen brick workers. I seen Black construction crew workers. I seen Black truck drivers. I seen many Black people working when I was growing up. Now you see less Black people working. You're seeing people that have been educated away from their hand just to listen to that white man. We have chosen, many of us has chosen to side with them instead of to side with us. When you see Black on Black crime all around the same states in Chicago, Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Shreveport, Los Angeles, Oakland, Detroit, New York, Florida, Gary, Indiana. I could go on Black crime. The violence rate has went up so high when it comes to the murder rate. The guns are just falling into the hands of the youth. The guns are coming off the trains into the youth hands and being set down in alleyways for us to have. Now you bring in Ukrainians. They would be here shortly, the same way as the Arabic and the Palestine and the new Indonesian people that are coming here under all this immigration, national act, where they become Caucasians, where they can vote white and vote against us and vote us out every seat. It's an attack. The more you look at the prison population and you see the Black males going to jail, you see the black schools, the predominantly schools that used to be community Black schools are no longer community Black schools. They're neighborhood schools. They're opening up charter schools to break you down and say, hey, this is what you should learn. They had taken all of the skill and the trade away from us and put it into the prison. They want you to go to jail to get a skill and a trade. So when these, after the war or during the war process, and we get 100,000, 200,000 of new immigration and immigrants coming to the southern borderline and Midwest, back to California and Oakland, back into the areas of the Black communities, that used to be Black communities, where will we go? What will we have? We don't have anything right now. You have billionaires that have not went to open up communities. You have billionaires that aid certain organizations so they can refund their money back. You have billionaires that say, hey, we gave so much money to this organization, but look at the Black neighborhood that can never grow back into a Black community, to own the stores around them, to own their churches around them, to own their houses and homes. Everyone else is coming here within 5 years. They're owning a home. They're owning a business. They're being educated above us, faster than us. Their schools look better than our schools. So if we don't think this is a process annihilation of the black male and the black American female and all African descendants in this land, and even what's going on in Africa that we hear not much about unless you go into detail to look for the information yourself. We're under attack. We've been under attack. Now we are truly going to be losing a lot if we don't come together and say enough is enough. This has to stop. They're aiding and providing wealth, generational wealth for immigrants that we have never received. And that we could talk about Joe Biden, we could talk about Trump, we could talk about each president that was there. It's time to talk about us and how we're going to stick together and come together from state to state and build. We don't have long. We do not have long. If you can just get in your vehicle and drive, or if you have to fly to these cities and look at the conditions that Black American children and teens are growing up in, not many will make it to the other side. Not many will make it to the other side. So they're steadily building the private prison industry bigger and bigger for a certain class and race of people. And if you do not believe it, pay attention to the vast immigration that is coming into the southern border from Texas, Arizona, California, on up, and they're coming south. And they're everywhere. I'm far from being nice, as Queen Parker said, to anything that is not contributing to us as a people. We have been here long. I'm 46 years old. My mother, my grandmother's mother, their family has been here long enough, have worked long enough to be sitting in a generational wealth state. From picking cotton, opening up cotton port banks, and all these banks you see, while other people coming here opening up apartments, maintaining huge billion-dollar businesses as hotels, criminal activity with human trafficking, criminal activity with bringing drugs into our states and cities, criminal activity with bringing guns, huge criminal activity against us. And it's all part of the process of annihilation of the Black African American people. From the war to everyday situation of Black on Black violence in our neighborhoods. There's no way that we have been here this long and no one has the Black agenda all together. Everyone has a way to get to it, but we need to be together, making it move, making it a movement. This should be an action from state to state. As Martin Luther King walked to Alabama, we need to be walking, we need to be talking, and we need to be ready for everything that's coming our way. We don't have long.
Awesome, my brother. We got like about 2 minutes left, and I want to wrap it up by just saying that, Black is an action word. And that's what it's time for. It's time for action. And we're not here to, some people, they want to put their feelings in it. I don't feel right about that. That don't look right. That ain't, and they mumbling and complaining, and they want somebody to appease them and make them feel all fuzzy and good and nice. And, listen, people, we're not here to, make you feel good. You need to get your feelings out of this. This is serious. And I want you to know, if we don't get it right this time, if we don't get it all the way right this time, there is no way possible that we can save this nation, because I'm fed up and I'm just not going to take it no more. And that's the attitude that we all should have. Because the first thing that the United Nations, this United States of America have to do is free all political prisoners. They have to do that now. If they want to do what's right, they have to, number one, is that they have to free all the political prisoners.
2 minutes.
And we're going to be talking about more of this throughout this campaign. And what we all need to be doing right now as Black people in America, as African people here in America, what it is that we all need to be doing. So right now, with my last 60 seconds, if you on this Zoom, or you screaming live on Facebook or YouTube, and if you out there and you listening to us right now, you need to start sharing. You need to start calling your family, your friends, your neighbors, everybody you know, and tell them to tune in to this campaign for the next 2 days. And don't just be sitting here wanting to listen to what we got to say. You know, you got to get engaged with this movement. You got to participate. We don't need no spectators, okay? Start sharing and liking and letting everybody calling on the phone, whatever you have to do, texting, emailing, whatever. Use all of your social media outlets to promote and get the word out that people need to come and be a part of this campaign electoral school for the next 2 days. Thank you.
Uhuru, and let me turn my camera on. Uhuru, and dear Sister Belinda, please remember to put the website for Louisiana United International in the chat room, because we want to make sure that people can get connected and stay connected with the Black is Back Coalition and the organizations that are part of us. They're doing so much great work, and we want to support each other. Next person that will be speaking will be myself. A little awkward introduce myself. I'm just going to give you a little bit about my background, and please, after I finish giving my background, if somebody could time me, and feel free to just give me a voice signal when my time is up. I have 15 minutes as well, but please start after I give a little bit of my background. I've been a longtime community activist for over 30 years, and I remember that I was one of the youngest people ever elected. I was the youngest person ever elected to the Democratic County Committee in my hometown, and I was 19 at the time, but I soon learned that there was something very, very wrong with this and how I was even elected, because I did not campaign or anything like that. And I would just see that there would be so many games, for lack of a better word, being played behind the scene, and the Democratic Party telling people what to do and what not to do, and people would usually be following. But in the meantime, I also went to college, and I got involved with these people dressed in red, black, and green. There was just something about them that was so awe-inspiring to me. And what I really loved about them the most is that they were bold, they were brilliant, and they could speak truth without having to feel they had to compromise their position at all. And so that was my introduction directly into the Black liberation struggle. And I have not turned back at all. And I knew from that introduction that that's how I wanted to live my life. And also part of what I have encompassed in my journey is the importance of health and incorporating health and getting a completely different perspective and narrative about what healthcare even is. So I just combined them both because they go hand in hand with our liberation. And now would somebody please be so kindly as to start my time, and I will begin my presentation. I want to just again say that I cannot emphasize how important the Black liberation struggle has been to African people in this, well, specifically in this country, but throughout the world, but definitely in this country. That has been, I heard Dr. James Small say that the African liberation struggle is our social immune system. And I thought that was a very apt way of putting it, because nothing in this country at all, nothing since the infestation of the colonizers on this, in this land that the indigenous people, I believe, called Turtle Island, nothing has given us any kind of support or guaranteed our survival but the Black liberation struggle. And although I certainly am not against voting, but it's important for us as Black people to understand this much. It wasn't through the vote that chattel slavery ended. It wasn't through the vote that we even got the right to vote. Any major gain, anything that helped to advance our people in any way came through the Black liberation struggle, and that is what we owe our loyalty to. That should be our frame of reference. That should be what our foundation is based on. I don't care what kind of work you do. Even we know that this judge was just appointed, Judge Ketanji Brown Jackson, and there's a lot that can be said about her appointment. I don't look at this like, oh my God, we got another one in there. I don't view the world like that. But even with that appointment, nothing would have happened for us ever without the Black liberation struggle. It did not happen without that. Although many of us, too many of us, as we move along, we tend to forget that connection. And we fall into this trap of thinking, oh my gosh, I have to vote for the lesser of two evils, which to me is starting from desperation. And no, we do not have to start from there. And in fact, voting for the lesser of two evils is still voting for evil. And I remember growing up during the time of the Vietnam War, and I was, just a child, and I certainly had no political understanding of what was going on. But I did know that I knew that war was wrong. And it was said, I heard it on the songs, I heard it everywhere. There was, a movement, there was some kind of discussion about how these wars must end. And it just personally breaks my heart to not hear any of that kind of discussion going on. And I'll just talk briefly about what has happened since the 2000s. I'm not going to even get into the 1900s, because goodness knows there's a long and horrible history afoot in terms of that. And ever since the United States, like I said, ever since the colonizers began to infest the world and African populations and other indigenous people like over here. But I remember it, and I worked right outside of the World Trade Center where that happened. And I was, personally really hurt, because I was so afraid that I was going to know people who got caught up in that and who did not survive it. And I'm fortunate to say that I don't know of anybody who died in the World Trade Center when the World Trade Center came down. But like I said, it was right around the corner from where I worked. And I knew of a lot of people who were very affected by it. So for me, in addition to it happening, was also personal. But I'll never forget how I knew war wasn't going to be the answer, not what the United States was talking about. And I will never forget how, I think it was 2003, before the United States was going to invade Iraq, that in New York City, they had one of the largest crowds I've ever seen in my life. There had to be at least 1 million people on the street saying they didn't want war. And I thought that was a good thing. And at that time, even though I didn't see a lot of these people, it was a diverse crowd, but I didn't see that diversity when Black people were being gunned down in the street. But I was still going to take those numbers, because I felt it was important for there to be a strong movement, a strong voice to say, we don't want these wars, no. And so I was very encouraged by that. But I would soon learn that that was not an anti-war statement. It was an anti-draft statement, because as soon as it became apparent that there was not going to be a draft, basically the collection of the anti-war voices just dwindled down to a few. And so we have seen that it's been about 20 years since the 2000s of overt war, with this current incantation of the United States being at their war. They've always been at war, but with just the 2000s. And there has been nothing, hardly anything. And I'm very proud of the Black is Back Coalition, and our full name is the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations, because we always had the position that, no, we had to deal with these issues. We were not just going to focus on, of course, we're Black, we're African, and we're proud, and we know we have to focus on those issues, but we were not going to focus on those issues to the exclusion of these other important issues. And that's one of the reasons why I love the Black liberation struggle and its legacy, because it has one of the most powerful legacies in this country of any other. Not the only, but certainly one of the most powerful one we should uphold and be proud of, because that is a legacy of being on the right side of history and courageously standing up against injustices. But I see within the last 20 years, so many voices have been silenced in terms of what's going on with these wars and internationally and even domestically. And people have just fallen into voting for the lesser of two evils. And I see the current situation that we have in which it was referenced, this horrible pandemic in which the United States handling of it was an absolute failure. I will get more into that when I talk about the healthcare working group, but it was an absolute failure. We see that the cost of everything has gone up. And yes, although with this situation with Ukraine and Russia, the cost of things have really begun to escalate, but they were going up before. And people are making billions of dollars in profit from this. We should not recognize that. And police brutality continues to escalate. And although we have been out in the streets and all that, but they have yet to even pass anything resembling reform or any legislation to curtail the police abuses. They have not done that. They haven't even passed legislation taking away qualified immunity for the state and the police. But yet Biden is talking about billions of dollars to increase the police presence. And the numbers pertaining to what's going on in this world, because we hardly ever hear anything about that. We hardly ever hear anything about that. And yet people in the United States, since this conflict escalated with Russia and the Ukraine, suddenly people in the United States suddenly feel like are acting like they have a conscience. But most are pointing fingers at Russia. And I say this right now to anyone. The United States does not have a moral or a high ground to stand on anything. And because the people in the United States, for the most part, went along with it and silenced their voices, the issues of ending the war, the issues of what was going on in the region that they have misnamed the Middle East, but I'll just refer to that because that will make people understand a little bit more of what I'm talking about. The continued bombings, the invasions that happened, they happened without any real objection from the majority of the people in this country, and never was ending these wars even made a part of the electoral process. It wasn't even made to be raised. And all that communicated to the powers that be is the complicity of the everyday person who, if you want to live comfortably in the United States, if you want to accept this horrible thing that they call American exceptionalism, which is as horrible and as vicious to me as white supremacy, I just see that as the more inclusive version of the concept of white supremacy. It's still based on the same ideology. If you want to do that, if you want to become comfortable living in the United States, then you must turn your back to the evils and the horrors that it commits in the name of the people. And I certainly do not want to see the history, the legacy of the Black liberation struggle be watered down at all with what is currently going on. I don't want to see that happen. I just have to say this, and this is not about beating people up over the head or anything, but it's about looking honestly and assessing strategies. We have to do that. We have to look honestly and say, what has this policy of voting for the lesser of two evils gotten us? Because it's gotten us evil. We see where we are today, and that we have to accept responsibility for that. That is also about
4 minutes.
Capitulating.
2 minutes, Lisa. 2 minutes.
Okay, I'm just going to read a couple of stats real quickly. Over 929,000 deaths since the United States began invading since 2001, or, you know, probably higher than that. This is just a rough estimate. 38 million refugees created throughout the world because of the United States displacing people when they bomb people, the crises that it's creating within the environment. And the United States has over 800 military bases worldwide. The United States spends far more money on the military than the at least 10 top countries, those quote unquote most advanced countries combined, including Russia and Europe. And it has spent at least $8 trillion on this war. And just real quickly, I recently learned through listening to Chairman Amalia Chitala and the African People's Socialist Party that Russia never colonized Africa. Russia never participated in the transatlantic slave trade, and Russia never invaded Africa. And yet the United States will have Black people, will have us saying that we should be on their side that has one of the worst histories. And when you look at so many of our struggles, like if we just look at apartheid, the one that I'm the most familiar with internationally, the United States called apartheid South Africa their friend. Russia did not. Russia provided aid to the African freedom fighters in South Africa. And the United States had Nelson Mandela listed as on its terrorist list until 2008. We have to, if we are going to say anything about these wars, it's got to be to the United States. It's got to be disband NATO, and we've got to hold the United States accountable for what it's doing. It is utterly hypocritical and only inflames situations when people in the United States, everybody knows you said nothing about what was going on with these other wars. And now you're going to suddenly point fingers at Russia. You will only inflame the situation. You must demand here that a stop to what the country is doing.
Time, Lisa.
Our taxpayers' dollars. Thank you so much. I got that in. And now, the next presenter will be our revolutionary freedom fighter in office, Brother Charles Barron. He has been a community activist for over 49 years. And in 1969, in need of a vehicle to express his desire for justice, he joined the Harlem branch of the Black Panther Party. And after his Black Panther experience, he attended New York City Community College, known as the New York Technical College, where he obtained an associate's degree. And he then attended Hunter College, where he acquired his Bachelor of Arts degree in sociology. In 2001, he was elected to the New York City Council. He served as the chair of the Committee on Higher Education for over 8 years. And as a council member, he secured funding to renovate 3 parks totaling over $15 million. He secured allocations for 2 new $80 million schools, was the #1 council member in Brooklyn in securing real affordable housing, secured millions of dollars for funding for the Black Male Initiative with the City University of New York, and millions of dollars for a workforce development project that generated over 6,000 jobs in neighborhoods of high unemployment in New York City. And after 3 4-year terms on City Council on November 4th, 2014, he was elected to the New York State Assembly. And I just want to say that my first introduction to Brother Barron, because we live close to each other, was I saw this man on television looking at all these colonizers, all these slave traders that were hung on the walls in City Hall. And he was like, take them off. I want these pictures down. And I was like, who is that man? We were so impressed. I was like, oh, look at him. But anyway, and I wanted to get to know him ever since that time. Brother Charles Barron.
Uhuru comrades, thank you so much. This has been an awesome panel discussion. It's been an awesome forum. And I'm honored to say that I was there when it first started, when we first started our political education, or our political school on electoral politics for revolutionary Black radicals in St. Petersburg. Was there from the beginning. You know, I just want to bring you greetings from Operation Power. Operation Power, an acronym for people organizing and working for empowerment and respect. Operation Power is focusing on the electoral arena. in East New York, Brooklyn. We'll talk more of that tomorrow. Make sure you tune in tomorrow when we talk about how to beat the machine, so we can break down the success of Operation Power, beating the machine, and that resulting in some of the things that was mentioned in the bio, but also resulting in getting 3 political prisoners of war released, getting the whole state legislature to sign off on their release. And that led to the release of Herman Bell, Black Liberation Army, from Seth Hayes, may he rest in peace, made his transition afterwards, and now Jalil Montague, also known as Anthony Bottom. So that's Operation Power. I bring you greetings from the Big Apple in New York City. Ain't never gave us a bite, but we're going to bring you greetings anyway. And I want to say to you that we are governed now by a mayor. We call him Mayor Cop, Eric Adams, Black man. Yeah, he's Black. A Black man who's turning New York into a police state, kicking the homeless off the street, getting their belongings and destroying them, not giving them a place to stay, but just destroying their belongings, their life belongings. Wants to put young people back in adult prisons when we pass legislation to keep them in the youth court. Wants to end no cash bail. No cash bail. We say if it's a minor offense, if it's a nonviolent minor offense, that there shouldn't be bail. Like Khalif Browder accused him of stealing a backpack, a book bag, and he was on Rikers Island for 3 years because he couldn't make the bail they imposed on him, was beaten by officers, beaten by inmates, and then later came out and committed suicide because he was accused of stealing a backpack that he later was acquitted about. He doesn't want them to have no cash bail. And he wants to bring us back to solitary confinement. This is a cop for a mayor turning New York into a police state. And when he decided to bring his police crime unit, which was Giuliani's crime unit that killed Amadou Diallo 41 bullets, killed Sean Bell 50 bullets, choked Eric Garner to death, he wants to bring them back. They were disbanded by the former mayor, de Blasio. He wants to bring them back and did bring them back, said that that would bring crime down. And what he didn't realize, that people are not committing crime because there's not enough police on the streets. Crime is being committed because the colonial capitalist system that has created poverty, unemployment, death and destruction in our communities. So he employed them about a week ago. The week before the street crime unit, 13 people were shot. The weekend after the street crime unit, 29 people were shot, including a 3-year-old baby in my district. She's all right now. A 12-year-old that was killed and a 7-year-old that was shot. All of his methods for policing New York has led to more crime. Crime is up. Why? Because people don't commit crimes because there's not enough police. It's because of a colonial capitalist system. So what does all of that have to do with Ukraine and Russia? Everything. Because what's at the front of this is the colonial capitalist propaganda machine that distorts reality, that uses political reality instead of the factual reality to influence, to persuade people to believe in lies. The same colonial capitalist propaganda machine that's using Eric Adams in New York to convince people that more police and more jails, more prisons, not more jobs, is better. It's the same propaganda machine that's saying that NATO and the US and the EU, the European Union, in the Ukrainian conflict is your friend and Russia is your enemy. The tools they use is MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, of course, New York Times. These are propaganda arms of the state, but they appear to be independent, free press in capitalist America. Lie. These propaganda tools are convincing Americans, or trying to, and the world, that Russia is the big evil. They don't even mention the role of NATO and the role of the United States and the role of the European Union. They mention particular picture of Russia, depict Russia as the enemy. And then they show you all of the civilians being killed. Now, who on God's earth is gonna, not be affected by civilians being killed? None of us want to see that in any country. I think they should show the same civilians, the Palestinian civilians, that the racist colonial settler state of Israel kills by babies and women, and they need to project that as well so that you can see. So we don't support any killing of any civilians anywhere, but don't believe the propaganda arms. And then the Russian news agencies are always considered state affiliates, but the American propaganda capitalist agencies, CNN, Fox News, NBC, they're not considered state affiliates. So don't go for the propaganda. Propaganda is the biggest war we have to wage, because propaganda is the information that's going into the minds of our people that will direct their actions, will direct their feelings, will direct their political thoughts. That's why theory, African internationalism is so important. But we need to get straight on the propaganda question. The propaganda question, to show you how they distort things, there was a vote in the United Nations, in the United Nations General Assembly on this question. They had a resolution that they put forth to say that the whole world is against Russia. They said 141 countries voted for the resolution to condemn Russia. 35 countries abstained, and 12 countries did not vote at all, and 5 countries voted no. So here's what propaganda does. So they said the whole world, 141. But those 141 countries were the richest, whitest, wealthiest countries in the world that voted for that. And then when you look at the voting population, the people, the voting population of those 141 countries was 3,289,000,000. There's 7.9 billion people in the world. The countries that did not vote for that resolution, they either abstained, or they voted no, or they didn't vote at all. Those countries, the population in those countries was 4,644,000,000. 59% of the world said, no, we're not condemning. 41% of the world's population through the 141 states, mostly rich, white, and imperialist, said yes. So if the propaganda machine was done properly, we have to say the world does not support the position of the imperialist countries of NATO and the United States and the EU. I think that's important, that we understand the role of propaganda. And when you have to determine, African internationalism teaches us that we are the subjects of history. We are not the objects of Eurocentric history. This is what the chairman teaches in African internationalism. We are the subjects of history. So since we are the subjects of history, what does this Ukraine-Russian war conflict mean to African people? Who is our friends there? Who are our enemies? Look at NATO. It says it started in 1949. Yes, it did. What are the countries of NATO? England, UK, Germany, France, Portugal, Belgium, Spain. All of these are our colonizers and neo-colonialists. These are all the countries that in 1884, during the Berlin Conference, carved up Africa and made these colonial borderlines that exist now and causes conflicts. So why would you unite with your colonial oppressors and their neo-colonial puppets. Why would we do that? When we look at conflicts, you got to see who's where, who's on what side. And as my sister said, you know, Russia in the 60s, I remember everybody that I was for, the United States was against. I was for Kim Il-sung in North Korea. They said he was horrible. I was for Ho Chi Minh when I was in the Panther Party in Vietnam. They said he was the enemy. Chairman Mao Tse-tung in China, he was the enemy. Fidel Castro, he was the enemy. Che Guevara was the enemy. They like people like, you know, Pinochet in Chile, instead of Salvador Allende, a socialist who they murdered, imperialism murdered, and Papa Doc and Baby Doc Duvalier in Haiti. That was America's puppets. You know, the Shah of Iran, the Ayatollah Khomeini created a revolution there. Batista in Cuba, that's who they liked. Somoza in Nicaragua, we said no, the Sandinistas. So we got to know who our enemies are and who our friends are. Right now it gets a little more sophisticated. That's why I appreciate the chairman's analysis, so we can get clarity on who our friends and enemies are and who we should be supporting with the adoption of a revolutionary theory called African internationalism. So when you look at NATO, what about NATO in Africa? NATO in Africa supporting the Afrikaman that Ajamu Baraka always talks about. 53 African countries are being exploited by AFRICOM, a United States NATO hookup, AFRICOM. 53 countries. And I read this article, and we should read articles that are in the papers that really we can say, you know, we can learn from, that support us. The the Black Agenda Report. And this is a deep article this brother had written, and he was talking about NATO and Africa. Just wanted to get his name. Ajamu Sobukwe.
You have 3 more minutes.
He wrote this great article. Now, in it, it talks about the relationship of NATO and AFRICOM and exploiting Africa. They say AFRICOM and NATO created over 23 coups d'etats in Africa. They were part with the CIA with the killing of Lumumba, with the overthrow of Kwame Nkrumah, with squashing all of our African independence leaders, revolutionary leaders. This is what AFRICOM and NATO did. This is the same NATO that's dealing with the Ukraine that was organized in 1949, 28 European countries and the United States to stop Russia, to deal with Russia. And even after Russia fell out of power, they still continued. So if they was just for doing Russia, they would have just dissolved themselves after Russia fell. But no, they still stayed and continued to impose imperialism, colonial capitalism on the globe. So here's what our leaders in Africa say about NATO. This is from Walter Rodney, who describes the early foundation and its colonial relationship. Now he's saying this in 1950, when most African countries were colonized, colonial subjects of Europe. He said, needless to say, in the 1950s, when most Africans were still colonial subjects, they had absolutely no control over the utilization of their soil for militaristic ends. Virtually the whole of North Africa was turned into a sphere of operations for NATO, with bases aimed at the Soviet Union. There could have easily developed a nuclear war without African peoples having any knowledge of
1 more minute.
The colonial subpowers actually held military conferences in Africa. USA, time and time again, the evidence points to this cynical use of Africa to buttress capitalistic economies and military bases, and therefore forcing Africa to contribute to its own exploitation. That's what our brother Walter Rodney said. And then Nkrumah called for the urgent need to counter the challenge of NATO. In his book, Handbook on Revolutionary Warfare, he called for us to build an all-African people's revolutionary army. And he gave the example of Portuguese. as a member of NATO, exploiting Africa and fighting against the great freedom fighters of Africa. And Amilcar Cabral spoke against NATO in Africa. So we got to realize when our great leaders are giving us guidance historically on what's happened presently, we have to now make this connection to East New York, Brooklyn, the connection to Harlem, the connection to St. Louis, and the connection to St. Petersburg. The same enemy, the same colonial capitalist enemy that's turning our Black communities into domestic colonies of colonial capitalism is also operating in the Ukraine. So when you defeat NATO and the USA and the EU in the Ukraine conflict, you're defeating your enemy that's oppressing you right here in Brooklyn, in Harlem, in Jamaica, Queens, in the colonies of capitalist America. This is a fight we're having, and you know what? We're winning. Capitalism is in a crisis. Imperialism is in a crisis. We're winning, which is why they have to use propaganda to convince you that you're not winning, to convince you that they're invincible. No form of our oppression is permanent. All of it is temporary. And I know y'all don't get down with the Bible, but I do, because I see Jesus Christ as a Black revolutionary, not some idealism, somebody coming out the sky and taking care of us. We are materialists who still believe in God, but for those who don't, no problem. But the Bible says no weapon formed against us shall prosper. No weapon formed against us shall process. And Jesus Christ, the revolutionary, took 12 and changed the world. We can take whatever numbers we have here and change America and change our Black communities. So I just want to say to you that our struggle may be long, but our victory is certain. And we may came here in different ships and different boats. We all in the same boat now. And that we are an African people. We're not a race of people. We are a nation of people. And when our nation comes together, we are invincible. No force on earth could stop us. One of the things that they did that is a great disservice by dispersing us all over the world, but it's also a great advantage, because now those of us who are here in the belly of the beast of colonial capitalism, we must strike that final blow. We must make that final blow to colonial capitalism by making revolution from the bottom up, not the top down, the bottom up. Straight ahead, forward ever, our victory is certain, and we are winning. Ultimately, we will win. Thank you.
Uhuru.
Uhuru!
Uhuru, uhuru, uhuru. Thank you so very much, Brother Barron, for that sharp analysis. And now you know why the people of New York love him, because I can tell you right now, he walks the walk. He talks the talk and he walks the walk. And for some, okay, now the camera's back, was a little slow. But our next presenter, I'm always just so very, very proud to present this person. I get so much inspiration from her life. And yes, we are an intergenerational community, and we learn from each other, and we build from each other, and we borrow from each other. And when we see people that are just brilliant, it doesn't matter the age. We have to recognize it. And I just get so much inspiration from her and a lot of people in her generation as well. Sister Achille and she ran for city council in 2017 at 20 years of age, alongside her running mate, Jesse Neville, for mayor, making them the first candidates in the world to run on a platform of reparations for the Black community. This campaign made national news, getting featured in Ebony Magazine, The Washington Post, and the popular radio show, The Breakfast Club. At the height of the campaign season, Achille led a march of over 200 people through the streets of downtown St. Petersburg, demanding a city united. through reparations. Since her run, she was appointed as the Director of Agitation and Propaganda of the African People's Socialist Party, making her the youngest member to sit on the National Central Committee of the African People's Socialist Party. She is currently Editor-in-Chief of the Burning Spear newspaper and has many other media institutions under this department. Sister Achille Anai. Woo woo, uhuru.
Uhuru, Uhuru, Comrade Lisa Davis, Vice Chair of the Black is Back Coalition, Uhuru. Uhuru, I just really want to salute, appreciate the introduction and salute the Black is Back Coalition for its 6th electoral campaign school. I had the pleasure of attending the first one and have been here ever since. And just really salute this strategic component of the Black liberation movement that teaches African workers, how to use and manipulate the electoral arena to advance the interests of our Black community, forwarding our own Black agenda that speaks to our own Black interests. So just really want to salute this electoral campaign school. And I really appreciate this panel, this discussion that is opening up, the overall 2 days for the school, because it puts everything in this really important and proper context, and it brings African people, who have already been engaged in this discussion and raising these questions and coming to certain conclusions about the Russian-Ukraine war, but it continues to drive the importance for African people to be engaged in this discussion, to recognize, our place in it. And so before I begin, I want to just, of course, recognize and salute our leadership, Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and his tireless fight for over 50 years. And in those more than 50 years, the chairman has fought for absolute political and ideological clarity in the struggle to free Africa, African people, and all of humanity. And because the conditions of the world and our place in it has historically been defined by the colonizer, or some variation of the colonizer's justification for our colonial oppression. And the chairman made it his responsibility to make colonialism a household word, stomping out philosophical idealist explanations for our conditions and giving our struggle a two-what end. Defining the fundamental problem as colonialism has given us a concrete explanation that can be overturned through African revolution, which is the task that the African People's Socialist Party has assumed to take on and lead for the last 50 years. And understanding colonialism as the primary contradiction throughout the world helps to explain Russia's defensive war in Ukraine against global colonial powers. It's also made it possible for us to see the centrality of Africa and African people, no matter where we've been dispersed, in every world struggle, because every world struggle is happening in this context. War and conflict is based on an economic foundation of capitalism, a parasitic world economy born through colonialism. What we see with the struggle between Russia and Ukraine is actually a fight for world colonial powers to protect and maintain the colonial mode of production, which Russia did not participate in developing. So people have incorrectly determined that African people have nothing to do with this war, but that is a failure to recognize Africa and Africans as subjects of history. It's a failure to recognize colonialism as the cornerstone of the world capitalist economy, which means you can't truly understand this war from any historical materialist standpoint. There is a historical basis for this war, and African people must recognize our role in pressing our thumb in a wounded colonial capitalist system. We must determine what our interests are in this war, and continue to organize towards the destruction of the colonial capitalist system and towards a free and liberated socialist Africa. And this allows us, understanding colonialism allows us to take a decisive position in support of Russia. There's no playing the fence. We don't have to be neutral. We don't have to say we are against what Ukraine is doing and against what we can explicitly say we are in support of Russia. And I'm representing the African People's Socialist Party. We can explicitly say that we are in support of Russia in its defensive war in Ukraine against world colonial powers. So I'm going to be presenting the party's official position, which was written by Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and it was given at a March 17, 2022 press conference and addressed to the African nation. And it's also published on theburningspear.com. The February 2014 CIA-inspired or initiated and led coup in Ukraine was a crucial event contributing to Russia's defensive war being fought in Ukraine. However, the event most significant to this war was the invasion of Russia following the 1917 revolution that resulted in the establishment of a socialist state stemming from an international movement to destroy the global parasitic capitalist system. It was the invasion of Russia by all the colonial powers of the world, including the US and Japan, that the African People's Socialist Party recognizes as the critical event that should contribute to an African position of the current war being fought in Ukraine. This was the beginning of the colonial war against Russia that it is fending against today in its Ukrainian iteration. The invasion of Russia by colonial powers in 1918 was an invasion to protect the colonial mode of production that began with the attack on Africa more than 600 years ago. The threat of what would become Soviet Russia as revolutionary abettors and examples for the emancipation of workers in the oppressed of the world could not be tolerated by the colonialists. I would remind everyone that the 1918 invasion of Russia did not occur in a vacuum. The meaning of our definition of the colonial mode of production that Russia, independent of its will, was fighting against is crystallized by the fact that the invasion of Russia was initiated during the same time of the 11 million strong anti-colonial Garvey movement stretching around the globe, demanding Africa for Africans at home and abroad. It was the time frame of Pancho Villa and Emiliano Zapata's revolutionary work in Mexico, and of the FSLN in Nicaragua. 1915 was the year that the US Marines invaded Haiti and stole all the gold in its treasury and forced the Haitian government at gunpoint to change its constitution, allowing whites to own land for the first time since its 1804 revolution. Of course, all this colonial aggression by the US was a normal reflex for a country that was itself founded as a settler colony, no different than South Africa and Israel, a country whose economy was built on stolen indigenous land and stolen African labor, earning its special place within the colonial mode of production defined by the same means and relations of production globally that are reflected domestically in the US. This was the basis and context for the United White Nationalist invasion of Russia in 1918 and the ongoing economic quarantine intended to break the back of the Soviet state. This is also the basis for the 1949 creation of the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO, explicitly created to contain and crush Soviet Russia. The existing world order, led since 1949 by the international colonialist bloc known as the Atlanticists, achieved its current political and economic anti-Russia configuration during this period of the 1940s. In the 1980s, the US government, under the regime of James Earl Carter, with the leadership of Zbigniew Brzezinski, his national security advisor, drew the Soviet Union into military conflict in Afghanistan to overthrow its government that was allied with Soviet Russia and to extend NATO's borders closer to Soviet encirclement. A host of color revolutions and related struggles aided by opportunism, the desire to join the white colonial world of Europe and the US in partaking in the flesh of the colonized and to experience the standards of life common to other white people to our disadvantage has led to the expansion of NATO to now include 30 different countries arrayed against Russia. Since the 1991 dissolution of the Soviet Union in the US, the US has escalated its efforts to contain Russia. According to one online source, since the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, the NATO military alliance has extended its borders 800 miles to the east, incorporating Poland, Hungary, Czechia, Bulgaria, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Romania, Slovakia, Slovenia, Croatia, Montenegro, and North Macedonia. In 2021, NATO officially recognized Ukraine itself as an aspiring member, and Sweden and Finland are also considering joining the anti-Russian alliance. While many have been forced to recognize the existence of colonialism as it relates to individual countries, the African People's Socialist Party has determined that the initial 15th century European colonization begun in Africa developed into a mode of production, a colonial mode of production that continues to define the political landscape of the world. Western European white colonial identity and the existing colonial mode of production enveloping the world were achieved during this period. Unlike most of Europe, Russian development from feudalism did not go through the colonial mode of production, but it is a product of the Russian socialist-led revolution of 1917. This is why Russia today, although it makes no pretense of being communist or revolutionary, has been able to briefly enter into the colonial mode of production on its own terms, free from the absolute dictates of the US. Under the leadership of Vladimir Putin, Russia has been an active, aggressive opponent of the unipolar world domination of the US. This confounds and challenges the strategic equilibrium of the colonial mode of production, contributing to the crisis made manifest within the US domestically and fracturing US-dominated hegemonic unity of the Atlantics globally. The 2014 engineered coup to put a puppet in power in Ukraine on Russia's western border, along with the imposition of a puppet government and fascist-filled military and the murder of an estimated 13,000 ethnic Russian Ukrainians in the 8 years since the coup, was the beginning of a comprehensive intensification of the 100-year-long war against Russia that has resulted in the existential defensive war being fought by Russia against the global colonial ruling class and its minions. Thus, it is absolutely necessary for Africans and all the victims of European colonialism to take a definitive stance in solidarity with Russia, independent of its own consciousness, in fighting against the power of colonial slavery that has dominated the life of Africa and Africans for 600 years. So we say death to colonial capitalism, for the African Revolution. We say Black is back. Again, salute the leadership of Chairman Amalia Shatella, the theory of African internationalism, which helps us to understand the basis for this war and gives our struggle a 2-1-N, makes it very clear that we have to fight for Africa, African people, recognize ourselves at the center of all of the world crises, and recognize that our victory will result in the destruction of colonial capitalism. That's what we are fighting for. And I just want to encourage all of those who are watching, who are participating in this discussion today, to take that definitive stance in support of Russia against the war, against the global colonial powers that are attacking Russia through the face of Ukraine, to recognize that this is a part of maintaining the colonial mode of production, the colonial occupation and subjugation of African people and the majorities of the planet, at our expense. This is that struggle to maintain that reality, to maintain that system. And so our position in support of Russia is a position taken in opposition to the colonial capitalist system and to advance the African Revolution. So thank you so much to the Black is Back Coalition for allowing me to be able to present this position on behalf of the African People's Socialist Party. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Uhuru. And thank you so much, dear sister Achille and I. And yes, we have to let it be known that we're not going to just be led by what the United States has said. The United States has been our open oppressor, openly so. And all we have to do is look at who it's always sided with internationally. And for me, what I really remember, because I was so active during that time, that the United States took the stance that during the height of apartheid, that the apartheid government was their friend. Next, I just want to just go over a couple of things. We're going to be bringing up Sister Nelly Bailey, and then we're going to be going into question and answers. So please, if you have any questions, and this is just all throughout the program, if you have any questions, please put them in the Q&A. If you put them in the Q&A, we can track them. If you put them in the chat scrolls, and many times we might not see what's going on in the chat. But if you put them in the Q&A, we will be able to track them and see all of them. We want to make sure that we try to answer as many questions as you have. Next, I will be bringing up another presenter who, again, just gives me such great inspiration. And I just have to say, it's just so wonderful to know these people, to know them before they became a member of the Black is Back, and to know that they walk the walk, they talk the talk, and they walk the walk. To just know that about them, it's awesome. Sister Nelly Bailey is a Harlemite who has spent decades in activism, beginning with her early work for the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee. She co-founded Blacks in Solidarity Against the War, Cuba Solidarity, New York, and is currently the co-founder/director of the Harlem Fight Back Against War at Home and Abroad. Sister Nelly Bailey, Uhuru.
Thank you, Sister Lisa. I need to adjust my time. Is that better?
Because we want to see your wonderful face.
Oh, okay. Let me just start off with a couple of things. I am the torch, which is
Excuse me a moment, Sister Nelly, because your sound is a little distorted. I know yesterday when you were talking, it was fine.
Is this better?
Is there any way you could advise her? Could you talk a little bit more?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Sorry. Is it better?
You're kind of like going in and out with the distortion.
You may need to turn off your audio. I'm sorry, not audio, but your video.
Could you repeat that, please, tech person?
Sister Nelly may want to turn off her video.
Is this better?
Yes, that is better.
Oh, okay. So just let me start by giving an update on my current activities. I am a member of the Torch. It's an international anti-imperialist organization with members from the Global South, from Africa, from Canada, the US, and we are an anti-imperialist foundation. Also, I am currently working with a group of women who are opposed to and against the privatization of public housing here in New York City. This group is also part of a national formation against the privatization of public housing, for a long time considered the last resort of affordable housing, whatever that means, for working class Blacks and working class people generally. So I wanted to give that date. Which I have always considered rather supine in their posture analysis, have alleged or find as an excuse that these are the imperialist forces, and Russia is no different from China, the US, and they are
Sister Nelly, your sound is sounding distorted again.
Is this better?
She's too close to her microphone, and if she got
Oh,
another.
is this better?
That's better, yeah.
Okay, thank you, Sister Belinda. The point is that we are dealing with the realignment of, not realignment, but rather the alignment of world forces, and Barron laid that out in terms of the world population, US imperialism, super imperialism, and the world has come together, and they see pretty clearly that this is an emperor with no clothes. The sanction war against Russia, and as correctly stated by the previous speaker, is a war against assault against the Donbass that occurred with the 2014 coup against that took place in Ukraine, and it was in fact designed and orchestrated by Victoria Nuland, the Undersecretary of Foreign Affairs under Barack Obama. And we need to say that clearly. Barack Obama, and under his presidency, created AFRICOM. Barack Obama, who gave us domestically the National Anti-Authorization Act that was challenged by Chris Hedges and others. Now, getting back to Ukraine, it was in fact Russia's red line, as it has promoted and stated vigorously for the past 30 years, that the incursion of Ukraine, the incursion of NATO into Ukraine was in fact the red line, and they acted accordingly. Also, it's important to remember that part of the reason why the Azov and the neo-Nazi battalions are in Donbass is because they were prepared to launch a final assault of ethnic cleansing in the Donbass. That's why Russia acted as quickly as it did. But be that as it may, although the U.S. Western forces propagandists are in fact ahead of the propaganda war and seemingly winning the propaganda war, they are not winning the war on the ground. In fact, Russia is in control of the air. The air they dominate the air, they dominate the sea, and in fact, sanctions against Russia has not worked at all. The ruble, as a matter of fact, has rebounded. And to make matters worse, in particular for Europe, Putin's and the Russia Federation announcement that payment for Russian commodities had to be paid in rubles sent the European Union into a tailspin.
Do you by chance have the slide for the membership?
I'm sorry?
We by chance have the.
Excuse me, I
Oh,
can
I'm sorry.
hear you.
I'm sorry.
May I continue?
Please go ahead.
Lisa, you
Yes, please
disrupted.
do. I apologize.
Yeah.
Okay, so I lost my train of thought. Why the sanctions have failed and why France and are in uproar because Russia produces have buttressed the value of ruble. The U.S. based on the production of goods. I hear someone in the background.
I was just going to say you started to become very distorted again. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. The gas
Queen Nelly Bailey, you either have another intro. Do you have a phone or something near you or anything near your computer?
Yes, I do.
Okay, you might.
Just a moment.
Yeah,
Tim, can you help?
Now we can't hear you at all.
Sound? They're saying that the sound is messed up.
The microphone is over here.
Okay, can you hear me better now? I'm seeing the phone that is in the camera.
Right, it's
Is it better?
it's in and out. You sound a little bit better
Speaking
now.
to the camera, microphone.
Right.
Is the quality of the sound better?
It's a little bit better now, but there's still a lot of distortion. But we can hear you somewhat now.
I'll stand up. Is this better?
Yes,
You
that's
sound
better.
better. Go ahead, comrade.
Oh, okay. Thank you very much.
Why don't we turn the fan off? Because that,
Okay. Thank you very much. Because I'm losing my
You got a fan on.
train of thought.
Window open.
Okay, okay. May I continue? Is this
No, it's really, I mean, we can't hear you. The distortion is bad now. Would it be possible to try to call back, connect through your phone or something?
Well,
problem is, well, let me just
Now you sound better.
you're good.
here.
You're
Right,
good.
now you're good.
Go.
Let me
Go.
just continue here
Please
because
do.
this is really kind of crazy. Let me talk about the crisis of legitimacy here at home, because the Republicans, and I think it's very important, the Republicans are pushing for for impeachment rematch. The domestic migration impact on Russia seems to me very clearly in the upcoming November midterm election that the Democrats will lose, and they will lose badly, and they are aware of this. I think, and many have analyzed in this emerging paradigm that that there is underway a coup d'etat to get rid of Joe Biden. Hello? Hello?
You go, keep going.
We hear you.
Okay, to get rid of Joe Biden. And I think that is going to be the case, that there will be a color revolution in the United States. The Democrats tried out Obama as a matter of fact, was always there. He's never left the scene, but his retreat from his 11 million mansion to get campaign trail to sell Joe Biden as he has done successfully in the past, I don't believe this time around. The granting of asylum to 100,000 people from Ukraine, and you believe the neo-Nazis will be included in that population. When they come here, they have medical care, supplement, and all of the provisions that this government under Joe Biden has denied to working class people, in particular working class Black people, as the chairman has pointed out. Kamala Harris is the apparent of this color revolution. And I think that was on full display at the recent meeting with Barack Obama, in which he gave Joe Biden walked around as if he was lost. I think this revolution will have the economic sanctions that have rebounded the American as well as Europe. In England, it was asked by the government and the media that England has experienced a decline in its living standards more than it was 30 years ago. In Germany, they cannot live without liquid gas from Russia. They need wheat from Russia. They need fertilizer from Russia. And Sergei Lavrov, who is the foreign minister, only terms will be granted to those friendly nations to Russia. And we should be aware that the Vatican has purchased its gas with rubles. Also, it's important to acknowledge the legitimacy of the anti-notification program that the Federation has announced. Proof of that is the speech of Zelensky to the Greece Parliament. Accompanying him were two members of the Azov Battalion who also spoke at that talk before the Greece Parliament. The Parliament, when they learned of this, walked out, and that into workers, dock workers, refusing to equipment being shipped to Ukraine. So although there is a blackout of news in this democracy, which is to the truth.
I was going to say you're really in and out.
It's not working.
Right, it's not good. And you're sort of at time, although I was willing to, let you go a little bit longer because of the interference, but you're out more than you're in, that we can understand.
You mean just recently?
No,
Yeah.
for a while.
Are you for a while? It's been like even now?
Yeah, it's starting now as well. It doesn't sustain itself. You'll come in clear at times and then it becomes very muddled.
Most of the time it's unclear.
Well, the points I was trying to make have been lost. I don't know what's going on. We're trying very hard.
It probably would be best if we just try to get you off of the video and just use your phone to call in.
Well, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll see.
So what is the number I should call?
Okay, do someone have a number where we can call her and see if we can get her in, Lisa? And we can just go to another presenter, or else.
What I can try to do is go actually where are we right now? We might even be at the point of a question and actually we are at the point of question and answers. What I can try to do, somebody did put a question in, I could call you, Sister Nelly, and see if it will work. You can talk through my phone, speakerphone, maybe that will work. You can maybe just round up with about a couple of more points you wanted to get in, and then also participate in the question and answers, if it will work like that.
Well, it would appear that most of what I was trying to say was lost. So if, why don't we just continue, and perhaps I can come back with the remaining 8 or 5 minutes that I have left. Is that clear?
You are a little bit clear, but yeah, we can go on. We have the question and answer, and then we can try to see if we can maybe give like an extra 5 minutes for you to be able to come back in if you're clear, and to present some of the points you wanted to present.
Are you going to call me at least? I don't know what the problem is here. I had a technician in, and I thought the problem was resolved, but apparently not.
Well, why don't you hang up and I'll see if I can call you and see if it will work like that as well. And we can then just go right to Q&A. So if you want to, and I can call you, and then we can at least see if you can be heard audibly if I put you on speakerphone from my phone.
That's fine, thank you.
Okay, so I will call you. But
I'm going to turn off the microphone.
oh, okay, great.
So she can turn off her microphone and stay on video if she can hear us.
I
think-
can.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. Okay, well, let me, in the meantime, let's go. We have Q&A. And
Start happening.
we have some questions.
Comrade Vice Chair, I think it's going to be really important. I mean, we want to have an opportunity to hear what Sister Nelly, if we can capture some of it, like you said, for 5 minutes or so, but
Right.
it's going to be really important for us to struggle to try to recapture,
Oh, definitely.
something like the time frame.
Right, so what I'm gonna do is if somebody wants to lead off with at least the Q&A, Sister Belinda, if you can maybe read one of we got some comments, Q&A, and then I'm gonna call Sister Nelly Bailey in the meantime and see if we can get her back on. So do you wanna take that over in terms of the first question?
Or, Sister Belinda or Sister Kenge, whomever is most,
I can't see the Q&A right now. Why don't, if
Yeah.
Sister Kenya can see it.
can you do that, Kenge? I guess not.
You know, what? I'll read the first question, then we have a question from Azad, I can't pronounce the last name, Harry, but he says if Americans, virtually all of whom are in the top 15% of richest people in the world, want even more, they must take to the streets and disturb the peace of the rich middle class. Then their capitalist class buddies will crack the whip harder on their third world plantations in order to dispense you some crumbs that will take them back. Then all Americans owe vast reparations for the imperialism they all benefit from. So that's kind of like making a statement, a comment. And then we have another, I'm just going to read a couple of them. We have another person who says horizontal violence, which is colonial violence, and all violence is colonial violence. And I'm just going to read the next comment. And it says, what advice would you all give to young people to stay active and engaged in this movement? So those are a couple of comments that we have, and people want to comment on that. And I'm going to see in the meantime if I can get Sister Nelly back on the line and see how it will work if I put her on speakerphone.
And if you were in the first panelist, I think they should open up their video and address the questions.
This is the Q&A part, so we can open.
Okay. Who wants to go first with the question?
Who wants to take the first question?
Well, there are issues that the questions may not address most of the issues. And I would suggest that presenters may also have questions of each other or may want to contribute further to the discussion. Because the questions that have been read up to now, I don't think they, touch on the essence of what the presenters brought to the panel discussion, though the panelists may disagree and have something to say about those things.
Well, I'd like to pose a question to Brother Charles Barron. My brother, when you say that we are winning, can you elaborate on that, please?
Yes, I think that when you see the kind of aggression that's occurring all over the world, and you see there are movements rising up all over the world, when imperialism gets in the corner, they lash out to give the appearance of invincibility and the appearance that they're winning. But even in the United States, the mere fact that a Donald Trump can win an election and then they can have some attempted coup, and then put the whole world in a quagmire. And then when you look at the fact that imperialism really lost in Libya, even though NATO, took out Gaddafi, but they lost there, they lost in Iraq, they losing in Syria, they losing all over the world. They just given the appearance, but the danger of it is like being in a cage with a wounded beast, a wounded lion, a wounded animal. And I think the chairman lays out in his books how imperialism is in a crisis and how it's losing all over the world because there are revolutionary movements rising up in pockets all over the world, all over Africa. Neo-colonialism isn't even working. You know, they try, but neo-colonialism isn't even working. You're just not hearing about, some of these authentic African workers uniting all over the world. You won't hear about it, so you would think you're losing. But look, even in Azania, South Africa, Nelson Mandela and ANC, it didn't work. The masses understood that that wasn't the solution. And so other movements came up there as well. They have to now talk about taking the land back, which they never spoke about before. So I think the chairman could probably best point to places all over the world, because he lays it out in both of his books, you know, the Advanced Detachment and the Unequal Equilibrium, and all of that, he lays it out there. But I say we are winning. Even in my beloved East New York, they got the assembly seat back, but we're still winning. How did I get to be a revolutionary radical council member and assembly member and my wife and other people? How do we do that with no real money? You know, they had the propaganda, they had the powerful machine. We'll talk about more of that tomorrow. But how do we achieve all of that in the belly of the most powerful beast on the planet? We're winning. And inevitably, we will win. All powerful empires fall. The British Empire, sun never set on the British Empire. They're a little mud pattern in Europe now. Can't get no sun. They're talking about Brexit. And then look at all of the, they talked about the Roman Empire, the Ottoman Empire, gone. They're gone. And the American Empire is dying.
Well, on that note, let's go right ahead and move on. And
I just want to let people know I got Sister Nelly on. I'm sorry, but I was listening.
Okay, we're gonna finish up the Q&A. Lisa.
Right.
Let's
Can you all
finish up
hear
the
her?
Q&A.
Can you hear her? Go on, Sister Nelly, talk.
U.S. imperialism is on its dying bed. There is evidence that abound that their hegemony is being challenged and challenged successfully. There is emerging before our very eyes a new world order. Sergei Lavrov, the spokesman for the Russian Federation, talks about a new and more fair world. Africa and the BRIC nations, Brazil, India, Russia, China, and South Africa are part of this emergence of a new world order. U.S. imperialism, as a matter of fact, when they went to Maduro in Venezuela, even after they tried to murder the man and ask for oil, he said, no. And then they went to Saudi Arabia and the Emirates. They are not even returning Joe Biden's calls because the U.S. wants them to increase the oil production. They are not even returning his calls. The sanctions against Russia have failed miserably. And they see that as their cudgel to beat these other nations with. But what has emerged here are unexpected consequences.
Powerful, Sister Nelly.
Wow, would anyone else like to respond to that question?
Right.
Sister Betty Davis has a hand up.
Who has their hand up?
Sister Betty Davis.
Oh, Sister Betty. I can't even. Sister Betty, did you have something you wanted to say?
Actually, I have a question or a statement that was made, and I wanted to address it to Brother Ajamu, Brother Charles, and Chairman Yeshitali, it was said that electing Democrats is not enough. We must elect better Democrats. And they go on to point out in this statement, when so-called centrists refuse to stand for anything more than what benefits them most in that moment, sell us out. Critical legislation to protect voting rights and social reform die before they're ever brought to a vote. So in the context of this being about using elections as a weapon against them, and within the context of we must fight the war at home as well as the war abroad. The war abroad is to make the truth real about who Russia really is. They never had slavery there like they had slavery here of Africans. That's a point to make. So within that context, what about electing better Democrats within the context of this particular webinar? What do you think, guys?
I don't think we should elect any Democrats. I'm not a Democrat. You know, we use in the electoral arena as a tactic. First of all, we can't vote our way to freedom. We can't electoral our way to freedom. The purpose of our school is to elect revolutionaries, to elect African revolutionaries that believe in African internationalism and that believe in the 19-point platform of the Black is Back Coalition. So we're not trying to make capitalism better. We're using reformist tactics to dismantle capitalism. That's an oxymoron. How could you make capitalism better? Those two words shouldn't even go together. And better Democrats? Are you serious? No, we are not Democrats. We are registered in the Democratic primary to use it as a tactic because our people blindly vote Democratic. Right now, my greatest opposition is not Donald Trump, it's not white Republicans, it's not white Democrats, it's Black neo-colonial puppets of the Democratic Party that's supported by the Wall Street real estate industry. Yeah. That's what we're fighting against. So when we say get involved in the electoral arena, we need revolutionaries elected, not Democrats. That's just a tactic, just a strategy so that we can, one, get some goods and services for our people. And as the chairman says, that power is the great equalizer. Power is the great equalizer. We don't care.
What about the other two? You got to jump in this too.
Oh, sorry, go ahead. Lastly, we don't care about people being racist. I care about having power to say their racism can't affect me.
Hey, I actually wanted all the panelists to respond, but I didn't want Lisa to spank me.
Yeah, go ahead, Patrick. I think Brother Patrick was trying to jump in there too.
Brother Charles, you're exactly right about that word racist. Scientists love science, biologists love biology, archaeologists love archaeology, dentists, pianists, we can go on with that word. They made the word racist a tremendously bad thing, outlook for us. I'm a racist. I love my people, and I would do for my people first as they have been doing for their people first. We should not look at the word racist as a bad thing because they will take care of their people. They will war for their people, and they will create everything to make sure they are balanced out on top of us with power. Revolutionaries, you're exactly right. We need to start setting up as soon as possible more presentations among us, meetouts and gatherings, because as you use the word racist or like white supremacy, Anglo-Saxon supremacy is totally different than Caucasian Ku Klux Klans. And right now, as us as a people, we need to learn how to take care of each other. The voters, the Democrats, the Republicans, the liberals, the Black Republicans, the Black Democrats, the Black liberals, they are not taking care of the people who vote for them. So I agree with you on that. I had just said, I had just
talked to Miss Belinda. I just texted her and told her, how can we make a movement, an action on what we are discussing?
Right. Thank you so much, brother, for your comments. Does anybody have an idea on the time? We were supposed to do 25 minutes. I got a little distracted with the time. If anybody can sort of know. Brother Ajamu, did you have something that you wanted to also say? It seems like I saw you trying to say something, I thought.
I would just say that I think Brother Charles laid out the approach that we need to take when it comes to how we engage the electoral arena. I think also too, the commentary we heard suggests to us that one way in which we engage the arena, where our people are at, and to make sure there's no confusion about why we are engaging, is to also define who we are and who the enemy. We have to use language that's clear and precise. When we talk about our folks, for me, when I talk about our folks, I'm talking about the African working class and poor folks. And that way, we won't allow for the enemy to use the almost natural instincts of our people to want to be concerned with our people as a whole, if you will, but to use those natural instincts against us, because we know that Africans have been coming to our people for the last few decades, pretending to be for our people, but they only been for their particular class. So, you know, these issues around what we mean with our people, how class relates to that, are some of the things we have to grapple with as we build this resistance movement. So yes, we engage the electoral process, not even necessarily to win. If we get wins, great. But we engage the process because that's where our people are at. And we're trying to build power that goes even beyond the electoral arena. So where the people are at, that's where we're at.
That's right.
Sister Lisa, can a sister get in a word among the three men who spoke? I'd just like to say, all eyes are on Barack Obama. He is being trotted out to consolidate support around Joe Biden, whom I think they will impeach, but it really is the VP. They are not going to give up without a struggle for the loyalty and commitment of Black voters. And Barack Obama will be the leading voice for those folks to but to vote for the Democratic Party, as they told us every 4 years, you have no other choice. So you have to vote for the Democratic Party, because if you don't, it will be Trump or someone worse than Trump. And the Trump card is being used to beat Black, in particular the Black working class, into submission of loyalty to the Democratic Party. Thank you.
And I just want to piggyback off of what Sister Nelly was saying, and this is like to that average everyday voter. You have to begin to surround your revolution, at least for me, becoming a revolutionary took practice, and it still does. It's like I have to practice being strong. I have to practice taking a stand, because sometimes it can feel so overwhelming. But what gave me the greatest comfort was to surround myself with people in the Black liberation movement, and then to also surround myself with their discussions, to read, to make sure I'm putting myself in that arena, to make sure that I'm doing the work that I need to do so that I can step out and take a stance. And when you are surrounded by comrades, when you make that a part of your existence, you will find it will get easier, because we should never feel trapped by any part. If we remember this much, that all of our achievements, almost all of them, the major ones that we've had, was based on the Black liberation struggle. Most of them did not come by voting for them, because we couldn't at some point. And we certainly don't want to make ourselves weaker. Did somebody want to have a comment to close out with this segment, Brother Chairman,
Uhuru.
looks like you're itching.
Uhuru. First of all, just to respond to Comrade Sister Betty, in terms of whether we should be electing better Democrats, I mean, why not better Republicans? I mean, if it's a question of just getting a better representative of the white power, why not a Republican or anybody else? I don't think that's the question. Of course, I agree that Comrade Charles Barron was quite eloquent, addressing that question. I think that's where the coalition, generally speaking, has been for a long time. I do think that there are some critical issues that's upon us right now, that as has been stated, that we can't equivocate around, we can't lollygag around, we have to take certain stances, and those stances should be based in some kind of science. That we can't just be in that same old place where superstitions and things like that are our guide. And I think that one thing, even the name of this coalition is the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. The Blackest Coalition is for peace and social justice, peace, and reparations, with an assumption that you can't have peace without social justice. So, I mean, we're not pacifists. We're not pacifists. Certainly in the African People's Social Party, we're not pacifists. We're not opposed to all war. We support wars, revolutionary wars, wars for national liberation, wars to liberate people, wars to crush the imperialists who are destroying peoples all around the world. So we're not pacifists. And, some people brag about how they're opposed to all wars. In the African People's Socialist Party, we're not. And I think that if you look at the basic principles that's put forward by the coalition, we support the right for armed self-defense as it relates to African people in this country. We can extend that around the world. That's in the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, written there. So I wanted to say that. And I wanted to say, just dealing with some of the flack that's coming from the garbage, the fecal matter that's being spewed by Biden and by all of the colonial powers now. They want to declare that Putin is a war criminal because they found some dead people in Ukraine. And comrades, I've talked to people right now how they're covering up dead people, Black people, all over America who they murdered at some different time, graves and things like that. But even beyond that, beyond the fact that they're killing African people every day throughout the United States, they're killing Black people all around the world. They've destroyed the economy of Africa. They're sucking the blood and resources. They destroyed the economy of Venezuela, Nicaragua, all the people there. Right. That's been wiped out. They dropped 2 bombs in 1945 in Hiroshima and Nagasaki that killed something like 220,000 civilians. And they're gonna talk about how some dead white people, and you see even how the bourgeoisie, even how some newscasters have been reporting on what's happening in Ukraine. They say stuff like, we're accustomed to this kind of thing happening to Black people, happening to people in Syria and the Middle East, but white people in Europe or white people, this kind of thing, yeah, white people will die too. Because the reality of the matter is white people were given birth. There was no such thing as a white man. There was no such thing as Europe before colonial slavery. Colonial slavery gave birth to the white man, and it's going to be the destruction of colonial slavery that will destroy the white man and destroy the colonial capitalist social system itself. Somebody's going to hear that wrong, but that's your problem.
Chairman, could you also throw in there about MOVE, the bombing of MOVE?
Of course, they kill all those people, yes. And even in Philadelphia, they haven't even apologized. That's right. White people in Philadelphia act like that never happened. You don't see any evidence of the bombing of MOVE coming from anything politically there, anything socially, any articulation. There's nothing, because we're Black, and that's the colonial mode of production. If you don't get that, we'll miss everything. Because the colonial mode of production disappeared us. Because even when we take the Marxist line, that the way that capitalism happened was through what they call primitive accumulation of capital, which he refers to as turning Africa into a warren for the commercial hunting of Black skins. That makes us a part of somebody else's history. So we are significant in the fact that we contribute to the development of white power, white people, and capitalism. We have our own significance as a people. But I want to say this too, because the fact is the world that we live in has been constructed by the white man, by white power, by colonialism, colonial capitalism. And it didn't just put us in this place. And I think we have to be really clear on that. because there are people who've been put in the same situation. That's why you look all around the world, the US is engaged in permanent warfare, killing people in Syria. They just got their, I see that somebody said that this is being broadcast on FM, so I can't say, but they just got defeated in Afghanistan. They're fighting in Syria, they're fighting every place, permanent war, because they got the whole world living under colonial domination. And I want to unite with everybody who's fighting against white power. I want to unite with everybody who's in this struggle to destroy this rotten, foul system that has enslaved us, that humiliates us on a daily basis. It has to be destroyed. And because it's a part of the same project to destroy the colonial mode of production. We do not exist in a vacuum as African people. You must have a theory that explains this, and it must be based on science. And you can't have a theory just about Black people. Black people exist in the world with everybody else in the world. And that's what we're looking at, is the basic economic and political configuration of the world. Because all society, all human society, the motivating force is the production and reproduction of life. That's what it's about. That's what a mode of production is. It's the process through which human beings engage in producing and reproducing life. But if you have a situation where African people have come under captivity, it's not that we don't produce life, we just don't produce life for ourselves. We produce it for the white man. We produce it for colonialism. We produce it for them. And I just want to even challenge Lenin's assumption. When he talks about how imperialism comes as a consequence of development of capitalism, we say he's wrong, because capitalism comes as a consequence of the imperialism, empire, going out to Africa and all these other places, what gave rise to white people, white power, and it even created Europe itself. So we having this discussion. I think it's an important discussion. This is a discussion that precedes that part where we're going to hear from the brilliance of Charles Barron and the brilliance of Comrade Achille and Ajamu and other people who would tell us how to beat the machine, how to engage politically and practically in this struggle. But we must know what we're fighting for. We have to be able to engage in a discussion with our people that dissects this Ukrainian question, dissects the fact that white people all throughout this country are engaged in a process in every state, virtually every state in this country, that will make it impossible for Black people even to participate in the electoral process and make it illegal for you to protest not being able to participate. So we have to be able to have a movement that's clear on that. And so we having this discussion now, and we want you to run. We want you to run for office. We want everybody who you know run for office. But understand that you have to be able to explain this thing, because there's a new page that has been turned in history, and we have to be prepared as African people to take a leap forward. And we have to, and the African People's Socialist Party, our objective is not to make it better, but to overturn it, destroy it, to take power. We must have power, because if you don't have that, and power is not just some abstract concept. We have to have the power. And that's what we are working for. And that's what we want to win African people to recognize, that we have to engage in a struggle to take power. One thing Henry Kissinger said that I really appreciate, and I think was right on time, is he said that power is a great aphrodisiac. And instead of fighting against racism to make white people like you, get some power. And see how fast white people will learn to love your Black butt. They will love you with power. You understand? So I just wanted to say that, Comrade Sister Lisa, Vice Chair Lisa Uhuru.
So I take it we're not talking about better Democrats. Is that a consensus?
Yeah, I think that was.
We're not talking about better Democrats. I think Charles is right on.
Memory of Brother Glenn Ford, who coined the expression, the Black Miss Leadership class. Would this be a good point to interject that under Barack Obama invasion of Libya, that today we have Black men being auctioned off as slaves in open slave markets in Libya, being sold for $400 to $700 per person? Is this a good point to interject the fact that Joe Biden has always been a capitalist racist, that Barack Obama, whose name we should mention at every intervention, at every analysis, that he is a Black puppet enjoying the power and the service that he gives to the U.S. ruling class, and he will emerge on the scene again to bring back, as Bruce Dixon said, sheepdogging Blacks into the Democratic Party. And one thing for Charles Barron, AOC, Alexander Ocasio, is in fact the fake socialist that has enormous power in promoting these puppets of the social democrats, in fact, as radicals. She has done it in Harlem. She is doing it all over New York City. And of course, these so-called Black socialists do not stand against Israel, not at all. That is not part of the program.
May I just say quickly, Comrade Vice Chair, I think that, Comrade Nelly's intervention are really important. And we've talked about people recognizing the fact that the African working class, that's what we're fighting for. And we say that, we agree with that 100%. I mean, that's everything that certainly from the African People's Social Party, you hear and read, we talk about that. But the thing that we must remember is that African people are locked in a struggle against colonialism, and the entire African nation is colonized. And so even the petty bourgeoisie fights and frustrates and talks about fighting for freedom. And in some way, objectively speaking, they're trying to fight against how colonialism affects them, how colonialism keeps them from getting elected, how colonialism keeps them from getting a number of contracts from cities and other things like that, how colonialism steps on their toes. When they speak in the name of Black people, but they speak from a class perspective. And what they require for freedom is much, much less than what we require as a people, as a people. And the African working class is majority population. But the African working class also has thrust upon it the responsibility for national liberation, to liberate the entire African nation. That means the African petty bourgeoisie will come there even kicking and screaming. They're going to be a part of this process, and many of them are going to be put on trial. Comrade Charles talked about one in New York who's going to be put on trial. Comrade Nelly just talked about one who used to be the president, when he's going to be put on trial. He's going to be one of those forces that after we take power, there's a whole list of people who work against us in our name that we will have trials. We're going to need far fewer prisons because there are going to be far fewer number of people who are going to be put in prison. But the fact is that even in the struggle for national liberation, the class struggle is raging. And that's part of what we're looking into, and part of what people don't quite understand, because they see people look just like us who are betraying us, and they betray us in the name of fighting for freedom. You see, and so what we see is that the African Revolution develops a strategy, and this strategy encompasses the entire nation as much of it as possible. There's some compradors who are not going to get on board at all, but this strategy has to recognize that it's the national liberation. That's what happened in Vietnam. The Vietnamese Communist Party organized most of the nation in Vietnam to fight against the US imperialism under the leadership of that party, of that organization. That happens in struggles for national liberation. We will do the same thing, and we perceive it in this fashion, that the struggle for national liberation has to mobilize as much as possible nation. That's why we have a revolutionary national democratic program. That's why you have such like a revolutionary national a program like the Black is Back Coalition. Pick up as much of the progressive sector of the nation as possible in the thrust against national oppression. And they function in similar ways to boosters on a rocket. And a rocket has to leave the atmosphere. The way it works now, they have these boosters that help to push it so they can get out of the atmosphere. It ain't going all the way, but it can help break through the atmosphere. And the national liberation struggle has to result in power in the hands of the working class. But the working class uses this process of boosterism to push us out of the atmosphere so that we can actually attain real political power. So the working class has to lead the struggle for national liberation. And we just recognize what it is that we're looking at when we see it at any given moment. And I've over-talked it. I have that habit, Sister Chairwoman, Vice Chairwoman. You have to protect all of us from
Right, and I
this
was
thing I
trying
have
to
with
do-
soapboxes.
I was trying to help her out, Chairman.
You have to
and,
protect us all.
And Uhuru,
I'm trying to take Reverend Pinckney's job.
Right, we're gonna have to.
You have to, when you hear me talking like this, you have to call Pinckney.
We're about to call Pinckney right now because we got some funds to raise. We also have to move this program along. We're about like 20 minutes behind. We want to finish as close to time as possible. So I'm going to be bringing Reverend Pinckney on because we know to call Pinckney. We know to do that. And then we're going to have an hour lunch break. Pinckney, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain, make it rain up in this piece.
You need to unmute, Reverend Pinckney.
I gotta confess, this has been one of the best webinars that I have ever attended. You guys are off the chain. I tell you, the chairman, Charles, Belinda Parker-Brown, Ajamu, all you guys, every last one of y'all. I mean, y'all got me so fired up that now I know that we're gonna have to raise some money. You know, are you hearing me, people out there? We need money right now because you cannot fight without resources. So I'm asking and demanding everybody to join the Black is Back Coalition. I don't have a slide, so I'm gonna have to talk this thing out for about 15 minutes.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm told that the tech person has the slide for the membership.
Well, let's do the membership, but I want to start everything off with a check for $100, $100, and this is just the beginning. We need $1,500 or more. So I'm asking everybody here today to contribute something so we can reach not just $1,500, we want $2,000 today. And I'm counting on each and every one of you to do so. So let's start with the $3,000 pledge today. Can we get someone to say that they're willing to give $3,000 today? Is there anybody here that, you know, y'all can partnership and get this $3,000 together? We don't care how you do it. Let's make sure that we do it because there's nothing more important than getting money. You got to have resources to fight. If you don't have resources, you can't fight. And that's how they've been defeating us because we don't have the resources to stand up and do what needs to be done. Listen, here, can I get one person to say that they'll give $3,000? One person. One person. One person. Can I get anybody? Oh, all right, way to go, Elizabeth. Elizabeth said she's giving 100 today. All right, let's keep it moving because we need someone to look into I know they got a shoebox in the closet. Go look in that shoebox and bring me out some money because I need the money. Listen, I know y'all trying to make me happy. Let's do it. Let's move on. Next one.
Go to the next slide. Yes, and this is how people can give. Can we go to the next slide? We've got various different giving levels. We have the Queen Mother Ya Asantewaa or Dorothy Lewis. You give $1,000 or more at that level. And the quote says, we must face it, while we have been marching for jobs, jobs have been marching out of this country in search of new slaves in foreign countries. Jobs are marching into prisons where they can legally work 2 million racially profiled Black men and women to death again without pay. Give $1,000 at the Queen Mother Ya Asantewaa level. Uhuru, next slide. There's also the Chokwe Lumumba giving level of $500 or more. We're going to raise this. We got $3,000 we want to raise throughout the next 2 days, and $1,500 of we want today, and we got 10 minutes to do it. So $500 at the Chokwe Lumumba level. And the quote says, I only came to the movement because of King and he was killed. I only stayed in the movement because of Malcolm and he was killed. Then I became a leader. So be a leader, someone today at the Chokwe Lumumba level at $500. Next, put your in the chat. I want you to go to the chat. I want you to go to the chat and put in either your pledge for whatever it is that you're pledging for. If not, I want you to go to blackisbackcoalition.org/donate and put your donation in today. There's the Marcus Garvey level, which is $365 or $1 a day. And the quote reads, "The people without the knowledge of their past history and origin and culture is like a tree without roots." Someone be a Marcus Garvey level donor today. That's $365. Next slide. There's also the Amiri Baraka at $120 or more. And Amiri Baraka said, "A man is either free or he is not. There cannot be an apprenticeship for our freedom." So who could go to the chat and put in what your donation level is? And you can also go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate and make your donation today. We got $1,500 that we're trying to raise in the next 10 minutes. So come on, people. We got 200 already. Reverend Pinckney and with 100 and Elizabeth with 100. I can't see the chat. So Sister Lisa, if you can see people in the chat, let me know what they're doing. Next slide,
Just
please.
pledged 120. My wallet jumped up out of my pocketbook and hit me. I was trying to fight it, couldn't fight it.
All right, there's also the Fannie Lou Hamer level of $60 or more. And Fannie Lou Hamer said, "Nobody's free until everybody's free." Be a Fannie Lou Hamer donor today. Give $60 at the Fannie Lou Hamer level. So we are at $320. That's what I'm here, but I know people are going to our to the website and clicking on donate. I know they're doing it. Next slide, please. And again, here is how you can give. You can go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. If you're going to pay by check, you can make your checks payable to the BIBC. And you're going to mail them to 1245 18th Avenue South, care of Ikinge Maele in St. Petersburg, Florida at 33705. In the memo line, you want to put the Black is Back Coalition. That way we'll know that is your pledge or your donation. Next slide.
You could put me down, Charles Barron, for the Nkinga Pinckney $200.
All right.
100 for each of your presentations.
And you can also become a member today. An individual membership is $25. I know that after you have heard these presentations, you shouldn't be wanting to sit on the sidelines. You want to be a member. Go to the blackisbackcoalition.org/join website for $25. You can become an individual member if you are a member of an organization. If you're an international organization, your membership is $200. If you're a national organization, your membership is $150. If you're a state, local, or provincial organization, your membership is $50. And as you can see, the coalition is made up of 18 different organizations. Join today. Next slide. We want you to sign up once you join to become a member of a working group, the political prisoners working group. There's the healthcare working group, outreach, political action, reparations, and youth and student group. I see New Abolitionist Movement, 250. Okay, I just saw something in the chat and now it's gone. I don't know if anybody else can see it. And tell me what they did. I saw 250 and
Yeah, 250.
150.
Right. So the New Abolitionist Movement is donating $250, and the Lynn Stewart organization $150, and that comes from Sister Betty and Brother Ralph. Uhuru!
All right, all right.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so we're at $900.
Oh, we can do better than that.
We need $600 more right now, and we got a few minutes to do it before we break for lunch.
Absolutely. This is important. This is, we need resources in order to continue this fight. I tell you what we're going to do. I'm going to give another $60 myself. And that's a struggle because I don't do things for money. I do things because it's the right thing to do. And this is what we should be doing now. We got to build up. We got to get the resources in order to make this happen. So you can put me down for another $60. I can do that. So we can handle that. And I think that will give, yeah, absolutely. Give us,
Fantastic.
Absolutely. And those of you out there, come on, let's dig deep, a little bit deeper right now, Cole. We need that money. We know we need this more money. Hey, the education that I got this morning, I mean, it's worth a whole lot more. Matter of fact, it's worth my whole check that I get from retirement. It worth it all, you see. But I tell you one thing, this is the opportunity for us to really do something.
I want to thank Regina.
She said $50 you can donate today.
Yeah, $60 more.
Right, and Brother Yusef Doset said 100.
Okay, I look like you're frozen. I see Joseph for 100. So 1, 2, 3. We only need about $300 more. And I know that while we go to our lunch break, that people are gonna be giving. So I want to appreciate everybody. We're going to come back again and do this a little bit more later on in the day. And I will have a total when we come back from lunch, but we got $300 more that we need to raise today. Okay, there's Sister Belinda who did 60. So now we got what, 240.
All right, let's keep it moving.
And also people can break it down. So if you want to pledge like 100 or 120 and you don't have it all today, you can pledge 25 today, maybe set it up for next month to pay the rest, or how it fits your situation. But you can do it in installments as well.
Yep, so we got $240 that we need to raise. So I'm gonna give y'all an hour. Do you think about it?
You get 1 hour to think about it, and when you come back, bring that money.
Absolutely.
Uhuru, Sister Kinga and Reverend Pinkney, did you count the $100 I made to match the first $100 that the good Reverend put forward?
Okay. Well, I got it now. $100.
Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that means we got what, $140 then that we need to raise. So y'all want to do it before we go to lunch?
Jocko Collective pledges 140.
Okay, right. There you go. Hey,
there you go.
Uhuru.
All right. We're not going to stop giving though.
Did you get Michelle Odom?
I got it.
Okay.
$100, right. Michelle Odom. I got Sister Comrade Regina at $50. All that's in there. We did it. But that shouldn't stop you. Please continue to give, to join, go to blackisbackcoalition.org/join, become an individual member. If you're an organization, join as an organization. Continue to give. We are funded by ourselves. There's no, and we need the money. So
right.
Yeah,
and also, if you've made a donation and you want to become a member, let us know that too. Just say you want to become a member, let us know that. So that way we can make sure that we stay in touch with you.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you so much, Reverend Pinkney and everyone. And I'm going to do some tallying because I got a feeling we actually may have gone a little bit over, but I know we raised 1,500 right now. So,
amen. And we're gonna keep it moving. There you go.
Absolutely. All right, Uhuru, thanks, everybody. Don't forget to get your Black is Back t-shirts. You can find those on the website too. They're $20 a piece plus shipping. Next slide. Also, we have masks, Black is Back masks.
All
Don't forget to
right.
get those as well. They're $5 each plus shipping. Get a couple of them. Thank you.
Amen.
You can stop now.
And Lisa, before you leave, can you send me the program?
Who asked for that?
This is Reverend Pinckney. Can you send me the program?
Oh, sure, I will.
Okay.
Right. And I just want to say, look at my pocketbook fighting me. Like, it wants me to give more money.
Do it. Don't have
Lisa, would you give me a call? This is Betty.
You
Would
better
you give me a
spend money on
call?
Black Power.
Good job, Pastor Pig.
Lisa, would you give me a call as well? This is Betty Davis.
Sure, I will. So we're getting ready. What time is it? So it's 1:08. Everybody, please be back at 2:08 for lunch.
Yes, thank you. All right, Uhuru.
Uhuru.
And you don't have to log off, but you should mute your mics and your cameras. If you don't log off, please mute your mics and your cameras, and we'll see everyone in 1 hour. Thank you, Reverend Pinckney.
So, and do we have something to put up to the screen to let people know we're out to lunch if somebody joins?
Yes, we do. Yeah.
Great, fantastic.
Lisa, I just want to say that there was a lot of interference with my internet and my connection, and it kept knocking me off. So I don't know if anybody else is having those problems or not, but I know Queen Nelly Bailey was having broadband problems, and I just don't think that's a coincidence. So,
Probably isn't. Oh, okay. But anyway, so everybody please be back at 2:08. You can be back before 2:08 because we would like to start as soon as close to 2:08 as we can.
Great.
do you think happened? Maybe we need a new system. Yeah.
Uhuru?
Uhuru,
It's
Lisa,
two-
I see you, I hear you.
It's 2:08. What's going on with this camera? Normally do we have our tech people back?
Looks like everyone's here.
Hold on, somebody just,
Yeah, we're here, Lisa.
okay. Sister Ikenga just communicated something to me. We'll be starting very shortly, very soon. We are doing this hybrid, as some of you might have realized or guessed. We have some people in person in St. Louis, and then we have people like myself and a lot of other people that are on via the Zoom. So we're just coordinating with some of the people in St. Louis to make sure that everybody has returned as well from where they are, because they are in person there. Hopefully everybody got a good break.
Thank you.
It's been a very, very, very informative panel and discussion so far.
Yeah.
I just lost my place. Okay, they're saying we can start now. I just have to find my place a moment. Okay, so we're Uhuru, and welcome. We've had a brief intermission and lunch break. For the people who are watching, we just want to let you know that this is we're conducting a hybrid webinar seminar. So we have some people that are meeting in person in St. Louis, and then of course the people who are meeting via Zoom. So we're just coordinating with each other, making sure that everybody's back in place. And so we are ready to start now. Our next panel discussion that we're going to have is Beyond the Colonizers' Coup to African Self-Determination. And the people who will be presenting in this panel discussion is Brother Charles Barron, Brother Jesse Todd, Sister Belinda Parker Brown, Brothers Akiba Baruti. And so do we have everybody in place? Okay, then Brother Charles Barron, why don't you open up the discussion with Brother Charles Barron? And again, it's 15 minutes that each panelist will have. Uhuru.
Uhuru, thank you very much. It's been a very inspirational, informative panel discussions that we've had thus far. This, I believe, is extremely important when we begin to now, after, we've become masters at diagnosing the problem, and we've done good at analyzing politically what's bad and what the colonial capitalist system has done historically. But at some point, we have to say, what is African self-determination? What is Black self-determination? What is our solution to this? How do we now address concretely, how do we unify our theory and our practice to get the end result called revolution? And be clear to our people that reform is not an option. Reform is a tactic. We cannot reform capitalism, as Winnie Mandela once said about apartheid. We cannot reform a sin, she said. We have to dismantle it. We have to eradicated. So that's big talk for the 21st century. That's big talk for the powerful American empire, but it's absolutely a necessity and absolutely what needs to be done. So they had their coup attempt in America here. The Trump forces crashed the Capitol. They're still riveting from that. But what did that mean for us? That was two colonial forces going at each other. But what does that mean? What does Black self-determination, African self-determination look like for us? And when we address that question, and I think it's bedded in the idea of uniting theory and practice. No revolutionary movement can be without theory. I say in one of the quotes in my book I wrote that a movement without theory and vision is like flying a plane without radar. You won't know where you're landing. You don't know where you're going. So sometimes we have a lot of motion. Black Lives Matter, hundreds of thousands of people moving all over the world. Where you going? What's the theory? What's the end game? A lot of motion. Even if we say in our electoral school here, get into electoral politics. For what? For what purpose? What's your theory while you're in this electoral arena? And what's your practice gonna be? And what is the end game? See, one of the challenges we have in our school is that, you know, people can come to us and say, you know, I like it. I support the 19 points. I need your endorsement. No, but who are you? Who are you? What has your history been? And why are you getting in this? Were you talking about our 19 points before you met us? Or did you just decide to embrace them now to get our support? So, you know, one of the challenges that we have in the
Your audio? Did you accidentally mute yourself? We can't hear you.
Oh, could you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah, so one of the challenges we have in getting people into the electoral arena, and this speaks to our self-determination, this speaks to our commitment to African internationalism. We don't want just having Black faces in high places. You know, we have that in New York City. New York City and New York State has more Black elected officials than we've ever had before in high positions. But what is our electoral agenda? Because this is a tactic. So what is our electoral agenda? What does it ultimately we want it to render? So we have to unite theory and practice. And I want to read something from the pamphlet on Vanguard Up, Uniting of Theory and Practice. This is critical. And it says, revolution, because I firmly believe revolution is the solution, but nice saying, but we have to define just what does that mean. In this, the chairman says, revolution is not simply an aspiration. It is the height of the unbridled participation of the masses in political life. Revolution is distinguished from riots and spontaneous acts by organizations and leadership. And it's even distinguished from reforms. So revolution, and our oppressors, the chairman writes, our oppressors recognize this, and they have created a multifaceted science to prevent or destroy revolution. And this science is called counterinsurgency, and employs all forms of warfare, including psychological, economic, political, and especially military. So, you know, we have to approach our struggle, you know, with this in mind, so that as we go forth, we have to make it very clear that this is a struggle for liberation. And, you know, we have to liberate ourselves so we can engage in revolution. Because under the colonial capitalist system, African people are either going to try to survive it which is most of our people, liberate themselves from it, which is to free yourself up from those survival issues so that you can engage in a revolutionary struggle for radical systemic change. And see, this is where we need to go. So when we talk about beyond the colonial coup and to African self-determination, at the very foundation of that revolution is the total unification and liberation of Africa under socialism, and how this unification of Africa under socialism will then lead to us in the diaspora dispersed all over the place. And can you imagine, y'all, and if while we're still yet alive, if we can liberate the resources of Africa for African people? If we can see, oh my God, Africa, like Haiti, is not a poor country. It's a rich continent, and Haiti's a rich country. Can you imagine if those resources were liberated for African people everywhere? Well, whew, I mean, the power that we would have, the ability that we would have to effect that change that we all want so deeply and dearly. So it gets back to, how do we get self-determination? We need to govern ourselves. We have to, wherever African people are, especially in the majority in any community, we have to control the means of production. We have to control all of the social, cultural institutions. We have to control the economy, the politics. And then most importantly in revolution, it's the value system. You know, how are we valuing things, you know, materialism versus your political principles. So when we fight for self-determination, that means to me that we're going to get people in this electoral arena, yes, but they have a value system of collectivism, communalism, African communalism, socialism. They have a value system of anti-imperialism, anti-capitalism. And now how do you get in this arena and maintain that? It's not easy, you know, when you go day to day in this arena and you're trying to maintain. So I believe that the theory, the revolutionary theory of African internationalism provides that theoretical framework for our practice. And I want to let you hear from some of our great leaders and what they said about theory and practice. And here's Kwame Nkrumah, quote, "Action without thought is empty. Thought without action is blind." And then he says, "All people of African descent, whether they live in North or South America, the Caribbean, or in any part of the world, are Africans and belong to the African nation." He also states, "The total liberation and unification of Africa under an all-African socialist government must be the primary objective of all Black revolutionaries." And finally, "No people without a government of their own can expect to be treated on the same level as a people independent in a sovereign state. It is far better to be free to govern or misgovern yourself than to be governed by anyone else." Now, this is important because we have to be about self-government. Mao Tse-tung said, knowledge, Chairman Mao, begins with practice, and theoretical knowledge, which is acquired through practice, must then return to practice. And no political party can possibly lead a great revolutionary movement to victory unless it possesses revolutionary theory and knowledge of history and has a profound grasp of the practical movement. Mao Tse-tung also said that the intellectuals must go to the field and work with the peasants so that they can teach the peasants how to use their mind, and the peasants can teach the intellectual how to use their hands. So this is important for us to understand as we go forth in this electoral school, that it's about theory and practice being consistent. It's about work, hard work. It's about maintaining your principles over political pragmatism. And I understand how from time to time we have to be politically pragmatic, but you do not compromise your political principles in the name of pragmatism. And it's easy to rationalize that away when you get into the electoral arena. Oh, I had to vote for this budget that increased the military budget because I was getting a program for my community was in it. Or I had to vote for this piece of legislation because they coupled it with some other stuff that I've wanted. And so you wind up sometimes voting against yourself, working against your self-determination, working against your liberation for programs. And worse yet, many politicians, it is their personal ambition that has priority over the people. It is the party who put them in office that has priority for them over the people, the interest of the party. So when I think of African self-determination and going beyond and analyzing the coup that happened, those are two oppressors, let them fight it out, let the chips fall. Mother boy, I hope the Lord sends a plague on both their houses and let them both go down. But right now, we need to talk about self-determination, self-governance, and in the meantime, getting into this electoral arena and maintaining our revolutionary ideology and practice, at the same time getting in that arena and extracting goods and services and raising the consciousness of the masses of our people. I'll have much more to say how that's done practically tomorrow when we and my wife Inez Barron speak on how to beat the machine. Uhuru.
Uhuru, Brother Charles Barron, and thank you so much. Next, we will have our brother Jesse Todd, who is the treasurer of the Democratic Party Central Committee, and he met the Uhuru movement through the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, NPDUM. His Keep 28 campaign, which was a campaign to halt the white power initiated ward reduction from 28 to 14, is a proposal that would effectively eliminate the real ability for Black people to be able to run for office. And he ran on a platform that speaks to our community's interests and to help us win. And I know that he was challenging what was going on in St. Louis to try to disenfranchise our people by redistricting, etc. He went on to adopt the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, a 19-point platform that gives Africans the ability to run for office on our own platform and that truly represents our interests, founded by the Black is Back Coalition. At his victory party hosted by NPDUM, Brother Jesse Todd stated, "I got into the struggle as a teen. I wake up and go to bed thinking about how I could make the conditions of our African people better." Brother Jesse Todd. Uhuru!
Ahuru, comrades, ahuru. First of all, Brother Byron said a lot. I won't repeat him, so I may not even need my 15 minutes, but I know we all have our mind on freedom, and we will be free. And one thing I will do, I will use examples of St. Louis and maybe even personal examples to explain things because of the fact that I live here, not that others in the audience don't have better examples, which I'm sure you do.
Brother Jesse, sir, if I may just have you step back a little bit from your camera. We're currently only seeing half your face.
Can you see me now?
You may want to scoot back just a little more. Perfect.
How is that?
Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, Ahuru, comrades, again, I would be, thank you so much for inviting me. I know all our mind is on freedom, and we will be free, and we will go beyond the colonizers' coup. And I would like to say that the first thing we have to do in order to go beyond the colonizers' coup is we have to free ourselves, especially those of us who are in the vanguard, those of us who are in the Black is Back Coalition, those of us who are fighting for independence for African people. And what I mean by freeing ourselves we must work first and foremost to have our own resources and resources from people who share the same principles as we share. We can not, so that's the first step. We must free ourselves politically. We cannot free ourselves politically unless we free ourselves economically. One of the best examples, what I thought about all week, was Ella Baker. Well, first let me start out with history. Malcolm always said one of the best teacher is history. And so I want to start out with saying, use a little history of our history from chattel slavery. We ended chattel slavery, but we were recolonized under segregation because we were not given that 40 acres of land, and we were not given reparations, and we had to depend on the slave master again to work. So we couldn't speak truth to power then. In the 60s, the leaders, the big six who were the bourgeoisie black leaders of the civil rights movement, couldn't speak truth to power because they got their money from people who wanted to control the civil rights movement. The only, and then the two organizations in our struggle throughout history that I recall is Garvey's movement, which was a mass African movement, and the Nation of Islam, which was Malcolm was the one who galvanized it to address political issues. The advantage we had, because I was a member of the Nation of Islam, was that we got our money from African people. But although, and Malcolm was evolving to make us not only get money, but to involve us in independent politics. And that's why he was assassinated, because so that's the only way we're going to move our struggle from is to get rid of this coup and change and get it back into our hands. Another example in the 60s was our sister Ella Baker. We haven't given Ella Baker enough credit. She was the person who, she was the person who demanded the SNCC, which is the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which was a youth group that the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, which Dr. King was the major personality leader in, wanted SNCC to be under their leadership. And Ella Baker borrowed $800. She borrowed the money and stood strong, saying SNCC would be independent. That's the key. And she made the key decision to keep SNCC independent. And therefore, Malcolm was invited to several functions, but I don't think Malcolm would have been invited to those functions if the youth had been under the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, under the Preachers Leadership Conference. I'm almost sure it wouldn't have, because at that time, Dr. King hadn't evolved to the point where he finally was at the end of his life. So with that $800, that's where Ella Baker borrowed. That's where the Black Power movement came in. That's where the Black Liberation movement. That's where Fannie Lou Hamer and and that's where Comrade O'Malley was a member of that movement. We may not today have Comrade O'Malley at this conference if it wasn't for the independent move for Ella Baker, who demanded that the youth be separate. And we must, and that's the key in everything we do. We must first have our own money so that I borrow it, I save it, however we can get it. And then after that, we have to become independent financially and also in every other way we can be independent. Then to win elections after we are independent, we have to do our homework, because they'll be combing through us with a fine-tooth comb. We're gonna have to dot every I and cross every T, because the capitalists are not going to give up without a fight. They will be fighting us tooth and nail, so we have to make sure we are in compliance in everything that we do, because I've seen them take candidates off the ballot. The police come up and take the ballot for all kinds of reasons. In fact, one time I saw them take them where it wasn't even a technicality. They just bulldozed and just took them. So the other thing is we have to make sure that the election, that we're following the election board rules. And in Missouri, we have what's called the Missouri Ethics Commission. So that's part of our homework. That's the first thing we have to do for us, our homework. And then after we do our homework and make sure we have our filing fees in order and our paperwork in order, what we have to do then, we have to make sure that we know the person, that we know what the position we're running for, what does it do for the community? Because everything is about the people. And also, we have to answer, after we find out what it does, we have to find out who is holding that position, and we have to ask ourselves and have to be able to explain to the people and have to show them how our work has been and is better than the person who is currently in office, because that person is going to have more resources. And if you're going to get the same thing from one person that you're going to get for another one, why should they change? So we're going to have to offer a better candidate, a revolutionary candidate, and revolutionary, and I mean it in this context right now. Revolution right now is if you're independent and have independent funding and advocate political independence, the establishment consider you revolutionary, and we can create a revolution. All we have to do is tell the truth and speak truth to power. But there are only 3 ways you're going to win an election. The first way is you're going to have some money. Now, there are many ways to get money. Like myself, I was busy raising my family, and I had a sick wife, and so I was busy. I used my own money, because then in that way, I could work as fast as 2 people, because I didn't have to worry about wasting time with folks after I used my money. But you don't have to do it that way. And there are other ways. Sometimes you can have a person who you work with, one person working, the other person fund the election, or you can run after you get off from work. Because I know of several candidates that run off after they get off from work. You can also democratize the resources of the position that you win. In other words, the people who support you get jobs, they get contracts, you set up them. I would talk more about that tomorrow, but anyway, the resources go to those who go to the community, and also it goes to those so that they can be independent, and you set up. You can get money that way for the whole group. Also, you can get jobs and contracts, and also in St. Louis, our houses, these houses north of Delmar, mansions, but they're very cheap. People could, in fact, when my relatives, when they first bought out their house in St. Louis when I was a kid, they actually, one person lived in the basement, one on the first floor, one on the second floor, one on the third floor. And that was all over the neighborhood. Families were living together. So we a family as principled 19-point people, so we can save money that way. The other thing is buying a house north of Delmar. In St. Louis, you have tax. They have what's called personal property taxes. The taxes are about $200 north of Delmar. On the average, $2,000 south of Delmar. So you can save that money. You can save the money it costs of a house. So those are that's one way you can get it back. And then fundraisers, of course, and people that have the same values. So there are many, many ways you can get the funds, but under no circumstances can you get funds from people, from developers and other people who are trying to control you, because believe me, they will try to give you money, but they certainly want to be first in line to tell you what to do and how to run your election. The second way that you can win an election, you can have people, and there are several ways you can get people. One is to know them. The other one is to go out there canvassing and having your literature and showing people what you are doing and the kind of work you're involved in, and show them that you can deliver the good and that you're working on their behalf, and they'll learn to trust you. They'll learn to, because they're looking for people who they can trust. And the third one is organization. We have organizations, the Black is Back Coalition, but in St. Louis, we have the Universal African People's Organization, headed by Baruti, who has been involved in St. Louis forever, for many, many years. And also the African People's Socialist Party, which is headed by Comrade O'Malley. They work together. And they do things together. Baruti endorsed a candidate that ran on in the African People's Socialist Party candidate, and the African People's Socialist Party head endorsed a candidate that is running for U.S. Senator now. So united fronts are good to work with. Block units. Also, there are factions inside the Democratic Party you have to learn without violating your principles. You can work work with one faction to beat the other faction, and then you can seize power. And so those are just some of the ways that you can do it. You also you have to work on name recognition. You can do it through Facebook, the media, also. And various other television, the same as the civil rights people who took over our St. Louis in the 60s, who left it, they got name recognition by being involved in various demonstrations, and then they made them leaders, and it wasn't successful for us, but we can do use minutes. Okay, thank and then the third thing is pass our literature. And also what I did, I used this sign every time I had a meeting. It said, I met once a month in the ward, and it says Todd's 18th ward meeting. So every month I was getting name recognition, and people were seeing me out there, both talking, doing mailing. And when I ran for alderman and won, I was ahead of everybody. No one could catch up. So that's how I won, was that I stayed out there. And if you get out there and stay out there, you can do the same thing. Let me summarize. You should make sure that you do your homework. Make sure that you're a reader. Read those books. Read information. And the other things that we have to do, we must make sure that we articulate, say what what we intend to do, and make sure we're able to do it. Prioritize, make sure what the concern after you canvass, what the concern of the community is, and the position you're running for. Make sure that you say that, and also make sure you can deliver on whatever you promise. Don't overpromise. Don't say things. Make sure whatever you be concise. And make sure whenever you talk, you're talking within this, how to solve the problems of the people within the context of the position you're running in. And then you must be able to deliver. I'm on the board of aldermen now, without violating my principles. You have to put a lot of thought into it, but you can't deliver. Again, if those are community issues, then the community, you can use the community, because I have access to the community as the alderman. I can use the community to pressure the other board of all the people to do what they're supposed to do. And also I can use the people to pressure the different city departments when they try to tie up stuff and try to punish me and try to make me scared and stuff, but they can't make me scared. But and then the other thing, and so in summary, we must always have our own resources from people and from people who have the same values that we have. We must be independent. We must put the people first, and we will. That's how. There's no way that we cannot stop the coup of the colonizers. We have the people right here today in the Black is Back coalition. We must be. And we can use what we got. And this is the first time that I know of in my lifetime, and I've read about it, where we have a united African group that is fighting for African resources, that is together. But now all we have to do is utilize what we got, and we will make it happen, because this is the only alternative that we have. We either become free, or we will end up our genocide will be intensified. So we don't have a choice. And some people say, well, you might die. Well, you're gonna die anyway you will die anyway. And we will actually save lives if we use the current resources we have, if we use the current independence, we'll be safer. And if we have children and ourselves, they will be safer, and because they will be living with principle, and they will be strong, and they will be able to speak truth to power. And so so it's safer when we stand with the masses and speak truth to power and act with them, because nothing is going to happen unless we let it happen. Uhuru, comrades.
Uhuru. And thank you so very much. Next, we're going to hear from Sister Belinda Parker Brown again, who will be also presenting with Patrick Kionis from Louisiana United.
Thank you, Lisa. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying our conference on today. We're getting some very impactful information, especially Brother Jesse Todd just laid some very important things out. Patrick is not going to be with me, but I'm going to get right into some of the very, very necessary things that we're dealing with here in Louisiana that I am so excited about, because I believe in my heart, I know for a fact that Louisiana is the boiling point for change. We are ground zero when it comes to government corruption. We were #1 in the whole entire country in 2015, and in Mississippi was #2. Okay, when it comes to politicking, tricking, and all of these games that they play with us. So I would say, in order for us to go beyond the colonizers and the coup, to African self-determination, is that we have to begin to take what's rightfully belong to us as a people. So we have to get out of the mentality of thinking that somebody gonna give us something, or going begging and asking these people permission for something. It's time for us to demand and take what rightfully belongs to us as a people. And #1, I just want to talk about the word politics, okay? We have a different definition for politics here in the state of Louisiana. And, when you say that word and when you use that word, the definition here in Louisiana, we have derived that, I have to make it very clear that we understand that our courts influence the policy making procedures. So when you say politics, it's all about the connections here in the state of Louisiana. And what they do to us, okay, they go and handpick people that look like us. Listen to me. They handpick them, and they look like us, and they pay them to represent us, but they're not for us. So we have the petty bourgeoisie, and if you look, I put it in the chat, and I want the whole world to know that we had a senator here by the name of Karen Carter Peterson, okay, that's all in national news right now. Just yesterday, she stepped down, resigned her position as senator here in the state of Louisiana.
Wow.
Because she said that she was, she was addicted. Okay, she had an addiction problem, and she was under a whole lot of mental and physical stress or whatever. Okay, you can go read about it. But the truth is, a vote for her was a vote to put a rope around my people's neck. Because you've been in office for 29 years, and Louisiana is known as having more people incarcerated per capita than anywhere else in the world. Louisiana is known for the slave state. So you mean to tell me that you look like us, but you've been paid and picked to represent us, and it's not for us at all? So number one, in order for us to go beyond the coup, is identify these Negro managers, I want to say Sambo politicians, sellouts, false alliance. I'm talking about Black people. See, that would run around here with price tags hanging on them, can be bought, sold, and resold, and making all kinds of backroom deals and selling us out, selling out your own people, kicking us under the bus like they did here during Katrina. The whole world was watching how bad the people was treated here. And even though we had a white governor, Kathleen Blanco, it don't matter to me whether she was a Republican or a Democrat. She came on national news and told them to shoot to kill the people that was trying to get to higher ground so that they would not drown. Okay, so we don't even know who our party people are here. You know, I'm an elected official on the Democratic Central Committee on the state level and the local level. And I have went in and exposed these people, Democrats that say they Democrats, but all they have is their own agenda and a Republican agenda that they're trying to push through the Democratic Party. So we all confused here. We don't know who to trust. So I want to expose that it's time for us to identify which side these people are on and who are they for. Okay, so when we talking about going beyond the coup, it's time for us to expose and call these people out and get rid of them. So I know we're going to be talking about recall, how you run a recall machine to get these people that's been in office for decades out of office. And what I want to say is one of the ways that we got rid of the three most powerful people in the parish that I live in, right here in St. Tammany Parish. And when I say the three most powerful people, I'm talking about the coroner, the district attorney, and the sheriff. It's all in national news right now. I just went to federal court 2 days ago, and the sheriff that was in office for over 3 decades has been sentenced to 4 life sentences plus 10 in state and federal court. And that is the sheriff that is the most powerful man, you know, in your community that can put you in jail for whatever reason he wants. And then the district attorney that can prosecute you for whatever they decide to prosecute you on. And the coroner that can determine whether or not you dead or alive. We have got all three of those people indicted and convicted and put in prison, which we say was on the low-hanging fruit. We went after the low-hanging fruit. That is campaign fraud, that is wire fraud, that is, you know, I would say, you know, stealing, lying, cheating, okay? So when you have these people that is sick and drunk on power and been in office for so long, they may not start it out that way, but when you leave them in office for decades, they just feel like they can do whatever they want to do. So one of the things that we're fighting for here in Louisiana is term limits when it comes to these powerful people that would do whatever they want to do because they're connected. It's all about connections. And they use our courts to weaponize us, to beat up on us, and organize legal abuse is real. And that is how people become political prisoners. So we got judges under investigation. We have legislators under investigation and so forth. We have to do that. And we have to identify these people and put them out of office. So I'm excited that this is a great day to be alive. I mean, a tremendous opportunity for us to take our rightful place and run the people for office that is for us. And that will, like my brother Jesse Todd just said, that will stick to the agenda for the people, not for themselves. So we're putting a new spin on what running for office is all about. And on that note, I'm going to stop right there, and I'm going to appeal to my people to run for office. If you are genuine and you are sincere, and you know that it's time for you to step up and encourage somebody, start with yourself. Start with your family members, your children, and run for office. There is no fear now. We've said it earlier, we are winning. It's no doubt that we're gonna win because it's been a long time coming, but it's well worth waiting for. Thank you.
Uhuru. And thank you so much, Sister Belinda Parker Brown. Next, we have our brother from St. Louis, Akiba Baruti. Is he with us? Is he in the building there in St. Louis? Okay, I'll just let me give him a proper introduction. Akiba Baruti is President General of the Universal African Peoples Organization in St. Louis, Missouri. In addition, in 1984 and 1988, Baruti ran for the Democratic nominee for Missouri governor. He has served as co-coordinator for the Green Party in Missouri, where he was also the party's candidate for governor in 2000. In 2014, he was a write-in candidate for St. Louis County Executive seat. Brothers Akiba Baruti, uhuru!
Uhuru, power to the people, Black power. And let me just first say that I'm here at the beautiful Uhuru House. As Brother Todd mentioned, that we are in complete solidarity with the African People's Socialist Party. And so I'm just glad to be part of this great day as relates to electoral politics. Also, I just want to give a shout out to the panel earlier this morning. There was very dynamic discussion around the role of Ukraine and the NATO forces attacking, the NATO forces trying to surround Russia. But past that, in terms of the subject for today, in terms of beyond the colonizer coup to African self-determination. Before I get into that subject, I was just reflecting that from the early times of my involvement in the movement, we started coming out of college. I was about 18. I had the big fro, and I thought to work with the Black Panther Party, and I thought the revolution was around the corner. But by the grace of God, I'm still here, and I'm still looking for that revolution to occur. That means that we just have to intensify the level of organization that must be done. In responding to the coup, let me just point out beyond the coups, first of all, the definition of a coup, so everybody's clear. A coup is an illegal event or activity to attempt by the military or other elites within a state apparatus to unseat the sitting executive. When you look at coup attempts in Africa since 1950, there have been a total of 214 coup attempts in Africa, of which there was 106 that were successful and 108 that failed. In Latin America in of itself, there was 146 coups, with 40 being successful and 76 being failing. But that speaks to the perpetrators of the coups, which is the United States and many of the member states of NATO. So let's be clear on that first and foremost. And then I just want to cite some of those coups, just most recently, in fact, that the United States has trained military officers in particular countries that have led numerous coups in Africa within the last year and a half. In fact, there have been 7 coups or coup attempts in Africa in the last year and a half. And they have been in 5 West African countries, 3 times in Burkina Faso, 3 times in Mali, the attempts, as well as attempts in Guinea, Mauritania, as well as Gambia. When we look at coup attempts historically, right here in North America, basically, you have the coup attempts in the Samoa Islands, the Kingdom of Hawaii, Honduras, Cuba, Nicaragua, Mexico, Haiti, Dominican Republic, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Brazil, Grenada, Panama, Paraguay, as well as some powerful coups against the will of the masses in Africa, including the Congo, Ethiopia, Angola, Chad, and Libya. In fact, when the United States is critical of Putin, the real war criminals is each of those presidents, probably every president of the United States, because they have upheld the devastation that has occurred behind these coups in each of the countries where the resources that someone had made mention earlier of Africa being stolen and brought to the NATO nations have been in the trillions of dollars that has caused total misery and death on the continent of Africa and many other places throughout the diaspora. So also in terms of being blessed with travels, I've had the blessing of being to Libya a number of occasions, as well as having the opportunity to meet the leader of the Libyan revolution, Muammar Gaddafi. Now, if you were to go back to Libya today and visit the devastation, the bottom line is we have a war criminal who looks like us, but he's a war criminal. I'm talking about Obama.
Of course.
Where you have Black people who are on the trade markets in Libya, you know, as well as an extension of Obama being a war criminal, then obviously Joe Biden is one because he was part of that administration at the time of the devastation that took place in Libya. And I'm sure they all consulted with one another. So he's actually a war criminal. So let's be clear in terms of war criminals. As well as we have to be clear that as our good brother Barron was mentioning, we have to say and define and make happen, how do we create African independence? It took me back to a couple of newspaper articles that out of our newspaper, which is the African News World, that we published back in the 90s. And one of our themes, after having been an attendee to the 7th Pan-African Congress meeting in Uganda. It says simply organize, don't organize. Organize, don't agonize, which was the major theme of the 7th Pan-African Congress that I attended in Uganda in 1996, I believe that was. Also, our newspaper, the African News World, in one edition in 2003, we say the vision should be a united, organized African people working for a United States of Africa with justice, peace, equality, liberation for all, and interconnected with people of color and fair-minded people throughout the world under socialism. And also one other article that I wanted to just point out as far as our organization position on African independence as an extension of the coups that have occurred, that also I was blessed to have to meet with Robert Mugabe, who of course, as many of us know, when he finally went to make the land reforms of that was taking place in Zimbabwe, they placed embargo against the country of Zimbabwe, that the Universal African Peoples Organization salutes Zimbabwe and its leader, Robert Mugabe, at that time on his 24th anniversary of independence. I just say that in the spirit of where, as an organization, where we at, as we realize, as the Honorable Marcus Garvey would say, Africa for the Africans. So with that said, turning to electoral politics for a moment. As someone had mentioned earlier, we should only be supporting those candidates that have a proven track record of speaking truth to power, as well as their actions in terms of working to uplift our people. Secondly, we have to have those same candidates that pledge publicly their support for the 19 points of self-determination. And one of the critical issues on the international level is that we are to have candidates that speak to the budget, the bloated budget of the military, that instead of the monies going to the investment in people power and in terms of the lives of people, then that needs to also be a critical issue that our candidates address. Along with that, in terms of trying to achieve revolution, we have to understand that we are in a real deep psychological warfare. Psychological warfare in terms of when you have war, the enemy always tried to confuse the masses of the people, which they do day in and day out, as evidenced by the media and their propagation of Russia being so evil without giving the backdrop, as many of the presenters earlier on has spoke to, that clearly shows that the evildoers are the members of NATO. So let's be clear on that, the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. So as revolutionaries, as progressives, we have to begin to multiply our outreach through the media, in our own forms of media, to try to educate the masses of our people on the real, true issues that impact us as a people. Electoral politics, our organization has been pushing a concept called proportionate political representation, trying to be and having candidates to run. And I'll be dealing with that more tomorrow. But let me be clear in terms of our organization position on politics, as well as political parties. We take the line of Malcolm X. Malcolm said that both of the political parties, one is a fox and one is a wolf. And what do they both have in common? They both eat you. And they've been eating Black folks for years. In fact, when you talk about, when I was saying about war criminals, can we, and they were projecting the deaths of the Ukrainians.
5 more minutes.
If we had a compilation of the murders of our people by the KKK dressed as police officers in blue, I'm sure it would equal the numbers of the lynching cases out of the book called 100 Years of Lynching, if not more. So again, that's another critical issue that we have to raise as we try to educate our people for African independence. My sister Belinda, I know you're very passionate about Louisiana, but hell, Missouri is just as deadly for Black folks as Louisiana. So let's be clear. In fact, after many years of struggle to get a circuit attorney that would provide some form of social justice measures, we were able to get a sister named Kim Gardner elected after much work. But she is under tremendous attack because she had the audacity on several levels to speak truth to power. One level being that we had a governor, a racist white boy named Grady, who locked up his mistress. I mean, tied her up and what have you, took pictures of her, threatened that he'll send it out to the public if she was to share their indiscretion, as well as, and she indicted him or was bringing charges against him. And it was made known to her because of her strong position on that issue that they were going to vilify her and make sure that she's ran for office. And what have they been doing? They've been doing exactly that. This same sister who is saying that she is not going to be prosecuting low-level offenses like marijuana, they don't like that. It was this sister, same sister, who put on an exclusionary list over 20-some officers, almost all white, saying she's not going to take any testimony from them because she knows that they have been involved in crooked things. So, and they are moving to try to take her law license. In fact, this coming Monday. So when we do get some victories of progressives, then our task is also to rally around them, to support them, and to protect them. One other thing on electoral politics. We take a position that has two forms of campaigns or political campaigns. One is a practical campaign, which we know in terms of for offices such as aldermen, state reps, and what have you, school board members, which we just had a successful election for a sister right here in the St. Louis area for school board who stands very firm on in terms of what kind of education that we have to have for our people. But we also talk about principal campaigns. The principal campaign that's now is being waged right here in Missouri on a statewide level is for a United States Senator. And one of our candidates is a sister that has a track record of being on the scene for us as the people. And that's Miss Carla Coffey Wright. I say it is principle because we're up against crazy odds because when she first ran, she was the only person of color who was speaking truth to power with over 23 candidates representing various political parties. But she came in second in the Democratic primary to a white woman, a racist white woman, that had millions of dollars and we had less than $5,000. But she came in second in a race with at least 8 candidates. So in her race again, we'll be speaking truth to power because most recently, another wealthy racist has gotten into the race for a US Senator who has a proven track record early in her life of being crowned queen of a racist organization called the Veil Prophet. And I know they'll be throwing out dollars to many of these Negro misleaders, but our job, along with progressives such as the Black is Back Coalition, is to raise those contradictions as a form of as educating our people to 2 facts. Number one, too many times money buys the weak candidates that do exist. Number 2, the true issues impacting our people are really not discussed. So to that end, I just want to, and the third thing, when you look at the racist composition of one of the most powerful bodies, electoral bodies, which is the United States Congress, where you have 100 United States senators and only 3 people of color. Not saying they real revolutionary, I'm just saying in terms of the color, and not 1 Black female. So that's and we have to understand it is that same body that approves billions of dollars for the Zionist state of Israel, which Jewish population is less than 2% in the United States. Our population is about 14%, yet Israel receives more quote unquote foreign aid than all of the countries of Africa combined, which is about 54 plus. So that's the task that we have to have, as I said, on 2 levels. Practical elections, such as Brother Jesse Todd, school board members and winning that, as well as principal ones when we should have people speaking truth to power, running for positions such as US senators and governors. Thank you. Power to the people, or Black power, shall I say, and Uhuru.
Uhuru. And also part of this panel is Brother Chairman Omali Yeshitela, and he will be speaking on behalf of the African People's Socialist Party around their national Black political agenda for self-determination. Uhuru. Chairman, you're muted.
Uhuru, Comrade Chairman, you are muted.
Uhuru, Comrade Vice Chair Lisa Davis. I thought as a part of this panel, I was speaking to the question around pushing and the struggle beyond the colonizers' coup to African self-determination.
Chairman, I thought that was like somehow going to be cut, but no, certainly, please speak as you were prepared to
I
speak.
thought that's what I was about. I know I'm to be speaking to the question of the what is it?
Right. I may have misunderstood. So please speak as you were prepared to speak pertaining to this panel discussion.
I'm going to speak like you want me to speak.
No, I trust.
But I just thought I was following the agenda. I thought the agenda called for me to speak to this particular panel. And I know that I was supposed to later speak to the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination.
Right, and I think you're correct. So I probably think that I misunderstood something. So no, please, yes, it's on this panel, Beyond the Colonizers' Coup to African Self-Determination. So
well,
please,
thank
go right
you,
ahead.
and really appreciate it. And the first thing I want to say is that when we talk about this issue beyond the colonizers' coup, part of what we're doing is recognizing the deep and profound crisis that this entire system, not just in the United States, but globally, is experiencing. It's a profound crisis that we see manifestations of this crisis, evidence of this crisis represented in the attack that is being made against Russia right now by all of the colonial powers of the world, by all of the forces who participated in creating this colonial mode of production that united the whole world, and upon the platform upon which all the capitalist activities in the world occur. And so when we look at this crisis, we saw it's been deepening for a while. And it's been deepening because of it's represented by this ongoing, unending war that the United States has been making all around the world of peoples who have been engaged in struggle to take back their resources, their land, their dignity, and their sovereignty from control of global white power. That's why we see wars that's been happening every place. And we also see setbacks, major setbacks for the United States as the chief hegemon in terms of this whole global social system with the extraordinary defeat that the US just encountered in terms of a military defeat in Afghanistan after 20 years or more being unable to defeat these people militarily, and which has resorted now to starving the people to death and to forcing the people, keeping the people's own money that's tied up into an economic system that's dominated by the United States, so that the people can't get their own money until they submit to U.S. and what might be characterized as NATO domination. That's Afghanistan. And the losses of the United States, the inability of the United States to bring Venezuela to heal, and to be able to crush the people in Iran, to even have their way in Iraq. The losses there, that has been a real contradiction that's deepened this crisis, and it has contributed to the crisis inside the United States itself. So that peoples around the world who were usually allied with the United States were falling out of favor, were moving away and looking for alternatives in terms of economic and political relationships with China. Increasingly, that was happening with Russia, who were both intervening in politics globally in a way that had usually been simply something dominated without too much competition and contention to the United States in particular. So this has been an ongoing struggle, and it has increased the contradictions also inside the United States itself. There's been an epidemic, for example, of suicides and alcoholism among white people, more than an uptick that's the greatest that they've ever seen happening, where white people committing suicide, dying of alcoholism, drug addiction, and this kind of thing. And so there's been a deep crisis here. And this crisis has resulted in contradictions among the settlers themselves, the settler colonizers themselves. I've seen where this man, Joe Biden, who who is the one who initiated the 100,000 policemen put in the streets of the United States that Clinton administration put into practice as a part of Clinton's election campaign. That's probably responsible for many of the police deaths, of African deaths of police that we've seen in the past. Now, he's determined that Putin is a war criminal. And he said Putin is a war criminal because they said that some civilians were killed in Ukraine. And this is an extraordinary story. I mean, you don't see the civilians killed. They show you 4 people, 5 people, 6 people who may have been killed by Russians, maybe not, because we know just how this entire propaganda project works when it comes to serving white power interests. But what we do know for sure is that the United States has been a bad place to say that the Russians are somehow war criminals because some civilians got killed in Ukraine, when we know, in fact, that the United States dropped 2 bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki in Japan in 1945 that killed more than 220,000 civilians. So if the Russians are war criminals because a few people got killed in Ukraine, what does that make the United States that dropped intentionally bombs on civilians with 226,000 or more people obliterated, vaporized, as some person said earlier on in this discussion? That's one aspect of it. But the fact is that we don't really get to the essence of this contradiction until we recognize that America itself is a war crime. America is a war crime. If you look at the fact of the indigenous people who died as a part of the process of them stealing this land, white people are not indigenous to this country. They stole it, they killed, they committed near genocide against the peoples here. They're the ones who stole half of Mexico. They're the ones who initiated this process of enslaving African people inside this country. And so they're the ones who now decide what war crime and who war criminals are. So I think that's really important for us to understand. So we talk about a coup attempt. We saw the attack on the U.S. Capitol in January, where groups of settlers who have become despondent and dissatisfied because of the loss of power that they're experiencing globally, because of the deepening contradictions as a consequence that's happening inside this country. So they make this move on the Capitol, the attempted coup inside the United States, to prevent the person who they claim won the election from ever coming to power. And then after this happens, we see now movements throughout the United States where there are various states in the United States that are doing everything they can, first of all, to limit the ability of African people to participate in the electoral process. They will limit the ability, they're running for office in many instances to, in local and county elections to be in place to make sure that they count the votes, that they are the ones who determine what is legitimate in terms of voter registration and things like that, and to where they're going to put the voting boxes at, so that to the disadvantage of Black people. And then you see U.S. generals, retired generals, and we hear coming from persons who are members of the U.S. security apparatus who are saying that they anticipate a coup or a coup attempt depending on the outcome of the election in 2024. This is what is happening now when we talk about running for office in this period now. We're talking about a midterm election where the Democrats are suffering potential massive defeat there because of how the white people in this country, the colonizers, are experiencing the contradictions here. And Biden being perceived as the weak leader. And so now Biden is tough because he is leading this attack on Russia through Ukraine. And that has been initiated many years ago. So Biden is now the tough guy. He's trying to resurrect his image himself. And it's what's been characterized in the past as wagging the dog, create this false thing of war to rally all of the white people here around the president, around the existing system. We saw William Jefferson Clinton do this in the 1980s. When he was faced with impeachment from Monica Lewinsky, and that's when he used the bomb to bomb a pharmaceutical factory in Sudan, to show the tough guy, to take the minds of the people in this country off of him and Lewinsky, and to rally the people around the president who was making this war, this false war that was initiated against our people in Sudan. So this is part of what it is that we're looking at. We say, we have to go beyond that, because what is happening is that the sectors of the ruling class now are intent on, and sectors who are split from the ruling class, but are part of the whole colonial entity in this country, are moving toward whatever necessary, including coup, threats of coup, et cetera, to make sure that they hold on to power. What do we do? And I think that the response to that is the coalition itself. I think the response to that in part is a national Black political agenda for self-determination to not be taken off point, to be able to pursue in the strongest possible way the interests of African independence, of national liberation for Black people, for self-determination for Black people. That's exactly what it is that we have to be putting forward. And I want to say that when you look at the issue of this struggle that we're involved in, the high tide of revolutionary struggle in this country and in the world was the 1960s. And what we are involved in is we have to complete that revolution. We've been pushed off the political scene. We've accepted the definition of the contradictions existing in the world that's been imposed on us by our oppressors. Sometimes they are white left oppressors, or they are colonizers, or they're reactionary colonizers. But the point is, they have defined us out of any place of significance. We have to reassert ourselves. We have to take power as Black people, as a part of an international struggle of people who are colonized to regain our own power. So that's one of the reasons I appreciate Comrade Akiba Baruti in his pursuit, moving everybody, push, 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 run for office. I didn't always appreciate that, to tell you the truth. But the thing is that the moment Comrade Zaki was able to adopt the national Black political agenda for self-determination, and he says that everybody who's running, not just run, but run on a platform of national Black agenda for self-determination. That is a pursuit of the interests of self-determination of Black people in this country as a part of an overall struggle of people around the world. That's how we engage, taking on this whole attempted coup and in the pursuit of a national liberation for Black people. So I think that's really important. And I think that what we have to understand also is that that there is a global movement, a global struggle that we're involved in. We will make a serious error if we allow them to continue to define the struggle of Black people in this country separate and apart from what's happening in the whole world. We do not exist in a vacuum. the fact of the matter is we were brought into the conditions of colonial subjugation at the same time that this whole international global configuration, political and configuration of the world was created. I want to say this, and that the struggle against colonialism is the most important struggle that we can be involved in. And that at one time, most recently, in the 1960s, this movement against colonialism had reached a high tide. And one of the things, the best examples of the high tide was the Tricontinental Conference that happened in Cuba in 1966, when there was something like 300 or more, 500 delegates from various liberation movements from 82 different countries that came together to band together to fight against colonialism, to fight for socialism. This was the power of the Black liberation movement. Fidel Castro was there. We had other revolutionary, Emil Cabral was there. Che Guevara wasn't there, but he sent a message from Bolivia because he was leading revolutionary struggle in Bolivia, trying to advance revolutionary struggle there. So peoples around the world who were colonized were coming together to fight against colonialism, because colonialism is the profound platform upon which all of the political and economic activity of the world has been organized now for the last last few hundred years. And so what we do in order to move beyond the colonizers' coup is to pursue self-determination. And the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparations puts us in place to do this. Later on, I'll say some more about the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination that's united us all. It's an extraordinary organization, some 18 different organizations, and an organization that's been together for 13 years. That's defined the struggle, that's brought back definition to our movement against colonialism as a critical struggle that we should be involved in. And so I just wanted to say that, and to thank everybody for being here, and to also think it's extremely important to recognize that we live under colonial domination as Black people, along with other oppressed peoples around the world. We are part of the same contradiction. We have our own distinct characteristics that we have to fight against, that we have to fight for the liberation of Africa, African people. But we do so recognizing that we are doing this in solidarity and unity with all the other people who suffered oppression as a consequence of the rise of the colonial mode of production, which is the platform upon which all white power exists, the platform upon which that lynch mob that calls itself the NATO exists, that's attacking Russia right now. Russia forced to fight a defensive war, and the propaganda that's coming out against Russia right now is similar to what you might see in terms of a white lynch mob that's attacking a Black person who they claim has raped a white woman. No evidence is necessary at all, no logic at all, just do it because they said do it, and that's what's happening right now, what we're looking at, and they are requiring us, Africans and other people, to unite with that, but it's not happening. And what we see is this kind of discussion that's fracturing even more the solidarity that they need in order to pursue this murderous aggression that they initiation against Russia. I just want to say that a new world is clearly, a new process of world history has clearly made itself quite manifest right now. And that, as has been said before, we are winning. This is our time. And I think the struggle for liberation by us is critical, and that we can be uncompromising in the struggle for self-determination. If we're going to use the electoral process, then we're going to have to be clear on people supporting the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. The reason that we are in here today is because the United States government murdered Malcolm, murdered Martin Luther King, murdered Black Panthers all around this country. And then as they were doing this, then they passed the Civil Rights Bill of 1965. They say, now you can vote. But now you can vote, you got nothing to vote for. You got nobody to vote for except the Democratic Party. And so that's what they've left us with. And we say, to hell with that. What we're going to do is build this revolutionary project, vote for the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination, build and support the Black is Black Coalition for Social Justice, Peace and Reparation. Share this, share this, share this, and donate your money to it so that we can advance the struggle for self-determination. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you so very much, Chairman. And now we are going to have a question and answer session that will be for 25 minutes. Please, if you are an attendee in the Zoom room, please put your questions in the Q&A section so that way we can monitor it more. And certainly if some of the panelists, because I'm realizing that they can't put their questions in the Q&A if you're a panelist, but please also make sure that you ask your questions. So what we're going to do, I'm going to start with taking questions from the panelists. I want to make sure that we get theirs answered as well. So do any of the panelists have any questions? And even if you want to ask a question from something pertaining to before that you didn't get a chance to ask, you can feel free to ask it now.
You know, good afternoon, everyone. And
who's talking? I can't, who's talking?
This is Nzinga, I'm sorry.
But that's okay.
So the chairman spoke with so much passion, as did everyone before him, but I just, in hearing all the powerful statements made today, what comes to mind a lot when I hear people saying uniting ourselves with like-minded people and being in alignment with people, you know, and not focusing on Black faces in high places, but making sure that those Black are aligned with the same ideals, our ideas that everyone on this Zoom is. But you know what comes to mind, and I wonder what the panelists think. This propaganda, or this I call it, what they continue to perpetuate, this division between Haitians, Jamaicans, Trinidadians, Barbadians. This, and it's such a freaking, it's sickening. But this division to make each one of us feel like African Americans, they give us all titles. They have this city, Haitian city, little Haiti, little Jamaica, little freaking Trinidad. Not knowing, it's like a part of their propaganda. How do we get people to understand that that's part of the design to keep us divided and not to unite us?
Uhuru.
Uhuru, I just want to say to all that is our resident warrior poet and singer from Operation Power. She always gives us some powerful poetry all of our sessions. Chairman, when you were there, she gave some powerful poetry for you. And by the way, everybody, on the 16th, the chairman will be back with Operation Power, delivering an analysis of the Ukraine and Russian conflict. So I just wanted to say to Sister Nzinga, we always appreciate you and your poetry and your questions, your thought-provoking questions, and I'll let any of the panelists that want to.
Thank you. You know, I would just like to speak to, you know, what she said, that, you know, all of our life that have been their objective is to separate and divide us. Right. And it's just time for us to realize that we got to kill that giant. You know, as a people, we have to, you know, basically make up in our minds that, you know, we have that figured out, you know, that no matter what traps they're setting or trying to do to us. That's why the chairman made it clear that the Black is Back Coalition is for social justice, peace, and reparation, you know, and that we have an agenda, you know, and we have to educate our people that the agenda is that, you know, the Black political agenda for self-determination. You know, one of the biggest problems is that people, you know, they're crying, they're begging, and they, you know, they're constantly complaining about what somebody needs to do for them. And we're saying that game over, time out, cold blue. They never intended to do anything for us. So it's just time for us to organize and mobilize. And one of the things that, we have to do this, first of all, we got to start with our own families, uniting our families, our neighborhoods, our communities. And then we just spread abroad because, again, we definitely have to be careful about people that do not want to sign on to the agenda for self-determination, because it's too many people that I have experienced that have their own agenda. What's in it for me, my foe, and no more, give me mine, I want to get paid, that attitude. So we got to expose those individuals. So I'm gonna stop right there because, and give somebody else an opportunity to weigh in on that, because that is very serious right now. And I have a question. Let me throw my question out there while somebody else, maybe we can cover all of it, is that, the chairman just said that, we're competing with the world. And I hope I understood that right, that we're competing with the world. It's a whole lot going on all over this country. But my question is, what is it going to take for us to realize that we are in a crisis?
If I can I just want to throw something in there a moment pertaining to the issue of, well, sort of come down to the issue of immigration and how some of us are starting to view us as separate. You have like ADOS and FBA and all that kind of stuff. And they're saying that we're over here and that Black people in Haiti, that they're in Haiti and all that kind of stuff. But if we just look at what recently happened with the issue of immigration and how immigration has always been utilized sort of as a tool, for lack of a better word, to certainly advance the objectives of the white power structure. Immigrants are considered Black and brown people. There's never a problem with the Canadian border. It's always with the Mexican border. And we see that Joe Biden, they're going to allow 100,000 Ukrainians into this country, and they coughed up all this money for them to do that, even though the Ukrainian, we saw how they were treating African people. It was very systemic, and also they have strong neo-Nazi affiliations. But they're going to come into this country and they're going to be white. That's what they're going to be. And I just think, not that we have to look at everything like that, but if you look at things from a war footing, so to speak, we should be wanting to unite on every avenue, every aspect. And the fact that white colonizers, they got their hands all in the continent of Africa. That's where we're from. We should want to be united around that because, first of all, it is the right thing to do. And we should want to be united with our brothers and sisters wherever they are. But of course, under the correct principle, taking a very principled stance. But it's an error. It's a mistake for them to want to basically split up our forces. And it makes no sense to me in terms of why they want to do that. So I just want to throw that in there.
I'd like to just interject, going back to the sister in terms of the divide and conquer. This has always been the method of the colonizers, going back to, as Chairman mentioned, the extermination or the taking of the Native American lands. They divided the different Native indigenous people right here in this country. They divided our people on the continent of Africa, which it continues. And the way to do it is the propaganda machine. And so it's about psychological warfare. When you look at the fact of even the inception of the Organization of African Unity, that was to bring together the African countries in a united front. They had quote unquote misleaders, part of that whole movement, which they still have now. And they got them by payouts or whatever method that they have to control those kinds of leaders. What we need is a effort similar to what Mao Zedong did in China. And on the real side, as far as a complete revolutionary change on the continent of Africa that would lead to the liberation of us totally throughout the diaspora. We have to be clear. Part of their strategy for maintaining power is the psychological warfare, what we call also propaganda, that is constantly perpetrated 24/7 through their media organizations and et cetera. So to counter that, again, we have to intensify our efforts at creating independent media that ideally can reach our people, as many of our people. And I think as long as we stay on ground, just like the Bolsheviks, there's always, prior to a revolution, there's always, in terms of the contradictions of society, there is something that sparks that revolution, some kind of incident. As we go back to all of the but we got to be organized for it as revolutionaries, progressives, to direct our people. When you saw the masses of the people coming out in response to the murder of George Floyd, we have to get even more better organized to channel that kind of energy into a revolutionary force to overthrow the systems of capitalism. And then we have to also be mindful that their evil machinations never stop 24/7, as Chairman Made mentioned. For me, early on in life, I saw the change coming through the Black Panther Party. But we all know that the government came down super hard on them in terms of their murderous machinations, as well as incarcerating all of the freedom fighters to destroy that particular movement. So we're at war. We have to be clear, we're at war. And it's upon us to build a machinery that can be victorious. And that's the task that I see for us. And I pray that we're able to do it in my lifetime. As I always say, liberation in our lifetime, which would be my lifetime. So that's we got a lot of work ahead of us in terms of the organizing. And that's why, as an organization, we fully endorse the 19 points of Black self-determination as one point of trying to educate our people, to educate, to liberate.
Uhuru, I'd like to speak to the question that was raised by Comrade Sister Nzinga as well. And I think that even if you look at the name of the Universal African Peoples Organization, it's a name that borrows from the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. And the name reflects certainly of Garvey's movement. It reflects a theory. And Garvey had developed a theory that was characterized as African fundamentalism. And it was one that recognizes a universal relationship with Black people all around the world. There were more organizations associated with Garvey's movement throughout the world, and then there were members of the Communist International. We're everywhere, even in Australia and places like that. Black people were part of the Universal Negro Improvement Association and African Communities League. We characterize ourselves in the African People's Socialist Party as 21st century Garveyites. We characterize ourselves as African internationalists. There's a theory that tells us to what end. There's a theory that helps us to identify what it is we're fighting for and who is a part of this process we're fighting for. We are African people, one Africa, one nation, period. We're not hyphenated individuals. This is a creation of white power. Colonialism created this world that we live in. It's defined all of us. It's created the Negro. It created the white man. There was no such thing as the white man before colonialism. And so, and then created all the borders that you see us afflicted by. Whether that's on the African continent, we're kind of conscious of what happened in Berlin, 1884 and 85, where white people sat at a table and divided up Africa and said, you're going to take this England, you're going to take this Belgium, and shared us out to the various parts of the world. But they created Jamaica. They created what they called Jamaica. Colonialism created Jamaica. It wasn't like African people popped up from a leaf in Jamaica or any place else in the Caribbean or Louisiana and the rest of that. What we're looking at is a world that was created by the colonial mode of production. Everything that happens in that world reflects that reality. It has not changed. This whole notion of an African American, or I've heard it's the Native American. What Native American? The fact is, the people that they call American Indians, I mean, America exists as a consequence of killing Indians, or what they call Indians, indigenous people. And Africa, you can't be an African and American at the same time, because America was born at the expense of Africa and African people. We lost our identity. And the colonial mode of production robbed us of our own history. We don't have a history of our own. We now become a part of the white man's history, whether that's as Haitians, Jamaicans, or Negro Americans, or the rest of it. So as an organization, that's the theory that takes us forward. And in Nzinga, we're gonna make this revolution, and we're not gonna let a single African out except those traitors. And the traitors are not gonna go out, be left out until we put them on trial. And because we have to come to power, we have to unite all this magnificent Africa. Look at the whole continent of Africa. You know, we got situations where people in what they call South Africa, the white man named it, South Africa, that talk like people who right there neighboring what they call Zimbabwe, where borders are all created by the colonizers, they are called immigrants.
Yeah.
How the hell can you be an
In your
immigrant?
own country.
And how in the hell can you be an immigrant? I have to have a passport. I have to have some kind of visa to go most places in Africa. The white man doesn't need a visa. White man can show up at the airport and get a visa. Is that right? Can most of the time get a visa right there. And that's the reality that we're confronted with. So we need visas. We need everything to get in touch with each other, but that's nonsense. We have to build a revolution, understanding that the most critical aspect of this revolution we're engaged in is to unite the African nation itself. One Africa, one nation. We are one nation of people that's going to have to be engaged in this revolution, and that's exactly what it is we're fighting for. So in Nzinga, you know, I'm extraordinarily confident about our future. And because, I don't know, in Nzinga, I spoke at Oxford debate a couple of years ago. Somebody knows where, I think it was 2019, maybe. And the debate was around the Africa question. And it's really interesting because Oxford asked me there for the same reason they asked Malcolm some 50 years earlier, because they saw something happening in the world at the time when Malcolm had broken with the Nation of Islam, and the civil rights movement was going places that they didn't understand. And they knew Malcolm was on the cutting edge of these questions. And so they had Malcolm to come. If you don't know about Oxford, it is the most prestigious university in the whole white world. And they train people from around the world, Indians, I'm talking about in East India now, the real India. I'm not talking about where the fool got lost and thought he was in India when he was in someplace else. From Pakistan, from Africa, they train them. They give them the ideological foundation to represent white power in the world. And they also train people who are going to be prime ministers and big shots in England, inside the British establishment itself. And so they use this as a process of helping these gonna be rulers to be conscious of and aware of what kind of ideological processes are at work. And so they had Malcolm there. Malcolm had split from the nation. Malcolm, the civil rights movement was in trouble. Where is the struggle for Black people going? So they brought Malcolm there. And then of course, Malcolm spoke. He got a standing ovation there with all of those people. He, you know, at that debate. And then 80 days later, they murdered him. When he got back to the United States, they killed him. That was December 3rd, something like that. February 21st, as you know, they murdered Malcolm X inside the government, the same government that had him invited there. So I was invited. Same kind of contradiction we're looking at. Because the so-called Black movement, where is it going? What kind of philosophical direction does it have? And they sent me a letter saying, we know about African internationalism. We know that you represent, a most important advance in terms of the whole movement for socialism, et cetera. They sent that letter to me and asked me to come. And so we debated, am I going? I said, yeah, we're going. And you know, why we went is because it was a universal, it's this extraordinary university. And if you go there, you speak to the whole world. In fact, immediately I got something like 2 million views of that presentation that I made at Oxford University within a month, less than a month, a couple of weeks. 2 million views at least. And so millions of people have seen that because they wanted to know about African internationalism. They wanted to know the direction that African people now have an ideological direction, a philosophical direction that's going to do what Nzinga is talking about, bringing us all together in this struggle against a common enemy, because the French can be controlled something like 15 different countries in Africa. And then we talk about, we can't be with them because they from over there, they from over there. France is a Pan-Africanist organization, entity, et cetera, if you will. And you got all these other countries bleeding, looting us, and then we can't stand each other because we're not from Haiti or we're not from Jamaica and the rest of that. That's extraordinary nonsense. We're gonna destroy all the borders that separate us from each other, including the borders in our brains that's been put there by white power. White power built those borders on the ground in Africa. White power built the borders that define Lebanon. White power built the borders that define Saudi Arabia. All these struggles that you see happening around the world, white power did it. And so what we are doing is destroying all the borders, and especially those borders in our brains that allow us to be duped into believing that there's something different about us, because the white man taught us to speak English and then forced Africa and someplace else to speak French or something like that. That's crazy. And so we're breaking free from that. And that's the thing that speaks to the victory that Comrade Charles Barron is talking about. We winning.
A moment. I want to say, because we have about 8 more minutes left for this. I see that Sister Nelly Bailey is still with us. And I want to know, I didn't know if you might have a question that you want to ask for a comment, or if you needed me to call, I will do that. But if you want to just see now, or if you're okay, that's good. And in the meantime, what I'm going to do.
I just want to say uhuru to the chairman and to Nzinga.
Yes.
You can work on one of your spoken word poems for the chairman when it comes on the 16th. Chairman, you can appreciate this, sister. I want you to put something special for him. And also during the 16th, we're going to show excerpts from his speech at Oxford. So you'll be able, you can see it all if you go to the YouTube now, but we're going to play a part of that. And if you do, when you're working, you know, your warrior poems or spoken words for the chairman, I think it'll be great, and you'll enjoy it, because I know she's a bad sister, Chairman.
I've heard her. She bad. I know she bad.
Thank you.
All right now.
Sister Nelly Bailey, were you going to try to say something? It looks like you took your mic off mute.
Well, I'm afraid to even ask, but
you're good now.
Oh boy, you know, this is very strange. We have to have a session on COINTELPRO, but to the point that the chairman made, this is an international struggle, and it is an international struggle that will be led and legitimized by Africans. Yeah. And I know many leftists here are quick to cite Marx and Lenin, but we have to remember the great empires of Africa thousands of years before so-called Columbus and other Europeans hit these shores. We have to remember that we are the kings and queens and nations of the world that gave civilization to Europe when it was the Europeans such as Socrates and Aristotle who went to the great universities and learning institutions of Africa that they brought back to Europe. Africa reigned the world in terms of commerce and intellectual endeavors when Europe was virtually still in a cave. And if we know, as the chairman has said, not only who we are today, but based on our blood and who we have always been in terms of leading the world, particularly the backwardness of Europe, who were in fact living in caves when we were head of great universities and great intellectuals of the world, and also in trade. Remember, it was Africa that also participated in the Belt and Silk Road that now Xi Jinping is talking about now. That was part of Africa's commerce. Thank you, Chairman O'Malley, and I hope that I was able to add to your brilliant analysis.
Well, thank you, Sister Nelly. Comrade Vice Chair, may I just make one brief comment? I know.
Right, sure. Let me just say this. Right, we got about 5 more minutes left. So yes, Chairman, please.
I'm going to be less than that.
Right,
I
no
just wanted to
problem.
make this comment
Sure,
in terms
please
of
go right ahead.
how the world got to be the way it is, which is really important for us. You can't understand anything. You can't understand where you are now unless you understand something about the process that brought you here. And one of the things that brought us here was Mansa Musa. And Mansa Musa was an African from Mali. And he made a 3,000-mile trek with 60,000, a retinue of 60,000 people on camels and horseback going to Mecca. And he was spending gold, spreading gold all the way there, building mosques and passing out gold, etc. That was in 1328. By 1347, what happened was that Europe was hit by a plague that killed at least half the white people on earth died in that plague. And then for the next 50 or 100 years more, that and other plagues continued to kill Europeans, destroy the European economy. And it was the memory or the knowledge of having heard of Mansa Musa and all that gold. That's the thing that sent them out. Wasn't looking for some India, Asia, etc., trying to find that gold. And Portugal led that struggle and began, of course, Portugal, as you know, where's the proximity that Portugal has to Africa. Portugal led that struggle. And that's when they began looking, trying to find the route to get to that goal, to fix a European economy, to feed themselves and what have you, that initiated this whole process of colonialism, where they began with that. That's where you saw the development of sugar, which changed, transformed all of Europe and much of the world through that, Africans being enslaved to do that, enslaved to do all other kinds of things that drew the world together into a common economy that we call a colonial mode of production, because somebody has tried to get us to modes to capitalism by giving us some concept, a Marxist concept of a primitive accumulation of capital that was the basis for the development of Europe. But what we are saying is that the moment we accept that, then we become part of somebody else's history. And the reality is that what brought this whole world together was this colonial mode of production, the theft of resources from Black people, from Africa, and that we can see our centrality as opposed to seeing ourselves as some marginal force that's out there someplace that's been brought to civilization or near civilization by our connection with white people. Africans in this country that we call the United States, by the way, and I wanted to make this point, this whole notion of immigrants. They like to talk about how America is a country of immigrants, where we, they call it a nation of immigrants. And we say America is not even a nation. It's a prison of nations. And that we are not immigrants, we are captives. And we are the only people other than the indigenous people themselves who did not come here looking for a better way of life. We lost a better way of life as a consequence of having been kidnapped and brought here. That's what African internationalism teaches us. The colonial mode of production is where African international leads us. And this is the way forward. And I just wanted to thank everybody. This is a splendid coalition and presentation that we've heard up to now. Uhuru.
Right. Well,
Can I ask the chairman a question, please? Because Cedric Robinson, who wrote Black Marxists, contends that feudalism did not end with the beginning of capitalism, but in fact, capitalism came out of feudalism, and that it was, in fact, a different mode of production and analysis, but in fact, capitalism was an inherent part of feudalism. What do you think of that thesis? I mean,
I think that's
what do you think of Cedric Robinson?
I think that's fundamental to like Marxism in a way, even though it has this cant to it. But what I suggest is that feudalism was something that had happened and existed that we, as we know it and talk about and experience it, and all of them talk about it within these territories that they refer to as Europe. You had these warring tribes that existed in this particular territory, Celts and Normans and all of these people at war with each other on a regular basis. It's only at that time where Europe struck out, where Portugal struck out, attacked Africa, began to collect all these resources, and then the rest of Europe got involved in that process. Did you see the emergence of a sense of sameness among these white people, where they didn't define themselves now primarily in relationship to each other, but define themselves primarily in relationship to us? So you had the emergence of a sense of sameness now, so that the Celts and the Normans and however the many other ways that these tribes were identifying themselves became secondary to the fact that they now identify themselves as white people. And Europe was born in this process. Was no such thing as Europe until the 17th century. Europe was born out of the colonial slave process. The white man was born out of the colonial slave process. This is where it all came from. That's why people have some trouble when we say that philosophically, at least, the Russians are not white, because whiteness came out of the colonial process of the colonizing, and Russia built itself not through colonizing the rest of us, but through a revolution that happened in 1917, separate from the whole colonial project. I know I probably talked all around what you just mentioned, Comrade Sister Nelly, but there's so much that we could be saying if we have the best forum to deepen that discussion. And I want to say that from our perspective, it was because Lenin, who I have a lot of respect for, by the way, and I also have respect for Marx, they're just wrong on some critical questions because they defined the world. They were engaged in trying to solve the problems of society. That's what philosophers do. And if you live in a society that is based on a foundation of slavery and colonialism, that's what informs your consciousness. I'm not just saying they were bad people or anything like that, but their consciousness was informed by the fact that their material reality relied on colonialism for the benefits they got. In fact, when Marx wrote Capital, Das Kapital, perhaps the most widely known of book, separate second to the Bible. When he wrote that, he was funded by his buddy, Frederick Engels. Frederick Engels' daddy was a bourgeoisie who got much of his money from cotton coming from enslaved people. So here Marx is writing about the workers of the world taking power, and he's being funded by African slavery to write his book. And his book couldn't even see us because we didn't exist, because he stood on the platform of colonial domination. I probably muddled that, but I hope I said something that made sense.
Right, we're going to have to move forward. We're running 40 minutes behind. I'm going to ask everybody again, please exercise revolutionary discipline. We have a couple of more questions. I'm just going to read them out loud in the chat, but they can be answered throughout the rest of the presentations. And two things that people are asking about is, how do we engage the youth more? And Sister Belinda, somebody's asking specifically about how they can get involved with the youth in Louisiana. So I want to make you aware of that question. And also somebody's asking another question about the political process, which that will be answered in terms of how we can become engaged and run candidates. That will be answered throughout the rest of this seminar. So I just want to make people aware of these things. And somebody's also asking a question about reparations and cash payments, and also the public school system, and whether we should support that. And we're going to be having a presentation done by the Education Working Group. So when you all are giving your presentation, just please kind of keep that question in mind that somebody has asked. And now it's time to make it rain again. It's money time. We have freedom ain't free. We got to support ourselves. This is about our economic development so we can support ourselves and break away from these freaking colonizers. I don't want to have to ask the colonizer for Jack Diddley Squad again. And this is how we do it. So, Brother Reverend Pinckney.
Absolutely.
There.
I'm here, and I'm so happy. I gotta say this. Wow, this has been something very, very educational. This is so huge and tremendous that it has really, really brightened my eyesight. And Chairman O'Malley, yes, Achille, it's an honor to be underneath you. It's an honor to be here with you guys. Charles Barron, Zach Akiba and Belinda Parker Brown, Lisa Rapp and Betty, and all you guys. It's a real honor. But this is a chance for people here to start providing, joining the coalition. We have 18 different organizations, and we would love to have you to join right now. Put it in the chat that you're willing to join, because we need to build a mighty. There's strength and power. I believe that numbers is important. So let's build this coalition and let's make it rain. Let's do what we need. Let's donate a little money right now. Go to your wallet, find a couple of dollars, and send it right now. Put it in the chat how much you're willing to give. And if you can do that, it will make it rain. Let's make it rain. Let's have a thunderstorm right now. Let's do what we need to do.
A hurricane.
To make it happen right now. We need something big to happen. We need money right now. And here's where we're going to start. Let's go back to $3,000 pledge today.
Uhuru, thank you, Reverend Pinckney. And just to say, let me start by thanking yourself, Elizabeth, Lisa Davis, Charles Barron, Betty Davis and the New Abolitionist Movement, Lynn Stewart Organization, Regina, Michelle, Youssef, Belinda, Chairman O'Malley, the Joko Collective, Matum, Jennifer, Maureen, Larry Wells, a strong supporting member, and Penny. And to say that $3,000 is our 2-day goal. And today we've raised $1,770.
All right.
Don't stop.
That's right.
So anybody that hasn't had the opportunity to donate, now is your time. You don't have to wait. And if you want to give some more, give some more. The next slide, please. Next slide, please. You can donate at the Queen Mother Ya Asantewaa level, which is $1,000 or more. Next slide, please. The Chokwe Lumumba level, $500 or more. Next slide, please. The Marcus Garvey level, just $365 or $1 a day. Next slide. The Amiri Baraka level, which is $120. And I want to remind people, just like Vice Chair Lisa Davis said, that you can make a pledge. If you can't do it all now, you want to do part of it now, you do part of it in 2 weeks, and you do the whole thing in 2 weeks. But we are self-funded. We are a self-funded organization, and we need your support. You can also, go to the next slide, please. Donate at the Fannie Lou Hamer level, which is $60. Next slide, please. And how you can do that is you can go to www.blackisbackcoalition.org/donate. If you need to send a check, make your checks payable to the BIBC. You send it to the BIB, care of Ikinge Maele, myself. You can send it to 1245 18th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. In the memo line, make sure you put Black is Back. Next slide, please. Join. After everything that you've heard today, I'm certain that you can see the need to be organized. You can become an individual member at $25. If you're an organization, you can join at the organizational level. At $200 if you're an international organization, $150 if you're a national organization. If you are a state, local, or provincial organization, the membership fee is $50. Next slide, please. So join today. Join one of our working groups. Join the political prisoner working group, the education working group, the healthcare working group, our outreach working group, the political action, reparations, or student and youth organization.
And Black community control of police too.
Absolutely, and the Black community controls the police. Next slide, please. And here is how you can join. You go to blackisbackcoalition.org/join. They'll give you an option to either join as an individual or to join as an organization. Again, you can pay by check your membership, and you would mail that again to the BIBC at 1245 18th Avenue South, St. Petersburg, Florida, 33705. In the memo line, put membership and make sure you state which working group you want to participate in. Next slide, please. Get your Black is Back t-shirts. You know, in a few more months, we'll be preparing to go to Washington, D.C. for our annual March on Washington. You're not going to be in. You need to get your swag on with your Black is Back t-shirt. The t-shirts are $20. We have them ranging from sizes small to 3X. So go to our website, click on the tab for the t-shirts and get your t-shirts. Again, they're $20. If you are in the St. Louis area, you can pick them up here. Next slide. And don't forget to get your Black is Back masks. We still need to wear them. They're $5 plus shipping, get a couple of them. Again, if you don't see it on the website, you can go to still make a donation, and in the memo line, put for masks. And that way I'll know that you want a mask. Next slide, please. Don't forget to get your free All Political Prisoners posters. We only have a few left. They are going quickly. So instead of getting one, get 10, 15, 20 of them and get them up in your neighborhood. You'll be hearing from the Political Prisoner Working Group and how important the work that working group does. So don't forget to get your political prisoner posters. Next slide, please. Also, we want to remind everyone that we're pretty close to the 10,000 signatures on our free All Political Prisoners online petition, which is on change.org. If you haven't signed the petition, go there today. Go to change.org. The link is there. You can search for Black is Back, free All Political Prisoners. It will come up. Sign it. Share the link with your friends. Like I said, we're pretty close to the 10,000. So we want to try and make that within the next few weeks. So sign, and share. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank everybody for being here, for your support. Give. We don't have to wait till tomorrow to get to the 3,000. We can do that. We can do that today, and then you can give some more.
Absolutely.
And join.
That's right. Right.
Hey,
Lisa, yeah, you can join right now. You can join, you can go online and join it, or you can donate, whatever you need to do, you can do it right now. But before we move on, I just want to say one thing. We have an amazing—
Reverend, can I pledge my support of $100? Sorry,
Yes,
I'm coming in.
You
so
can.
late.
Yes, you can do it right now.
Thank you. All right, Sister Nelly.
All right. Is there
$100?
All right. Way to go, Sister Nelly Bailey. One of my favorite people. I just love that name, Nelly Bailey. I love it, girl. It's going down. But listen, I got something big coming up. I got the Occupy the PGA here in Benton Harbor on May 28th. We're going to, and I would love to have the chairman himself come and speak at my rally. It's going to be a protest of the senior golf and the stolen land that they have stolen from the city of Benton Harbor and the contaminated water that they have caused. It's May 28th. It's a Saturday. And if you are available, I like everybody come. Black is Back, Charles Barron. I know Betty and Ralph going to come. Belinda going to be there. And even my friends from Chicago, all of them could come. Cause we're gonna make them put up or shut up on that day. We're gonna show them the ability of black folks can do stuff, and we can do things. And it's an honor just to be here today and talk about all the wonderful things that's going on. I just want to thank everybody. That's May 28th in Benton Harbor, Michigan at 275 at my church. Come and enjoy yourself because we're going to have a grand old time.
And also just to let you know, we're gonna have a section for announcements as well at the end. But thank you so very much. We're at time for this particular segment and we're about like 40 minutes behind. So I just want to try to not get us any more behind. But anyway, next we're going to have, Brother Chairman, we're gonna get down to what the Black is Back Coalition is about. And that's how do we put this plan, how do we put this power into action? And we have the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. And so Brother Chairman will be talking about that because that's where the rubber meets the road within the Black is Back Coalition. Uhuru!
Uhuru. I want to thank you very much, Comrade Sister Vice Chair, and hopefully we can make up for some of the lost time with this presentation. I want to say that this National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination is something that's available to everybody here. And you can go to blackisbackcoalition.org and you can locate this document. And what is really important about this document is that it provides us with what the name says. It's the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination. Our party, the African People's Socialist Party, have been struggling for a long time after the military defeat of our revolution that killed Malcolm and Panthers and everybody, and then left the struggle in the hands of the Democratic Party and other forces like that who were pursuing assimilation as of something that African people should be fighting for. So we knew that it was really important to resurrect the struggle against colonialism and to win as broad a base of our people as possible to unite, that we had to fight for self-determination, that the highest expression of democracy for African people is self-determination. And so that contributed to our struggle to help build the Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation. It was not just something done to get a group of people together, but it was also part of the struggle to put the question of self-determination from African people back on the agenda as the primary thing that we should be fighting for, as opposed to simple slogans that did not address the fact that somebody had taken our power from us, our right to be a self-determining people. And so that's what informed us. And so we, in the process of doing this, we worked for something like a year in 2016, having conventions, state conventions throughout the United States, in different places in the United States. I think we had something like 11, including the District of Columbia. And then we had a national convention in Washington, D.C. To consolidate this national Black political agenda. So we say we want self-determination. What the hell does it mean? What does it look like? What have you? And so we said that this is what should bind us together in this process. And this is what should help us to define who our friends, who our enemies are, what we support and what we don't support. So I just wanted to make that clear. So here you can access this from the blackisbackcoalition.org. I do want to point out, this is really important because people often engaged in struggle and say, well, we have to say what Black people are fighting for, what holds us together. We've said, we did this. It's like I said, a democratic process that went on for a year, where we went to different places throughout the regions of the United States to create this, and Black people voted on this as a national Black political agenda for self-determination, 1. 2, I want to say that just the first 2 points on this national Black political agenda, which I think critical, because people have raised this question, but I think the question is answered in part by what you've seen up to now in terms of the participation and leadership of African women and articulations, not just by African women, but African men in this process. And the first of the 19 points is a self-declaration of sorts. It reads, 1, Black women, with this national Black political agenda for self-determination, the entire Black or African nation declares our commitment to facilitate the elevation of African women to full equal partnership in our struggle to create a new world of freedom and socialist democracy, for a united Black community and a world shorn forever of bosses and workers and slaves and masters, and where African women will share the power to guarantee that African women are adequately empowered as equal architects of our new world. So we want to make that real clear. There's nothing ambiguous about this. It doesn't talk about feminism or anything like that, but it talks about in the struggle for the national liberation of African people, we placed on the top of our agenda the struggle around the question of African women being brought into full participation in political life in the struggle for African people. I want to go ahead and just read what would be declared the declarations associated with the 19 points, and then I'm going to turn it loose. And it reads, a critical moment in our history is upon us. In addition to the tradition of centuries-long destitution and political repression that has characterized our existence and distorted virtually all our intra-communal relationships within the United States, there is now an escalation of police and other white violence directed at our people that demands a coherent response. The entire world is in a state of turmoil. The vast majority of the world's population that experiences poverty and cruelty as a normal feature of life is in a state of rebellion. Because the world capitalist system owes its existence to the enslavement of our people and colonial domination of much of the world, capitalism rests uneasily on a fault line of oppression. The historical oppression of our people stems from this cruel fact of history. Like most peoples of the world, we trace our current conditions of existence to the birth of the capitalist system at the expense of our happiness and human and material resources. We recognize the escalation of terror against Black people that includes state and popular attacks and police and civilian murder. We understand that the prominent expression of white nationalism revealed through the electoral process to select a new president of the United States are due to the growth of resistance among the oppressed populations of the world and within the United States. We recognize that the apparent social peace within the US over the last 35 years or so has been illusory, a product of the successful brutal assault by the US government on the struggle of Black people for justice and power in the 1960s. Our movement was obstructed by state-imposed repression that included the political murders of important leaders from our community. Among these leaders were Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., Malcolm X, Fred Hampton, and others. The false sense of social peace during this past period also depended on the disruption of the then developing Black agenda that demanded peace, democracy, an end to poverty, political oppression, and the acquisition of Black power. The US government and its minions of appointed or anointed Black leaders have contributed to a defeatist outlook among our people that reduces our struggle to vain attempts to influence the two major US political parties, ruling parties, to include the interests and aspirations of our people in the otherwise ruthless, terror-inducing imperialist agenda they normally represent. The US government's assault on our independent movement for Black political power has created a worldview that promotes the US electoral process as the only viable means of forging and pursuing an agenda favorable to our interests. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations does not believe that our future should be in the hands of any institution that does not have its origin within our community and has not been forged through the struggles of our people. Black people, therefore, are gathering to consolidate our own national Black political agenda for self-determination. With our national Black political agenda for self-determination, we claim responsibility for our own future, independent of the Democratic and Republican parties or any other organization or institution external to our community. We are fully aware of the long history of betrayal of our people by both parties and refuse to submit our destiny to a slavish dependency on either of them. As conscious women and men, we are declaring our intent to guarantee a future for our children and generations to come by creating an independent agenda for the progress of our people. We know that this agenda is not all encompassing. It cannot be. Our movement is in a developing stage, having been re-energized most recently by the August 9, 2014 uprising of poor working class young people in Canfield Drive in Ferguson, Missouri, after the police murder of 18-year-old Michael Brown. We recognize that our national Black political agenda for self-determination is in contention with the decisions made for us by the rulers of the United States, their servants in our midst, and other African people who may have legitimate disagreements with our views. But we cannot wait. History will not permit hesitation at this critical juncture. Our people demand participation in creating the future that awaits us. This development of our national Black political agenda for self-determination is not an attempt to create a new political party or organization. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations is a coalition in the truest sense of the word. We are an organization of organizations and individuals who have chosen to unite around a common set of principles for self-determination and a conscious struggle against world imperialism. We have seen the defeat of previous attempts to create a Black agenda by prematurely creating new political formations before basic principles and organizational relationships were firmly established that required first loyalty to our people rather than to the Democratic Party. We call on all organizations currently not affiliated with the Black is Back Coalition to join us as part of a process that will extend the political influence of our movements and organizations while preserving the independence of each. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparation does not attempt to function as a substitute for any existing organization. We simply provide a forum, a space for the overall expansion of our struggle for self-determination beyond the capacity of most individual organizations. We can see the world created by slavery and colonialism collapsing before our very eyes. The decline of imperialist white power is visible for the world to see and experience. Not only are the heroic peoples of the Middle East, South America, and Asia engaging imperialism in heated battles for control of their sovereignty and resources, so also are our people throughout Africa, Haiti, and various other places in the world, including Europe. The struggle against colonialism has breached the citadels of Europe and the US. White people of Europe, of France and Belgium, for example, are living lives with the kind of insecurity that is common to the colonial territories of Africa and the Middle East, from which Europe has extorted lives and resources for centuries. We are taking up the task of developing our national Black political agenda for self-determination while in the throes of a maturing resistance that is primarily a response to open police murder of African men, women, and children. In Dallas, Texas, and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, the actions of Micah Xavier Johnson and Gavin Cosmo Long represent the clearest movement toward an armed response to African murders by the US domestic military occupation forces since 1972, when Mark Essex initiated an attack on the New Orleans Police Department, Sister Belinda. Like Essex, Johnson, and Long briefly exposed the vulnerability and incompetence of US police forces with their attacks on domestic military occupation forces in Dallas, Texas in July 7th, and Baton Rouge on July 17, 2016, Sister Belinda. The moment is urgent, and history requires us to move decisively and without hesitation. It is within this context that we offer this national Black political agenda for self-determination for discussion and adoption by our people. And this was discussed and adopted by our people at a national convention that we held in Washington, DC. So that, Comrade Sister Vice Chair, is what I wanted to present in terms of reminding everybody of the National Black Political Agenda for Self-Determination that was put forth by the Black is Back Coalition, that represents the unity that we have, and that represents the position that we're putting forth to everybody in terms of uniting with the struggle of African people, the demands that we make as part of how we can justify supporting any political candidates, those we put forward ourselves and anybody else who comes to us for any kind of endorsement as African people. Uhuru.
Uhuru. And thank you very much, Brother Chairman. And now we will begin to hear from the working groups, which basically get into how we put this 19-point agenda into action for ourselves, how we live it. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce Sister Betty Davis of the Education Working Group. Now, she's going to divide her time up. Every working group, we're given 20 minutes, and she's going to divide her time up between Sister Muba Yarufalani and Sister Audrey Dennis. And I will read the introductions, and just a reminder that their time starts after I read the introductions. But Sister Betty, let me just make sure I understand something, because I know you said you wanted it to be divided up like 5 minutes for each person speaking with you. Now, do you want me to help keep time and to let them know when their 5 minutes is up? Okay, great. Okay, so let me proudly read this introduction to my wonderful sister, Betty Davis. We are not related as far as we know in this lifetime, but we are related in the heart. And we're all related, actually. But Sister Betty Davis is currently an adjunct professor at Hostos Community College in New York City and co-founder of the new abolitionist movement and a long community control of education since the New York City school strike in 1967. She is also the chair of the Black is Back Education Working Group, and she has been a warrior in the struggle for community control of education ever since the New York City strike in 1967. She's also been a social worker, a librarian, a first grade teacher at the Henry Highland Garden Elementary School, and a political prisoner advocate, Sister Betty Davis. And presenting with her will be Sister Mubo Yarufalani. She is a parent of 6 children who all attended the New York City public schools, where she served as an elected radical parent leader. I love that word, radical, representing the school community for over 30 years. She is a believer in education and a human rights activist. Some of the organizations that she has worked with are the Coalition for Public Education, the Coalition to Finally End Mayoral Control Now, Operation Power, African Graves Matter, and Parent Power. And the next representative that will also be presenting with them is Audrey Dennis. Ms. Dennis is her educational career began at Community School District 23 in Brooklyn over 29 years ago. She became quite familiar with the importance of allocation of funds. She saw unethical things happening as a secretary in the suspension room, and students were brought there after going through the metal detector and for trivial reasons, and they were sent to the precinct. And so she has decided to commit her life to working with parents and to help to work to restructure the school system. And some of the organizations that she's worked with is the Social Justice Network and a branch of African Graves Matter. And Sister Betty Davis, the Education Working Group.
I want to add to Sister Audrey Dennis's resume that she is a committed UNIA, Universal Negro Improvement Association member. And within that context, she has dealt with the organizing of students that led a very successful strike, a student strike in New York City, and she'll be telling you more about that. I want to start off by making it clear the chairman used the phrase "borders on our brain." And to me, borders on our brain is what I mean when I use the term metaphysical imperialism. And within that context, I want to say that this entire webinar so far is awesome, and I'm glad it's being recorded for posterity. This is a university seminar, and I agree with my comrade Akiba Baruti when he praises the presentations that have been presented so far. In addition to that, I want to say we are talking about education, but for those of you who heard what the chairman said about our 19 points, you pardon me, I'm juggling a lot of paper here, which is something I never should do. I know better than that, but we wanted to talk about the education principle within the Black is Back. And what we're saying is one of our points is that we are talking about education from the cradle to the grave. We're talking about education that is under the control of the community within the geographical location where they are. And we're talking about the rights of the community to make those decisions. Within that, the new abolitionist movement has a concept that the school buildings is a monetary institution that produces money, i.e. the mode of production, for the communities they are in, except they're African captives who are non-self-governing people in America. And because we are non-self-governing people in America, we don't control the billions of dollars of budget. At one point in New York during the COVID thing, we're talking about 34 billion dollars. And we did not get that money. That COVID money was played with by the mayor at that time, was played with and withheld. And you will hear more about that. Sister Mover will deal with that. I want to salute Chairman Yeshachela within the context of his biography. It was said, Chairman Yeshachela was driven to discover the reasons why Black people all over the world are impoverished and oppressed. He developed his political theory of African internationalism that understands the world through the eyes of the African working class. And through this internationalism, he exposed the significance of Marxist concept of primitive accumulation of capital and the point of capitalist wealth accumulation. And when you're talking about wealth accumulation, you talk about a Black tax. Whatever generation did before the generation before that, we can never build on it because of the Black tax. One of the examples of the Black tax was the subprime loan. Glenn Ford, our warrior, made it clear. It was the subprime loan, and what it did to the Black community was the largest transference of income from one group of people back to another group of people in the history of the world and capitalism. I want to go on to talk about the fact that many Africans all over within the context of our view of the Ukraine, I'm talking fast because I only got a few minutes. They, in the immediate aftermath of the beginning of Russia's special military operation in the Ukraine, the racist treatment of approximately 16,000 African students as well as thousands of others should not have been surprising considering the expansion and institutionalization of fascism and Nazi ideology among the governing people in the Ukraine since America's backed their fascist takeover of that territory known as the Ukraine. And as Sister Nelly said, under the administration of the former President Barack Obama, who sought to subvert any efforts by ousted President Yanukovych to walk a middle line between the US and the European nation on the one side and Russia on the other side. Now, I want to deal with what we mean by the economic oppression. Recently in New York City, there was a court case that was won. And in that court case, Gulino litigation .com documents, you will find that $1.5 billion to $2 billion, not including the pensions that was won by the teachers of New York City who took a court case against the city. Black and brown teachers were indiscriminately and unfairly penalized by the National Teachers Exam. And within that context, this case started in around 1996. 3 teachers filed a lawsuit. And
Mr. Betty, you're at your 5 minutes.
They won. And what this billions of dollars means, these teachers were underpaid, forced to work as substitute teachers at a lower pay, lost their pensions, and those who could afford to stay on, stayed on. It was a 20-minute loss of teachers who refused, a 20-year loss of education for teachers who refused to stay. Now, the reason we know that the National Teachers Exam and the teachers who were removed as a result of having not passed, allegedly, this exam, that there is no correlation. The majority of the teachers who were under this legislation and were penalized as economic slaves, the majority of their children passed all of the exams in contrast to their European American counterparts that were required by the New York City Board of Ed. In effect, 20 years our children lost the education they could have received at the hands of these teachers. And if you think about 20 years and what that meant in terms of the incarceration rates in New York City, which are off the chart, you realize that this is what the chairman is talking about when he says we live in a colony. They won, but they won after 20 years. How much did we lose of our children in that time? This is what we mean when we say you've got to control that public education money. More to follow. Thank you. Mama Muba, the mic is yours.
I am here. Uhuru.
Uhuru.
Brothers and sisters, comrades. I am here on behalf of the children in the New York City Public School. What I'm about to share with everyone here is the failure, the miseducational school system that our children has been in for 20 years under mayoral control. I begin by saying education is a human right. Just like how we need food, we need clothing, we need housing, that's a human right. I know if our children are put, when our children are put in an environment that is conducive to learning with an education of excellence, they will meet their highest potential. Our children are in so much of trouble under the system mayoral control. We must understand, and I know all of us do, understand the value of our children's mind, our children's brain. If that is taken and put in the wrong place, what are we going to do? What are they going to do in the future? When I am just going to go through some destructive behavior that have been taking place under mayoral control. Bloomberg 2002 believed that the school boards were corrupted. So of course he went to Albany and he got support from the elected officials together with then UFT President Weingarten, and he got control of the school system that is identified as mayoral control. And I'm saying to you, this is a miseducational system for our children, our future. And I'm going to share some of the reasons why under mayoral control, it's a miseducational system. When you have a mayor who have a budget of $38 billion for our children, because that's what the money is for our children, and nobody is checking to see how that money is being spent. Nobody's holding that mayor accountable. There is no transparency. That's a miseducational system. When you have a system, an educational system that is saying the stakeholders must not have a say in the decision making, that's a miseducational system. Parents, how could you leave parents out? No school building can open without a parent. Nobody could get paid in this educational arena without a parent. How could you leave that parent out? That parent should be able to hire and fire anyone who gets a salary on our children's back in the New York City miseducational system. When you have a school, a system that is saying, listen, I don't mind our children at age 11 or even younger get their first criminal record. through the school, which is like a school, as a pipeline to prison. That's a miseducational system. When you have a system, an educational system that is saying, I prefer to pay more attention to law enforcement being in our schools rather than social workers, guidance counselors, psychologists, or even nurses. That's a miseducational system. When you have an educational system that uses the zip code to define where the money should go for resource in those classrooms, that's a miseducational system. When you have an educational system where our 12th graders are ready to go into college, and when they go into college, the money should be used for college credits, they're using it for remedial classes. That's a miseducational system.
You're at time for your 5 minutes.
And I am saying to you, folks, that day will come when our children are going to ask, what have you done? What have you done to make sure that we get rid of this behavioral control, that this miseducational system? What have you done to make sure that our education of excellence is given to us? We are going to be held accountable. And each and every one of us here who have had children go into the school buildings, when they go in there, we should go in with them to fight for changes. Parent power. Parents have the power. We have to organize. We got to come together and said, no more. This is our children's brain, and we can afford to lose our children in a system that don't care if they live or die. So let us get rid of Eric Adams, who's going to be the worst of all the mayors. Let us get rid of him in whichever way we have to. Asante Sana, Uhuru, to all our children who are in this miseducational system. Black power. Asante Sana.
Sister Audrey?
Uhuru.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for all that's been said thus far. As a proud UNIA member and as such, I joined the association that protested against the New York City DOE because our Black parents were outraged because by design, the New York City DOE were appointing ineffective principals as superintendents to our community school districts. As we threatened to file a lawsuit against them, the former Chancellor, Misha Porter, and former Mayor, Bill de Blasio, left office without responding to our concerns. So this new school year, the newly elected mayor and chancellor, along with an assembly representative, tried to make the conversation to distract us to reimagine education. Not being swayed by that, as a member of the Student Improvement Association, I joined up with the New York City Coalition, and this is their main point of contention. The time is now to call on all New York State, New York City Council, and borough representatives to conduct a full and complete audit with open public hearings on 20 years of mayoral control before any extension is granted to Eric Adams. Into silence about our own children's best interests. And we need you to join the resistance, demand an audit of the last 20 years of the existing New York City education governance structure. Our electeds must also conduct open to all citywide public hearings with a public report of all findings before they push an extension of mayoral control. And we need the support of this resolution. The mayor cannot unilaterally, as our colleagues have just said on education, lead our city without us, the parents, the students, elected citizens who pay taxes. We need to have all stakeholders at the table, the parents, the students, and other tax-paying residents. Students were recently ignored when all high school students from the special ed high school planned and did a walkout of class right after the winter recess, when they demanded to have remote learning because of the continuous COVID-19 pandemonium. Will remain open and no to remote learning. So this is how they're stifling our young people who are getting ready to go on off to college. So folks, we the citizens who pay taxes and the salaries of these elected officials who are not doing the job they promised when they were campaigning in our communities to get our votes, need to recall them and elect those who will represent us fairly. We need access to our school buildings because as it stands currently, we who pay taxes cannot have any access to the building. Again, all stakeholders are to engage in the conversation to educate our children and our Black in all 32 districts. In the outskirts of the 5 boroughs, the white communities are in control of their schools 24/7, and we don't hear them fighting over male control, such as is happening here in the 5 boroughs in our Black communities. All this sums up to following the money. A secretary in the white schools has a budget line for one function, while in Black schools, like I worked under male control as the secretary, either retires or was accessed, I would be assigned several functions for the same pay. Finally, we must unite to regain control, thank you, of our communities, to choose a curriculum to include the truth about our Black history and use the school building for the purpose was intended. Thank you. Shout out to all my ancestors and all those who have spoken and trying to push truth to power, because truth crushed to the earth shall rise again. Thank you.
Thank you. Sister Betty, you have 2 more minutes left for this whole segment.
No, I'm going to take a few more, just a few more, because I want to thank the parents in New York City who every time the city of New York tried to fire me, they put me back in the building. That's what we're talking about, community control. I want to thank the teachers in New York City who took this court case and were responsible. They're going to get their pensions eventually. But what I also want to say to you is that your right to a free education, you must remember that the majority of European American parents do not have charter schools. They have public schools. And the understanding of what a public school is, you will find out tomorrow when we're going to have a panel where there is a superintendent of schools asking for our support. And he is saying that he is coming from a working class background. And this is a first in this country as far as I know. And so we all over this country need to unite behind this warrior. Secondly, I want to say to you that it is very important that you understand $1.5 billion to $2 billion, not including their pensions, is what these teachers won in New York City. That money, interestingly enough, fits the gap in the New York City budget during an economic crisis. They could not meet their budget. And then all of a sudden, they decided that the teachers who didn't pass the New York teachers exam had to go. But they could come back if they would come back at a minimum salary without their pensions. And that difference helped them close their gap. It's the Black tax. Every time there's a problem in this country, it's the Black tax. Now, when you say you are winning, I want to remind you of a song from Sam Archer. It will never change unless you change it. So run if you don't do something about it. Again, I want to let you know that every school building is an economic institution. It is a mode of production. It's the plumbers, it's the electricians, it's the painters, it's the lights in the building, it's the chairs in the building, it's the paper in the building. They don't have textbooks. What can students do? You don't have to put up with a school that's not COVID safe. March. You don't have to put up with a school that does not teach you. Don't call it critical race theory. I hate that phrase. We are talking about truth in history. If you put history blank out like it happened, Black people are all over it. We are in every aspect of history in the world, as Sister Nelly and Chairman Yeshachale told you. Without a doubt, the only thing that is setting us up to fail is, what did the chairman say? These borders on our minds. Some call it metaphysical imperialism. You know what imperialism is? Metaphysical deals with the mind. How can we be the first in sports? And you know sports is governed by a muscle, and not be the first in liberation, because the mind, the brain is a muscle. So I want to conclude with this. Sister Lisa started off by talking about, it is not through elections that we have gotten where we are at this point in history in terms of human rights. It is because of the armed struggle on the part of Africans in this country in the 60s who are still political prisoners. When the Supreme Court Justice's wife was a part of an insurrection to overthrow the government, and her ass is not in jail yet. And so how can you keep Mamiya? How can you keep Akoli? How dare you keep Matula Shakur under these circumstances? I will not tolerate it, and you shouldn't tolerate it either. Last, if you look at the points of the Black Panther Party, and then you look at the 1965 civil rights legislation, you would think they were a mirror for each other. Every right white women have in this country, they got on the wings of the Black liberation movement. Title IX, you know what Title IX is? Look at March Madness. Look at all those beautiful Black girls playing football and winning and kicking ass every place, wherever they went. This is what the Black Panther Party did. They are responsible for March Madness. Thank you.
Uhuru, thank you so very much, Sister Betty Davis. As you can see, all of our struggles are interrelated. We don't specialize really in anything because we have so much on our plate, but they're all interrelated. Next, we're going to hear from our I forgot to start my video, okay. Next, we're going to hear from the Political Prisoners Working Group, and it gives me great pleasure. It's an honor to introduce some of these warriors who put everything on the line. Brother Jihad Abdulmamit was one of them. The segment is going to be divided among three people: Brother Jihad Abdulmamit, Brother Ralph Pointer, and Sister Nzinga Robertson. And it's a 20-minute segment. Brother Abdulmamit, Jihad Abdulmamit, hold on a second moment, please. He is a former Black Panther and was a Black Liberation Army political prisoner for 23 years. He is the chairperson of the National Jericho Movement to free all political prisoners. He is a case manager at Health Brigade, a local community health clinic in Richmond, Virginia, where he conducts HIV testing in jails and prisons and case manages HIV-positive individuals after release. He and his wife own their own theater company where they have written and produced dozens of original thematic plays. I'm just going to read the intro to the bios to everybody that's a part of this panel. Ralph Pointer, who is the co-chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group. He is a longtime human rights activist. He is the co-chair of the Political Prisoners Working Group for the Black is Back Coalition and represents the Lynn Stewart Defense Committee. He started teaching in 1957 and taught until arrested after getting the first 4 Black principals appointed in New York City, the first Black stationary engineer, and the first contracts for Black workers. He has fearlessly continued his activism upon being released from prison back during that time, right up to the present day. And Sister Nzinga Robertson is an online radio personality on the Social Justice Network at BettyLifeStation.com, and she hosts 2020 Vision for the Next Generation and Outside Inside, How Incarceration Impacts Families. She presently serves as a resident poet for Operation Power and grassroots organization and What's Happening. And she's a blog talk radio. She has a blog talk radio show for political prisoners where she recites poetry during their Zoom meetings and public events. Political Prisoners Working Group, the floor is yours. Or the Zoom room is yours. Uhuru.
Uhuru. Thank you, sister.
Can I just make a correction? I'm sorry, Brother Ralph, but I can't take the responsibility of saying that I've been in this fight forever on the front lines. I haven't been. I just joined it, but I can't take away from those people that have been in the fight for decades. Just wanted to clear that up.
Thank you so much. And also, how do you want me to, do you need us to help you keep time? I know this is provided
Ask
among
Brother
three
Pointer.
people.
Brother Pointer, he'll decide.
Okay, great.
Okay, let me begin again. And this has been another tremendous presentation.
Yeah.
And the importance of this presentation, and I'll be brief, is that they don't need chains on our behind because they got chains on our mind. And what we must do is break those chains and have liberation. And it starts with us, and it starts with us speaking clearly to help people understand the reality of our existence. Now, my particular input in this presentation is political prisoners. What is a political prisoner? Who are political prisoners? As opposed to what is the victim, or who are the victims of this political system? And we look at them as the incarcerated. And those people whose progress in this system is inhibited by the system, and that's all of us. And so we have political prisoners. This is the highest point of a prisoner, a political prisoner, because a political prisoner is a person who saw and understood the circumstances that we all are in and did something about it. And as a result of their doing, that is fighting for freedom. And I say freedom is those who understand that the use of this planet and all of the resources on the planet is something to be used for all of us. Something to be used for all of us, not a certain segment, not a certain category of people who inhabit this planet. Exactly. Now, this thing of political prisoners covers everything that has been said on this presentation. For I say to you, if you fight for these principles that have been espoused on this presentation, you will soon be a political prisoner. And unless you have the demand to free those political prisoners, you do not exist. We, as a people in America, do not exist because we have said, we have understood by those who came before us, is that power is the issue. If you have no power, if you do not exercise the power, you do not exist. Voting slaves. And I say, when we talk about voting, most of the people of color in this society are political slaves. They have accepted the role of doing a political act without political remuneration. And what must we demand for our simple, and it's not so easy, what is it, 1868, 14th Amendment. We've been fighting for the right to vote. We've been voting for the most part for nothing. And where are we today? Still fighting for the right to vote. We see the Democratic Party, Jesse Jackson, Obama, everybody's out there saying Black people have to get involved in voting. Voter registration. To vote for who? To vote for what? The Democratic Party. That is not our issue. That is a chain on our mind, and they keep our brothers and sisters with chains on their behind in the death camp, and we are responsible. I will wind up at that point and turn over the presentation to a brother, Jihad Abdul Mumit, who's the head of the National Jericho organization and the Spirit of Mandela, and he will tell you about that. But until we make the demand, I'm saying demand, first of all, by voting for anyone who would talk about obtaining a position of representing us, until we make the demand of freeing those who gave up all to keep us free, to free us, we do not exist. We will never exist until we free our political prisoners. I could say more, but I'm going to close with that and give Brother Abdul Mumit more time to present the position of freeing all our political prisoners. And I say, when I say all of our political prisoners, those people who have a unity of purpose to make sure that the wealth of the world is shared by all of the people who inhabit this world. Thank you, my brothers and sisters and brothers, for your time. And remember all of the words that were said on this presentation. And remember, they are just words until we act on them, until we make it real. It will never change until we do something about it. And our responsibility is to support those brothers and sisters who did something about it. Now we have to bring them home. We can no longer consider ourselves as people as long as they are in the death camps. So we've got to be clear about words. We say prison, no death camps. Be clear about that. They mean for those who did something to support our liberation to die in those institutions, death camps. And the people who put them in are the army of occupation. We call them police. No, that's a whole different term, a policeman. As you remember, the young man who went around killing people in facilities of ill repute, and they arrested him after he shot a policeman, killed 4 or 5 people with a gunshot wound by doing police work, looking at cameras, etc. As opposed to a young boy playing in a park in Cleveland, they come up and in 10 seconds kill him. That's terror. Army of occupation, that's terrorism. And the army of occupation is doing their job. They are terrorizing us, and we have to stop being terrorized and free our political prisoners. And I apologize, I could go on all night like this. Jihad Abdul Mumit, will you carry this issue of political prisoners a bit further? Thank you, my brothers and sisters and brothers and my family.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Comrade Ralph. Uhuru, comrades, Assalamu alaikum. I begin with Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of Allah, most gracious, most merciful. A top salute to my comrade, Chairman Omali Yesateli. You still look good, my brother. And as far as my comrade, Sister Lisa, if you ever get stumbled on my bio, you can just simply say my homie from New Jersey. That would not be offended. I'll be honored about that. Just, I want to get into some nuts and bolts about political prisoners. Not so much the narrative. I think Ralph and other comrades that went before me have said a lot about the reality and existence and why we are there, why there are political prisoners, but some of the working mechanizations behind the scenes as it relates to the Black is Back Coalition and the National Jericho Movement, which is a member of that, which I will say we're putting a donation in again and paying our annual dues, by the way. That should come to 300. So I'll put that in the chat in a minute. But yeah, so the Jericho Movement is an organization that supports and campaigns for the freedom of political prisoners in the United States of America. When I say support, we're talking about not just putting their names on the website as such, but we're talking about looking after them medically, providing a third-party doctor intervention when needed, since our freedom fighters are getting old, talking about prisoners that's been in jail, averaging now, 40, 50 years easy, 40 to 50 years easy. So that doctor intervention is important, financial assistance when needed, family visits as such, and even support for comrades coming out. Malmin Kabir, brother, just recently came home, providing that ongoing support for him. And he's a 7% oxygen level with COPD. And, just being there, those behind the scenes. So this is one of the unique things about the Black is Back Coalition, with the 18 organizations that are, in fact, members, that all the organizations are actually on the boots on the ground doing the work, which is very important. It's not just theoretical talking and talking and talking and talking. All the extensions and members of the Black is Back Coalition, have boots on the ground doing the actual work that we say in building our communities. There are two basic lines of defense and campaigning for political prisoners, comrades, basic trajectories there. One is the broad education of the people and awareness in the community. And this leads into building all power to the people, so that when we issue demands, it be real. We demand a release. And when we say we demand, we want to reach a point where we have such national community support that demand is real. Otherwise, we can impact the system, as it were, economically and politically by not voting, or as Reverend Pickney always said, get rid of the person that's in office. All these things, but we have to establish that power. And by all means, we're inching toward that every day that we work through our own organizations as members of the Black is Back Coalition. But that education, we had the poster that was just talked about 30 minutes or so ago, information about political prisoners, so that you can become aware of that. You can put information about political prisoners on your own websites, Instagram, Facebook, or however you want to do it, because educating the people who they are and their situation and how to access support for them is very, very important. The other trajectory is the direct support. Writing the letters, responding to calls to write letters when people are going to the parole board, when people are going through medical distress or medical neglect. That response is very, very important. We only have so many arrows in our sheath right now. So when we pull it out, that direct support is like you pulling an arrow out and shooting it at a specific target to get a specific result. So that broad education, one trajectory, and the direct support, writing letters, like I said, to the Department of Corrections, wherever state they may be in, the Bureau of Prisons, parole boards, or whatever the case may be. Interesting enough, sisters and brothers, we have a growing list of politicized prisoners. If you go to the National Jericho website, thejerichomovement.com, you'll see a growing list of politicized prisoners, these George Jacksons that come into prison for these lumpen community offenses, if you will, acts against the people, or whatever the case may be. Even those, many of those are framed anyway, but some of them are real. Some of them are real reactionary crimes, but there's a reason for that because of the situation we're in and the colonized mind we have, that we go at each other in that way. But a lot of these sisters and brothers are becoming politicized in prison, just as George Jackson was. And we're beginning to adopt more and more on that list, which is an extension, like I said, of the Black is Back Coalition, which Jericho is, and the Political Prison Working Group, and doing that type of work. We also have, last point I want to make, We also have a very strong international connection with prisoners internationally, and supporting them and building that international support and looking for that quid pro quo, meaning them, we're not just supporting you and you're not saying anything about our nappy-headed sisters and brothers over here. No, 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 we're not doing that. But so there's a working, developing process, recognizing support and giving acknowledgement to political prisoners in other countries. And in return, you're doing the same with us. So we can build that international connection. I guess the most renowned international prisoner would be Afia Siddiqui, but there are many more, many more. That's Lady Al-Qaeda, as they said, is doing 86 years in Carswell, Texas. 86 years for allegedly picking up a gun and shooting at some Marines. And you know, those reactionaries that bum rushed the Capitol, they're getting 6 months.
How much time do we have, Lisa?
Yeah, I'm cutting
We
off
have
now.
7 more minutes.
Yeah, so I just want to that's the actual work, and you can join that work, you know, through the Black is Back Coalition and the working group. There was a list of hundreds of people that was secured through the Black is Back Coalition. That just shows you the importance of this connection. All those people are still receiving emails. Some of them have aligned themselves with the Spirit of Mandela Coalition initiatives and working with political prisoners. But all of that means something, sisters and brothers. It is not going for naught. There's a lot of behind the scenes working and legalities that has to be worked out. It's not just a call freedom like that. It's a lot of work that's going on to actually get a sister or brother out of that situation. And then when they get out of that situation, to support them financially till they get on their feet. And this is what the Jericho movement does. And we're proud to be a member of the Black is Back Coalition. I'll leave my mic there and be here for questions if they come. Uhuru.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
We have another sister who's going to make a presentation.
Yes, so Uhuru, Black is back, power to the people, Black and I'm proud, all of that stuff, Black power. Thank you, my brothers and sisters. So unfortunately, these brothers and sisters that Brother Points and brother, the other brother just spoke about, these were once people who were the elders in our community, who fought for human rights violations, who fought for programs and any injustices that were happening in our community. They were once the elders in our community. They are now the elderly, and they have languished in these death camps for decades. They are now seniors in poor health. So when we talk about, you know, it's so good that we follow the education piece, because we talk about education, we don't have to only get rid of marital control. We got to get rid of these people who are educating our children. They're not going to educate our children on political prisoners. They're not going to educate our children on the historians like Ella Baker, even a Ralph Point, a Betty Davis, Charles Barron. They're not going to educate our children on, they're going to only keep them learning about Martin Luther King, I Have a Dream, nonviolence. They're not going to tell them about Malcolm X. So so that these people can, these future generation of children can become the next elders in the community, can become the next individuals fighting for the same rights that these political prisoners were fighting for when they were out here. And I want to say that every time I go on freaking Google and I see the question, why is the US assisting the Ukraine? And then they say that they're assisting the Ukrainians to promote political and economic reform and to address urgent humanitarian needs. That is insane. It's a tragedy of everything for them to even put it in their mouth, that could even come off their lips, knowing under the conditions that these political prisoners have languished, as the brother said, for half a century, some of them. half a century. And then they go on to say the U.S. has consistently encouraged Ukraine's transition to the word that I hate the most, a democratic society with a prosperous market-based economy. We don't even have that here. They're not even fighting for that for their people here. So how in the heck can they even say that they're fighting for that for somebody for a whole nother country? So, the other thing I wanted to say was that I heard the sister from Louisiana, Brown Parker, I think, say earlier about people saying, feel good. They don't feel good about this, or they don't want, mushy. They don't like to do that. I have came to the conclusion that I will not be apologetic about anything that I do for my people.
That's right.
They don't apologize for anything they do for us or to us. They never apologize for all of our leaders that they killed, murdered, slaughtered, or no, still killing, murdering, and slaughtering. They haven't apologized for that. And I love the quote in James Baldwin's book, Fire Next Time. He said, heroism and violence only goes together when white people are fighting to protect themselves. When Black people are fighting to protect themselves, it's murder. It's anything else but heroism. And I'm just gonna end with a quote by my main man, one of them, John Henry Clark, who said, powerful people cannot afford to educate the people that they oppress. Because once you are truly educated, you will not ask for power, you will take it. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you, Sister Nzinga. The poetry of your prose is just wonderful in terms of what you project.
Exactly.
And, we cannot express how important our political prisoners are, because that is the basis of our struggle. You go out to vote, you become a political prisoner. You go out, or you could be lynched in the courts or lynched outside of the courts. We have expressed all of these things.
And the Panthers stop that.
And we have to remember, if we remember history, before the Panthers, before the Black Liberation Army, before the organizations who understood self-defense, the police walked through our communities with impunity. After the political prisoners, after the Black Liberation Army, they tiptoed in our communities. And when the COINTELPRO organization broke up these political entities, now they're at it again every 28 hours. And all kinds of outrageous killing by the uniformed Klan. That's the army of occupation that does its job. And so we better support those who have gone down in order to create more, because no one wants to join an organization that will forget them, put them second in terms of their liberation. I will let it go at that. Jihad, you have more to say? We have a few minutes.
Actually, we're at time. We're at time for this particular segment.
Sorry.
That's okay.
But thank you, my brothers and sisters.
Everybody's so passionate, and I wish I could give everybody all the time in the world to say what it is they have to say, because it's so important and so interesting and so passionate. Anyway, the next presenter we're going to hear from, the next working group, is the Black Community Control of the Police Working Group. And also let me emphasize that we encourage people to join these working groups. That's how we get the work done. But we're going to have Brother Maximella Odom, who is currently the chair of the Black Community Control of Police Working Group, and he is also the International Vice President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, otherwise known as NPDUM. He also writes for the Burning Spear newspaper and co-hosts the Black Power Talks podcast for Black Power 96. Maximella is also a professor in Africana Studies and has published on a variety of issues pertaining to African liberation and revolutionary culture. Uhuru, brother Maximella.
Uhuru. Please pull up that PowerPoint. As she said, I'm Maximella Odom, International Vice President of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. I'm also the chair of the working group for Black Community Control of the Police. So I'd like to change the slide. I'd like to salute my leadership. I want to salute Chairman Omar Shatella, who's the Black is Back chairman. Also want to salute President Colin Bailey and Danette, the international president of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement, under whose leadership I work. And then all the members of the Black is Back Steering Committee. So I'd like to salute all of you all. And I'll let you all know when it changed. So Black Community Control of Police is vital for all the for all of y'all to get behind. Every time an African is killed, every time an African is incarcerated, every time we're struggling for African liberation, what we want to do is make Black Community Control of Police the demand of the African masses. And just for housekeeping purposes, that floating panel thing, you might want to make that go away because it's leaving like a gray box. So I just want to say that. So on December 9th, 2021, Comrade Denzel Drawn of San Diego was acquitted of all charges in San Diego, California. Comrade Denzel was originally charged with over 20 felony counts stemming from an August 28, 2020 event. On that day, August 28, 2020, Denzel witnessed San Diego cops brutalizing protesters at a local demonstration. While they brutalized the protesters, one of the cops' pepper spray rolled towards Denzel. Denzel picked the pepper spray up and sprayed the group of cops in defense of the protesters being brutalized. The local prosecutors assumed they had a slam dunk. And so local prosecutors assumed that they had a slam dunk in this case. And took it to trial, and they lost. The local DA's office, district attorney's office, attempted to put Black Community Control of Police on trial by referencing Denzel's anti-colonial views, as well as the Revolutionary National Democratic Program of the International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement. In this battle, white power lost and African self-determination won. This is just one in a long line of victories for the movement and for Black Community Control of the Police. It sits on top of the Uhuru Movement victory in the Battle of St. Pete, the victory of Sagam Penn in San Diego in the late 1980s. It sits on top of the success in the anti-colonial campaign to free and defend Desi Woods. So we won this with organization, demands, strategies, and tactics that pushed us towards victory. Change slide. So Black Community Control of Police is an anti-colonial demand, right? Black Community Control of Police, Black Community Control of the Police demands the withdrawal of all domestic military forces from Black communities. This democratic demand assumes the ability of Black people to mobilize for our own security and to redefine the role of the police so that it no longer functions as an agency imposed on us from the outside. As this image shows here, right? Whether we're talking about slave catchers in the 19th century, or the border patrol, or the border police, border cops in the 21st century, this is the same colonial domination that we're talking about. Black community controlled police understands the primary condition we face as African people is colonial capitalism. And the solution that we're fighting for is power. We got to have power in the hands of the African community. Change slides. So, a lot of people are concerned with anti-racist policing and rooting out racist and bigoted cops. This image here is from the Watts Rebellion of 1965. And a lot of studies have been done to this. And without a doubt, right, there are bigoted cops, there are racist cops, but as Chairman Omali Achille notes, racism is merely individual whites carrying out carrying out colonial policy, right? So when you see a racist cop, this individual cop carrying out colonial policy, so without a doubt, right, there's all these studies that talk about, the hundreds of active duty and retired law enforcement officers that are part of Confederate, anti-Islam, white nationalist militia groups and things like that, right? From Florida to Oklahoma to Louisiana in recent years, we know that police officers have been shown to be members of the Proud Boys, the Klan, and other white nationalist organizations. We know that in Los Angeles, where this picture comes from, William Parker, the Los Angeles chief of police at that time from 1950 to 65, recruited white male officers from the South. He recruited them directly out of from the South, right? But he also recruited them directly out of active duty in the United States Army and the United States Marine Corps. It's Chairman Omali Achille who notes that in Vietnam, the police are called Marines. In the U.S., the Marines are called police, right? So it's this colonial question that we are putting forward, right? So despite how flagrant all these aspects of white nationalists in the police department are, right? This is all merely a symptom of the larger problem that is colonialism, the colonial capitalism, the colonial mode of production. The colonial system of policing allows for white workers, not just the white ruling class, to exist, thrive at the expense of the African working class, right? The liberal left likes to make all these distinctions between labor unions and the police associations, right? But understanding this issue of the colonial domination of African communities by way of the police lets us actually get at the source of actually white labor organizing within the US anyway. Change slides. So all of this underscores really the problem with having defunding the police and de-unionization as your objectives, right? There are over 800,000 cops in the US. However, there's even more security guards within the US, 820,000, right? In a neighborhood like I grew up in West Long Beach, California, we was policed by Long Beach PD, you got CPS, you got LA sheriffs that would roll through there, and we even had private police forces that were armed and with the license to shoot and kill, right? So what, are we free if just one of those forces stop policing us or something like that, or it's reduced by a certain amount? So about 80% of cops are in unions, in police unions. The largest of these is the Benevolent Police Association that's in the city of New York. So since the murder of George Floyd, police departments and police unions have come under fire. A lot of people during this moment, a lot of activists have demanded for these places to be defunded and stuff like that. However, think of a place like Los Angeles, California, that took $150 million out of the police budget. And for us Africans who operate, in our jobs or whatever it is, with the fraction of that sounds like a lot until you realize that Los Angeles has a $1.8 billion budget every single year for their police force, And then they redirect them to what? Community programs. These community programs being athletic leagues and other things like that run by the police department and probations as other forms of surveillance and counterinsurgency within our community. You know what? The International People's Democratic Uhuru Movement was actually formed in 1991 in direct opposition to that sort of thing. I suggest you all get a chance, go and find a copy of Dialectics of Black Revolution by Chairman Omali Yeshitela. That's a must read. So
5 more minutes.
Uhuru, yeah, I'm following it. So Uhuru, all right. So down to 5 minutes. Okay. All right. So there has also been, like I said, this push for you know what I'm saying, for people to disassociate from the labor unions. We saw what happened in the Capitol Hill section of Seattle. You know, we saw what happened in Minneapolis for the police to disband and stuff like that, change slides. However, without Black community control of the police, defunding the police is just an austerity measure. Right. Stockton, California, for example, is a great example of this. Stockton, California is a city of 300,000 people. They went into bankruptcy. Their city officials and their police department, their police chief is being heralded as a hero in the defund the police movement in liberal sectors of in the liberal left sectors of the United States, because he cut $14 million from their police budget. Yes, he cut $14 million from the police budget, strengthened the colonial mode of production in their city, and life for African people in the past 10 years since they've done that has only diminished, right? Think about places like Compton, California, where 2 decades ago, we all struggled against the corrupt Compton Police Department, and to save their local budget, they brought in the LA Sheriff's Department, which is even more corrupt, filled with all these white nationalist prison gangs, which reward these cops for killing people, for killing African people. So people need to demand power in the hands of the African community. Full Black community control of police, a withdrawal of all occupying forces, be they the police, military, private security, all of that is needed. Then reparations and self-determination should be demanded as a return, which is a return of resources to the and power in the hands of the African working class. Change slides. This for go back. Yeah. Thank you. So compare, like I said, these liberal left reforms to the campaign of Achille in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2017, 2019. Achille attached defunding the police to the anti-colonial objectives, to reparations, and building dual and contending power. And that's what you all here concerned with this electoral school need to be doing as you demand Black community control of police. Change slides. So this is a call for you all to get organized. Join the Black Community Control of Police Working Group. Make this a demand. Download the petition, download the flyers. Next time the police, because it's inevitable, next time the cops kill another one of us, you make sure the African working class, you make sure the people in your community are saying Black community control of the police. Uhuru.
Uhuru. There's my camera. Uhuru, Brother Maximella, and thank you so very, very much. Uhuru. I always have to raise my Black power fist, especially when we're talking about Black community control of the police. The next presenter will be myself, and I will be presenting on behalf of the Healthcare Working Group. And I want to first of all start out saying that I know these last couple of years has been very, very, very difficult. Our community in the United States, at least, and wherever our people lived under a colonized system where their colonial healthcare system was in control. our numbers we didn't do that well. And we all have felt it. I want to extend, first of all, my heartmost energy and love and condolences to those among us who have felt this so personally. And it really pains me to talk about what's going on because I too feel it personally. There were some hard hits. There were members of the Black is Back. They may not have transitioned directly because of COVID, but it was certainly this environment and the environment of this so-called healthcare system under which failed us tremendously on how this pandemic was handled, but not just on how this pandemic was handled, but on many other things. I just want to first of all say that because we did take some hits. But I want to just tell people, and like I said, as I read these numbers, remember, it's emotional for me to read them, but the truth is the truth. We have to speak truth to power. The United States has one of the worst records in the world, literally, and they have more deaths. They might not have the highest rate of death, but they're up there. Western medicine definitely has the highest rate of death when you compare what happened in the West with what happened on the continent of Africa and with what happened in Asia. But the United States has more actual dead bodies than any other place in the world. They are at over 1 million. They have like 1,011,665. The continent, and they have a death rate per 1 million of 3,025 per 1 million. That is outrageous. Whereas the continent of Africa has the best stats in the world, and they have consistently had that. And their rate of death, although I say that even if one person has died, it's one too many. Also, could somebody please keep time for me? Thank you. Even if they have one death, that's one death too many. But their numbers are 253,000 as of today, 119 per 1.3 billion. The United States is 1,011,665 per 331 million people. And the rate of death for the continent of Africa per 1 million is 183.64, 183.64 people, contrasted to 3,025, and for the United States. Also, Asia comes in at a close second. Their rate is comparable to the rate of the death rate with Africa, and Asia comes in at approximately 200 and something. And I want to use those two examples because they handle this completely differently than the United States and the West. All the West really has, with the United States being the ringleader, to back up what they say is arrogance and guns. And I want to challenge us to understand that this is about the control of knowledge, not just the control of our bodies and the control of resources and everything, but also the one who gets to define what knowledge is, what proof is, what science is. Now, of course, I'm not talking about measuring how many times the Earth goes around the sun, or how fast it goes, or the distance from Pluto to Jupiter, or whatever. I don't have anything. I mean, I'm not experienced to even talk about that. And most of us are not. You have to have a specialized kind of knowledge to talk about that. So under those circumstances, people can legitimately say, well, where did you study? Where are you getting your information from if I were to debate something like that? But I'm talking about life. I'm talking about living. We all have experience in living, and we have experience in knowing if we take something and whether it makes us feel good or not. We have experience in that, and it is our body who will tell any doctor or scientist, no matter who they are, no matter what system they work under, whether or not what they are doing is helping us. Regardless of what our beliefs might be, there is an absolute truth that colonial science under colonialism twists upside down on its head and basically gets us to disassociate from that. But somehow life appeared on this planet. Humans were not the first life forms, and we certainly know that doctors were not the first humans, and we certainly know that life appeared on this earth long before the pharmaceutical industry ever was established. And life was able to continue. We represent the survivors, the ones who were able to continue. And that happened, and the earth sustained life long before there was an official name for a medical doctor or the pharmaceutical industry showed up, and certainly long before the colonizers showed up and before white power was established. And yet they want us to just disassociate from that whole reality as they seek to control knowledge, as they seek to define science. And even though the United States there's nothing, they have not one statistic backing up what their protocols were when it came to this pandemic, not any. They have more dead people than any other place on earth, even among the Western world. And even if you look at the Western countries and the quote unquote developed countries, the death rate within the United States has been increasing, and they still have a very high rate in terms of this pandemic and what happened. But not only that, last year in 2021, like during the fourth quarter of 2021, the insurance companies began to complain because they said they've never seen such an increase in their claims that they were getting. There was like about a 40% increase, a huge jump. And I don't say any of this to scare people, but again, this is about looking at the truth. This is about our people reclaiming who we are and understanding that although to be Black is wonderful and awesome in and of itself, to be Black, that the skin color is beautiful and powerful, and I love it, but it's so much more than that. It is so much more than that. And it is imperative that we reclaim Africa. It is imperative that we understand on so many levels that what they have normalized in the United States, what we take to be normal, it's not normal, it's colonization. And that they have the power, even though Africa has consistently maintained, done excellently. The United States is the one trying to force their protocols, their vaccines on the continent. And many, many people did resist against that. And I think that, I know that the continent has a lot of internal contradictions, and I do not at all try to downplay any of the internal problems that are going on and problems with the infrastructure, but we don't have to do that in order to tell the truth. But I do know that traditional African medicine is used by approximately 80% of the continent, and I do know that the countries automatically began to mobilize. They began to mobilize and to share information with each other and to communicate with each other. And if we look at what China, and they use their plant medicines. Traditional African medicine is the oldest medicine system on the face of the earth, and in large part due to the fact that the first humans were in Africa. And even like you could look at modern humans, and then you could look at the first human forms, they were in Africa. But the continent of Africa also has certain parts of Africa has the most diverse DNA on the planet, and they also have the longest uninterrupted lineage on the planet. Uninterrupted lineage, which means those people, we had to understand how to live on this earth. And yet our way has been subverted, and it's been subverted at a terrible cost to us. And I just really advocate that we understand the power that we have. I just want to real quickly read a quote from this book. Is called Self-Healing, Power and Therapy. And this just shows a little bit of the African perspective toward life and to plants and healing. And I've also seen this perspective written in other books as well. But I just want to read this. It says, all plants, including fungi, are, in the eyes of the African people, pipes through which hidden substances in the futu flow to life on Earth. It can also be said that plants are living pumps whose function is to draw from the depth of the futu, which is the Earth, all kinds of inkisi, which means chemicals or better substances and salts. Hidden inside of it, these chemicals or earthly substances are of all orders, small and large, known and unknown to man. These substances are nutritive, curative, seductive, immunizing, sweet, bitter, visible and invisible, sticky, volatile, smelly, abundant, or rare substances. I just think that is such a profound way to look at the earth and to examine our relationship to this earth. In the terms of the healthcare working group, we did immediately put together protocols based on research we had been doing pertaining to, natural, non-invasive modalities that don't come with the risk. I mean, I'm not a doctor. I would never prescribe medication to anyone because, that comes with the risk. And you certainly do need somebody who has a far more advanced degree than I do. I don't happen to have any medical degrees, and that does not bother me. But so the safest way also is to talk about and tell people the things that we can do. I mean, we eat every single day. We should be more intentional about what we are doing. And so we began to put together, a document pertaining to things that we can do. We, also tried to include references and studies in that. And I had an experience that happened to me pertaining to my brother in 2021. And we were only in the hospital about 2 hours. He was not diagnosed with COVID. I'm not sure if he had it or not, but he wasn't going there for COVID-related symptoms. He was going there because he couldn't walk. He had pulled a nerve in his back or something. And I get there, and whenever I try to go to the hospital, I try to go prepared. I had printed out protocols if he had COVID. I was watching what China was doing. China should have been the place that we had studied because China successfully handled this pandemic from all accounts that I can see. But anyway, so I had printed out this. He had decided, he called the ambulance at the last minute, and I insisted upon going with him. And as soon as I get there, they talk about a ventilator. And I'm like, what? He wasn't complaining about not being able to breathe. But the long story short is we were only in there about 2 hours. We were ambushed, and my brother, I'm not going to say he agreed, but he said yes because he didn't know what else to say. And I didn't know. I didn't have anything else to tell him about what to do. But I did say to this doctor, and I'm bringing this up because it reflects their attitude. I did say to the doctor, can't you turn him over on his side? Because I had been reading that the worst position for somebody to be laying in if they're having any kind of respiratory issues is on their back. And the doctor looked at me and snapped at me and condescendingly said, I'm practicing medicine. And within that attitude, she had certainly conveyed to me that I was stupid, that I had asked her a stupid question, and that she just knows far more than I could ever know. And how dare I ask her that? And I had responded, well, I'm talking about medicine too. And she just began to talk, so fast. And well, this is what's going on, and all this kind of stuff. But then 10 minutes after that, my brother screamed out at the top of his lungs, and he was dead. And the only thing I could think about at that time was to turn this pain into power. And I went home and began to study things that I know I had heard something about, that, if somebody is laying on their backs, that, if they're having respiratory issues, that there are other ways to handle things. And certainly enough, I did find out about that. And I'm just going to see if I can share this a moment, because I want to make people aware that there is of a high flow nasal cannulas and of helmet oxygen mask. So let me just see if I can share this a moment. Can you all see this? So this is just one of the things that we sort of put together. This is a part of this pamphlet, but we wanted to make sure that people got this information, that they knew, that they at least knew to ask for this if they were ever in a situation where a doctor was insisting upon ventilators. And just real quickly, so right after my brother, right after his funeral, a good comrade of mine who also believed in the work of the Black is Back Coalition, the healthcare working group, worked with her before. She's in a situation where she had to go to the hospital. And I said, well, let me go visit her immediately. And because I learned about certain non-invasive things that can be done that can help somebody, like massage and gentle touch. And I get there right as they're putting her on a ventilator. And I was like, wow. And then I tried to, her sister was very open to what I was saying. And I brought up the cannulas, the high flow nasal cannula. My friend had been in the hospital for 2 weeks before they put her on a ventilator. And when I said, can't you use a high flow nasal cannula? And the doctor looked at me and said, it's too late for that. And that answer really struck me, because I'm saying to myself, so you mean to tell me you saw her in the hospital for 2 weeks, her breathing began to become increasingly worse, and instead of you using a far less invasive modality, a far more humane modality, the high flow nasal cannula, you didn't do that, and you let it progress to this situation where they did put her on a ventilator, and it was really horrible to see that. And they called themselves trying to be kind at some point, because they asked her sister, what did she want to do? Did she want to continue to keep her on the ventilator? And so what they called being kind. And then again, I tried to say, what about high flow nasal cannula? I mean, at this point, you know that it looks like she's not going to make it. And that was ignored, and they drilled a hole through her neck. I don't know how they could have even thought that was a better alternative, but she transitioned. But anyway, I just want to say that it is so important for us to not cut off knowledge. The way that the United States handled this was horrible. They shut down people, they shut them down, and they also began to go after doctors who said that they used something else and that they had good results with that. But if it was not what the mainstream medical establishment was saying, they were threatening to take away their license. And I'm saying to myself, but don't you want to hear diverse opinions? I want to know if there's a doctor that says, hey, I tried using this and it worked. I mean, I want to know that. And but they shut people down, and none of what they were saying, they do not have the stats to back it up. China, on the other hand, China said, we're going to work with everyone. In fact, the Black is Back Coalition, the healthcare working group with the People's Organization for Progress, Cuba had been talking about that they had some protocols that were working, that seemed to help. And this was interferon alpha 2B. And the United States was ignoring that. China said, we'll work with Cuba. And the United States, the FDA, did have the authority to approve medicines from Cuba, so they did not need to pass any more legislation. They already had the power to do that. And we wrote a letter to them saying, utilize this. You should allow this to come in, because you're saying that there's nothing else you can do, so you should allow that to happen. And they ignored it. And I also know other organizations too began to put pressure on the United States to allow some of the Cuban doctors to come in, but the United States refused. But China, on the other hand, said, we're going to work with everything. And China was very forthright. From what I can see, they published their protocols. China was talking about vitamin D. From the door, China was talking about vitamin D, vitamin C infusions, and they had a lot of cases in which people, they were elderly, they had all kinds of pre-existing conditions. And when China implemented certain protocols, when the doctors over there did that they did so much better. And China had also said that they wanted to begin to integrate their traditional Chinese practitioners into their allopathic medicine or medical doctors. They wanted them to work side by side, and they had begun to do something like this at least 10 years before the pandemic. And I have read that they said that the majority of the people who caught COVID, most of them used their traditional medicines as well. And China, what all of the trackers are saying is that China has less than 5,000 deaths. But if you look at the continent of Asia. Asia has about 4 billion people, and still their rate of death, like I said, per 1 million is about 200 and something. Contrast that to the West, contrast that to the United States. So I just want to remind us about Africa, and that we're not, colonialism is not going to deliver us. They're not going to deliver us. They act out of arrogance. They try to control the knowledge system, and they will still say, I would see them many times, like India. India at one time was hit hard with the pandemic. They were hit hard with it. And they began to use ivermectin. And once they began to use ivermectin, their numbers went down. And the only thing the United States arrogantly said is there's no proof. And they still arrogantly say, even though the continent of Asia has, I think, stats that are certainly worth looking at, the continent of Africa has stats that are certainly worth looking at. They just ignore them, and they usually talk about it. Oh, we don't understand why Africa, da. But understand this much: they are there stealing their remedies. They are there stealing them. And I'll just say this, and then I will conclude. One of the things that I like to do when I do research, and I do research about natural modalities, I do a lot of research and cross-referencing and all of this kind of stuff. So I will look in the naturopathic journals, and I will cross-reference them with what's in the traditional scientific journals, because when I show that as a resource, that is one thing that both sides will usually acknowledge. So when I go to these traditional scientific journals that the government knows about and operates, and I see this information in there as well, and talking about the efficacy of a lot of these treatments, the efficacy of the plants, the efficacy of it. It is the traditional African medicine, and also traditional medicines from other parts of the world, undergirds the pharmaceutical industry. They undergird that. The pharmaceutical industry is stealing from them. I'm at time. Okay, good people, and thank you so much. And also, just one other thing, we also started a petition to challenge the practice of preventing family members from going to see people when they have COVID. We at least think that one member, one designated person should be allowed to be monitoring what's going on in the hospitals or in some of the assisted living facilities. They should be allowed to go in there as long as you have personal protection equipment. That was initially the issue with restricting visitation, but basically they banned visitation. They banned it, and they took it into their own hands, and we certainly cannot trust the medical system to ever do that for us. And thank you so much. And the next presentation that we have, we were scheduled to have, was from the reparations working group, Brother Daoud Khalik. However, he was not able to be with us today. He had the funeral that he had to attend, and he just found out the time that he could not make it work with this today. Perhaps we can look into, giving him a little bit of time tomorrow. But it was his son's grandmother that he, wanted to be there for that. So, and
I
the
believe
next,
we're moving to Q&A.
Oh, yes, thank you so much. Now we have Q&A. Yeah, so we have a 25-minute Q&A. So we're going to open this section up to questions and answers. So please ask away. And this is, of course, the panelists and those who are attendees. Please put your questions in the Q&A section if you have any.
Lisa, while we're waiting for questions to come in, we did have a few questions that was not addressed in the Q&A, but I know that we have covered a lot of information, especially with the education working group. And I do have a question that one of the presenters, I think it was Sister Nzinga. Okay, I'm not sure if it was one of from the education group with Sister Betty. But nevertheless, the question is that she was saying that we need to actually hold the public school system accountable for miseducation. And I was wondering did she have any plan or ideal for that?
Sister, that question is directed to our sister Nzinga.
I'm not sure. I think it was for the education working group.
Okay.
So this is Sister Muba. I would attempt to answer it because I hear the word miseducation, and I actually use that word a lot in my presentation. So I'm assuming that it could be me. Okay, is that all right?
Yes, please answer.
I think right, go right ahead.
Right, please answer.
Okay. One of the things that I stated, when we say blame the school system for the miseducation that is presented to our children, it comes back to parental involvement. It really comes back down to parental involvement. And anything that goes wrong for our children within the school system, it really comes back to parents taking on that challenge for changes. So if we have a system who never wanted to educate us as a people, there is no way they're going to want to educate us at any time. However, it is a miseducational system. It's a system that is not giving our children, feeding our children brain the right way, educating them. But the bottom line, it still comes down to parental involvement, parent being empowered, parent being knowledgeable of what should take place in the school system for their children, and to come out there and fight for those changes. So even if you blame the school system, the bottom line is it still come back down to the level of parental involvement for changes within that miseducational system.
Okay, Sister Betty have her hand up. Go ahead, Sister Betty.
I just want to remind people of the history of the struggle for community control throughout this country. The first real uprising in New York City, where the institutional rights were revealed as a struggle along the lines of what Chairman Yeshitela is trying to make us understand, that is the mode of production, was the school strike. And in that school strike, all of the so-called workers sided against the Black community when they demanded, and we're not saying teachers, just Black teachers, parents, community people, all came out to support Ocean Hill-Brownsville. And every single union went against it. And I remember I was a college kid then, and I said to myself, what the hell are the plumbers doing fighting us when all we want is accountability for a school system? They were beating our children, cutting their braids off their heads and doing everything else in the classroom. And then that's when I understood what the modes of production meant. They didn't want the kids educated because they knew they get those college degrees and all those licensed professional jobs, and they'll pass those tests and they'll replace them in New York City, the way the Irish did, the way the Italians did, the way any economic group that comes into our country does. The first institution they go for is the school system because of all the contracts there. And you know what happened in Ocean Hill-Brownsville. They brought the cops out, they brought the police out, they did everything they could to defeat that. When they couldn't defeat it, the Democratic Party stepped in and gave us decentralization. And that's the synonym for colonialism. And I guess I need the chairman to help people break it down a little bit further. So although I hold parents responsible for having the courage to go in and fight for their children, especially when they get more suspensions for more nonsense than any other ethnic group,
African-American children begin their road to prison in the school system because the teachers set them up for it. If they sneeze on a Tuesday at 5 in the morning and go into school, they get suspended. It's really that stupid sometimes. Once as a principal, I had a suspension in front of me and I said to the teacher, this is over. The parent has admitted it was wrong. And she says, yes, but I don't accept that child's apology because I don't think they meant it from their heart. I swear to you, that's what they said. So the parent did the right thing. The student did the right thing. The principal, I did the right thing, but the teacher was not satisfied. So when you talk about parent responsibility, you have to put it within the context of the colony. And the parent is the low man on the totem pole. And in the school system in a Black neighborhood, the unions have more power. They act just like the unions in South America. You know the role of the labor movement in South America. They united with the fascists. So a lot of them are doing that. And until we break that mythology that it's all the parents, we won't win. Like I said, I owe my pension to the New York City parents who every time the system tried to fire me, they showed up and put me right back in my school. It's accountability, yes, but they also need a total community. So you want parent associations, not PTAs. That's very important.
Okay, we have another question in the Q&A pertaining to education. And this person, an anonymous person, says, regarding education, can you speak to the forcing our children into special education programs and how that fuels the school to prison pipeline? That's open for anybody who wants to take the question.
Mama Muba, Sister Nzinga, and Sister Audrey Dennis.
Audrey, would you like to take advantage of this question?
I'll do my best. I see that, when I open my video, my voice is not really projecting. So I think Sister Lisa wants me to stay like this, right? So, yeah. So I can give you a comparison. I'm sorry, go ahead. Somebody want to speak?
No, go ahead, sis.
Yeah, I've worked in the school system for,
you can finish.
I was just checking for my microphone because sometimes I'm not audible. It's not steady. So I wanted to make sure I was being heard.
Quality is clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I've worked in the New York school system for over 29 years. I started out in that very same District 23 where Brownsville versus Achille. And small learning environment, New Vision School, which were like 100 students totally. It started out with on Pratt Institute. And I saw a difference where we knew all the parents were very involved. School was open to the community. And so they had a lot of people who looked like myself who came and taught and took students on trips to college tours. Then I went to a high school in Queens. And in that high school, that is when the Bloomberg administration got the powers to have control of the school system. And we saw too where students were put in special education classes. And some of these students were not deserving of being in special education classes. They want to diagnose them as being troubled students when they really did not listen to these students. And as Sister Betty said, there are times when the parents come up, try to mediate, witnesses would come, but it's like they plant people in places because they want to get rid of students who they want to call as troubled students. And I must tell you, as a secretary who's working these schools, and as I mentioned earlier, where I've worked the different functions, I've worked all the functions. And one of the functions when I worked in the suspension office was I would see these students coming in because they went through the metal detector, and for some trivial reason, they would send them up to the school, into the office rather, and I would have to call their parents. And I would try to bring urgency to it so the parents would come up before they get brought down to the precinct. Because as they got brought down to the precinct and waited for a certain time If parents didn't show up, they were gonna take them down to book them. And I mean, I didn't know what was happening then, but I had my 3 children in the public school system also. And I would talk to them and let them know what I was seeing. And then I come to understand this is what they've done to our children. Some children, like I said, we're not deserving of being in special education classrooms, but that's where also the money was.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I've learned to see they've used our children as pawns.
Yes.
And I don't have any children now in the public school. They are grown now, but still they're my children. And I've seen from all what I've heard today from all the speakers, I mean, the chairman who pretty much he's a student of history. Charles Barron I've listened to. Sister Betty and her husband I've gotten to know and adore as all the people. They're still out there as activists. So who am I to just sit by and not do anything when I see what you folks are doing? You know, this is our community. This is our place. This is what God made for us to be. And we have to put a stop to these people who want to think that they are more precious than us, that they're so entitled. So I put everything together. Growing up, I was a fighter too, not physically, but I always spoke up when I see injustice. And so here I am trying to let you all know that these people who are put in power all the time, who may look like us, are not for us. We have to fight for these young people. We have to fight because I've seen so much sometimes that as a secretary, I couldn't share. I couldn't share because then, you know, when I would talk, some people would bring news back, but I was not going to back down when time come when I had to stand up for what I see and know was wrong.
I just want to add one point to the person who said about the special education children. One of the things we do, they notice, and I'll yield to Sister Nzinga, is they target Black boys. And they target them from kindergarten.
Yes.
And there is a reason for that. This is where the virulent racism that the chairman is talking about comes out. And as a teacher who taught every single grade on the elementary school level, I saw this again and again and again. Thank you.
And to your point, Sister David, so well said. I wanted to say that. It starts from kindergarten. They target these children because if you're not placed in special ed before you get to high school, I don't think they can put you in special ed when you get in high school or something like that. But the thing is, there's several dynamics here, right? They don't know the culture of the students before them. Boy, they don't know that. Most teachers don't know that boys learn different from girls. Boys can't sit as long as girls. Their attention spans are different. So they don't know that. So if a Black boy especially is bored after 5 minutes, he could be 4 years old. I remember my son was 4 and his teacher said he needs to learn how to sit down during a reader. Well, how long you want him to sit at 4 years old?
But it's also a question of resources. The European American public education system has a lot more resources. When I was hired as an administrator, I went back on a substitute teacher line so that I could go into all of the schools, the white ones as well as the Black ones in New York City. And the monies that come down through the district, through the superintendents, are there. But they are diverted to the white schools and not to the Black schools. And everybody knows this is a reality.
Yes.
So this is why it's important when they talk about elections here, that we train people how to run for everything. And I'm delighted, and I'll say it again, everybody better come back and listen to this brother who's running as, I believe, superintendent.
That's tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow. Everybody must come back, and we've all got to figure out, even if we're in New York, how we can support him.
His name is Marco Amaral, I believe. He's running in.
And we need to encourage more of our superintendents, of our people who have our position, to go into fight for this on a community level. And you can take back this institution. Please understand, charter schools will not take every single child.
Right. Just one more quick point. One more quick point, if I may. The federally funded government programs that are supposed to be the after-school programs that are supposed to be for all schools. District 22 told me one year they placed all of the programs in one school in District 22 because they don't want to deal with the behaviors from those students in District 23. The guy told me out of his mouth. So these are the racist things that they're actually doing. And they're not afraid to even admit it. That's how blatant it is. And that they get away with it. So we have to change not the politics and the freaking politicians. We have to change it in order for anything to change.
Right. And the person that Sister Betty was referring to, his name is Marco Amaral. He's out of California and he's running for he wants to be the California State Superintendent of Public Instruction, and he's seeking the Black is Back endorsement. And he will be speaking to us tomorrow at around what time is he scheduled for? Tomorrow at around I'm sorry, I can't.
Lisa, while you're looking for that, I just want to make a comment. Just listening to what everybody is saying, it literally makes my blood boil. And I'm just saying, how much more of this can we stand when we are so knowledgeable about what these people do to us? So I'm just going to leave that right there.
Right. We're going to have two candidates tomorrow. They're going to be.
And if I may.
That's powerful, powerful.
Yeah,
right.
If I may to add, Sister Betty had mentioned the critical race theory, which I really don't care to even give it any credence. But what they're trying to avoid is teaching our children the truth, teaching them about our history, teaching them the truth that these powers that be, they really fix history to be on the side of them doing all that for us. And we have to change that, paradigm. We have to start to tell our children what they're being taught is wrong. So that is why the community has to take control so we can get the books that are needed to teach our children the history. And I just want to say too, where Mayor de Blasio, who said he's taking credit for bringing those little ones, taking them from the daycares into the public schools. We see how DeSantis, I'm not a friend of DeSantis, but we've seen what they're doing down in Florida. They want to teach those little babies things that they shouldn't be taught by all different kinds of people who in the alphabet. And we don't want that. That's our job as parents to do. And so this mayor, as we see in New York City, recently got one of these lawyers fired who's a parent who is saying that our little children, 5 years and old and under, at a certain time, they can't last the whole, have unilateral control to one man who really doesn't know what to do with himself. He says in front of the whole New York City and globally, whoever was listening, that he is he is a capitalist. And I just wanted to show off about that.
Sister Dennis, I think Brother Odom wanted to make a point. He has not been able to make it.
I know Sister Nelly has her hand up too, has had her hand up for a long time.
Also, did I hear the tech person say something?
Yes.
Okay, I think we have
If we can get to Sister Nelly, and if we don't have any more questions, I think we should move the agenda.
Yes. My hand is black, so you may not be able to see it.
No, we can. I can't even see where you are. But Sister Nelly.
Yes.
You have your hand up, Sister Nelly?
Yes, I did. I hope I'm coming in loud and clear. I'd just like to apologize to everyone. I don't know what happened. My reception was fine, and at the trial that we had the night before, and some reason or another, my presentation was all jumble, and things are fine now. And it certainly makes me a bit suspicious, but that's neither here nor there. I wanted to establish the connection between the ethnic cleansing of our communities and that of the public school system being destroyed. And a perfect case, of course, is Detroit, Michigan. At first, they started with the curriculum. They decimated the curriculum. And then from there, they moved on a gradual reduction, a gradual erasing, not only of the curriculum, but the physical space itself. And that is being repeated all over the country. And that there is a direct connection between that of ethnic cleansing of Black neighborhoods, these internal colonies, and that of the destruction of public education. And secondly, I would like to say there is a relationship between the pharmaceutical company and public schools, and that public schools are the first, as they a number of years ago, and I believe it continues to be the case, of putting Black children, in particular Black boys, on Ritalin.
That's
and
right.
that is toward the destruction and that school to prison pipeline, and we have to make these connections. And secondly, I would like to ask, my question is about this historic lawsuit that all of the major newspapers here in New York City have not reported on, not the New York Times, New York Post, none of them.
Actually, it was in the New York Times that they did.
It was very brief.
Yes, very brief, but they did carry it. Yes.
Yeah, but my point is to mention something as significant as that and to cover it are two different approaches to news coverage.
Right
to
on.
mention something briefly and to cover it and the significance of this with respect to the plaintiffs being Black is very, very different. I read the New York Times article. It is not the same. But let me continue, because the question that I have for the political prisoner
Wait a minute, you
group.
need to put the name of the lawsuit in the chat, because you alerted to it, but you didn't tell us what it was. And that might be the answer to my question. I need to know what we're doing about this stuff.
Well, may I continue and ask just my last question here very briefly? I was going to, thank you. I was going to ask that information is included as well, because if they don't publicize the truth, then it is up to us to do so. I work with this public housing group. They knew absolutely nothing about the lawsuit. But let me ask my question, that of the political prisoner working group. Governor Kathy Hochul has announced that she will be releasing prisoners to work in private corporations in New York City. Can anyone elaborate on that policy of this right-wing racist woman who is going to build a coliseum upstate New York with billions and billions of tax dollars? And so could someone please address that? Thank you.
Before anybody addresses that, I just want to give a time check, because we got like 2 more minutes and it's 6:30. So we got like 2 more minutes for this segment, and we're going to have 2 more things. So please just keep it very brief, within a minute. Please give a brief synopsis if you're going to answer. Okay.
No comment from the political prisoner working group?
Please be disciplined.
Brother Ralph right now. Here come Brother Ralph.
It's the Galino, as Sister Betty mentioned before, GULINO litigation.com. That's you can look up for the lawsuit that was carried, and it was this is a terrible thing against people of color and children who didn't get the education. And the governor now is in consultation about having the prison workers. This is amazing. We go back 100 years. Every time we take a half a step forward, we're going to have prison labor, contract labor. How many years ago did we fight to end that? Contract labor is going to come back to New York State. If we don't do something about it, they're going to continue using all of the wraps off. They're going to continue using labor. And on top of what we already have, there are 45 corporations involved in our prisons for labor. Now they're going to throw all of the wraps off, contract labor. My God, we are slipping. We're going in reverse. Yes, that's the situation. And she is the so-called better governor.
Oh, God.
Than Cuomo.
Oh,
We
gosh.
still have not addressed what Sister Belinda Parker Brown said. It won't change unless we do something about it. And so I do believe there's no such thing as a better Democrat. We need a different party. So Brother Khalid Brahim's contribution tomorrow is also critical. And I apologize for not putting in anything in the chat, but our computer crashed because due to gentrification, we have more people than ever with computers in our community. We've got 2 skyscrapers across the street from us that were never there 2 years ago. And we don't have adequate coverage now for our computer. I had to borrow Ralph's grandson's laptop, and I don't know how to use the chat function on his laptop. I know it on my computer, but it is Gulino, G-U-L-I-N-O versus the Board of Education, City of New York. And I hope everybody reads it because it's a paradigm for how they steal from us all the time. And I hope you will also Google Tennessee and the historical Black colleges, as the chairman can tell you. They have stolen over $58 billion from us over the years in historical Black college funds, federal funds coming to the state. So now we're back to states' rights again. Once again, the chairman can tell you all how that fits into colonialism. I wouldn't pretend to be able to explain it as well as he does. Last but not least, correct me if I'm wrong, Chairman. You know Title I involves free lunch and food to the schools. I do believe the Panthers got that one started, right?
They certainly did.
But the Panthers didn't get the contracts. You see?
Therein lies
the Democratic
the
Party
key.
got the contract.
The Panthers did not get the contract, and those who got the contracts were feeding our babies, our children, food.
I'm getting the notice that we have to move the agenda.
Yes.
So I'm sorry to.
That's the modes of production.
Thank you.
Modes of production. Our babies were eating food with maggots in it. And our political system, those Democrats, gave the contract back to the same people who were doing that to our children. Tell us where we are. Tell us where we are. Thank you.
Right. Anyway, Uhuru. I just want to say, we have a video that Sister Belinda will be introducing, and then Chairman, you'll be closing us out right afterwards.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Were you about to say something, Chairman?
That's all right.
Okay.
Go ahead and pursue the agenda, Comrade Sister Lisa.
Okay, I don't need my whole 20 minutes. I'm just want to briefly introduce the video, Lisa. And just by saying that, we're saying that it's time out, code blue, the red button push when it comes to the organized abuse in our, some people don't say our, but what I'm saying is that it's the United States criminal justice system. Okay. And that, they are using the system to weaponize us with organized legal abuse. Okay. We're looking at what's happening in our country. And a lot of the reasons why a lot of this stuff get pushed through is not the system, it's the corrupt, wicked, evil people that's running the system. So we're saying time out. We're not going to take this anymore.
So we really strongly believe that this is a powerful campaign, and I want people to pay very close attention to this video because it's things that we can be doing right now to sustain this campaign and make a united, a historic movement in this world for the whole, I mean, for everybody to see that we're going to change the term of our government. And they never should have said it if they wasn't going to do it. Now, there it is. Play the video. Okay.
Greetings, I am Dr. Zena Crenshaw Logal, Assistant Chief of Operations for Louisiana United International, which is a corporate sponsor of America United International, or AUI. For AUI, I am Chief of Operations. Where we are now with AUI evolved from as many as 4 decades of people getting anything but a fair and impartial administration of justice in America. A coalition by the name of OAK is where AUI started. And OAK complained to the United Nations about the weaponizations of America's legal system in 2010. By 2018, OAK had become Optum USA and shifted emphasis from legal system abuse as something that happens in America to it being a form of corruption that US government actually tolerates. In fact, as a group, lawyers and judges appear to be the most insulated from government investigation and prosecution in America. So when we made that shift from just talking about America as a place where the legal system gets weaponized and made the United States of America, or at least our government, the culprit, not lawyers, not judges, not powerful corporations, when we focus on America as a human rights treaty violator, that's when the UN agreed to get involved. We allege violation of America's international covenant on civil and political rights, and specifically our country's pledge pursuant to that treaty to provide effective redress for human rights violations under color of law. Our problem as AUI constituents was that the UN Human Rights Council resolution of our 2018 complaint about these weaponizations of America's legal system, the resolution tangled our reform movement in this red tape that it took AUI to emerge and cut through. The red tape I'm referencing is a numbers game. As many of you undoubtedly know, global bodies cannot intervene in US affairs unless the human rights violations involved are really widespread. And frankly, the US can somewhat excuse making low priority of our concerns if relatively few people are directly impacted. AUI's February 10th, 2022 report makes clear that enough Americans and non-citizen US residents are directly harmed by US court racketeering to warrant intervention by the UN and the International Criminal Court. So that got us over the jurisdictional hurdles for international challenges of America as a sovereign nation. Up until that AUI report, our entire effort was clouded and potentially doomed by a numbers game. And frankly, that report should be one of AUI's most closely scrutinized documents. But back to what we're here for, and that's the fantastic news that our burden of proof, our persuasion has shifted. If our country or the UN or the International Criminal Court stays silent In response to our AUI's 2022 report, An Unseen Forest, they will do that in direct contradiction to international law, not to mention their stated purpose in our US Constitution. So again, we won the numbers game. We're beyond petitioning, demanding, or pressuring public officials and oversight bodies for relief. At this point, our entitlement to relief under America's ICCPR is undisputed, and getting there was no walk in the park. Pictured are the big three of what AUI intends to accomplish, all of which is relief the ICCPR contemplates according to the UN Human Rights Committee. We're endeavoring to have state legislative hearings, federal and state legislative hearings, as well as criminal investigations to fairly and impartially confirm the extent to which AUI constituents have been subjected to US legal system abuse facilitated by unchecked judicial misconduct. We want to arrange for that abuse to immediately cease and its perpetrators held appropriately accountable. And then we need to have prompt restoration of the rule of law. We need to provide prompt and complete compensation as well as reparations and equitable relief for all AUI constituents without regard for otherwise applicable statutes of limitations or similar tolling or limiting provisions under US domestic law. Again, all of this is relief that the ICCPR contemplates. So let's consider the implications of this endeavor of AUI just simply being ignored. On the screen are words from the White House website, and I'll read those for you. Federal courts enjoy sole power to interpret the law, determine the constitutionality of the law, and apply it to individual cases. AUI constituents are challenging the interpretation and application of law in our individual cases. So to ignore AUI is to take the position that its constituents have this. That is, avenues of redress that are prompt, accessible, impartial, and lead to reparations as well as cessation of the wrongdoing. If AUI is just simply disregarded, if there's no response emanating from any of the government bodies, the domestic or the global oversight bodies to which we've reached out to for assistance, if they are simply disregarded, if there's no response, then essentially the response is we either have these things, these avenues of redress, or we don't have them, and who cares? No one cares. No one is going to do anything about it. The pink elephant here with us is our realization that people in power don't always care about protecting human rights. That's just simply obvious. Of all the things that AUI and its predecessors have done about that potential disregard, the leverage on which we keep building, on which this campaign keeps building, is the prominence of our concerns among evaluations of America's legal system as it relates to human rights protection. About 56 organizations submitted reports on America's legal system, again, as it relates to human rights protection. And AUI's concerns are listed among the top 10. National Judicial Conduct and Disability Law Project, Inc. is the sponsor of Opt-in USA, which is AUI's predecessor. We submitted to the UN Human Rights Committee our input on the failure to provide effective avenues of redress and relief for the role of US judges in persecution and psychological torture imposed through persistent US legal system abuse. And as you can see, the Law Project is what we call the organization for short. Its submission is listed number six in this approximately 56 submissions by what they call civil society organizations. And that position among these submissions, number 6, is not a reflection of chronological order, because frankly, we made our input, we made our submission on the very last day that the UN Human Rights Committee were receiving this input. So following our submission, we have Yale Law School, a variety of just outstanding, top well-regarded mainstream commentators on U.S. human rights. And it's apparently the UN Human Rights Committee that made the determination to place our submission in the spot that it's in and have that level of prominence in this dialogue. Opt-in USA and AUI are just simply known, seriously regarded quantities on an international stage when it comes to human rights protection in America, and that's bankable. However, to get the United States of America as even a footnote on a list like the one pictured on our screen, AUI needs to win over some hearts and minds, not in the sense of becoming this massive movement, flooding streets and Me Too hats and Black Lives Matter t-shirts. No, we don't necessarily have to do that, but we need the world to perceive the Putin-like forces, or however you describe the dynamics of what's happening in Ethiopia, Afghanistan, Syria, Domestic Republic of Congo. These are United Nations list of sites, UN governments, nations, where they're being bombarded by persecution and the fleeing of refugees. So if the United States of America is to be added to that list, we need to make clear through imagery that our country is at war against its disfavored people anyway. And the weapon of mass destruction is our country's own legal system. We have about 90 days to put faces on our persecution and psychological torture. And as of now, we're doing that via a Facebook group. Again, the burden of proof or persuasion has shifted. The Biden administration has been pushed to the wall, and by the end of June, it will make clear whether reasonably protecting people from crimes against humanity perpetrated through organized U.S. legal system abuse with the complicity of judges, it has that amount of time to make clear whether it's, dealing with that human rights violation, that systemic problem, is something that the White House will spearhead. Our hardships and losses are what the world needs to see now, not our critiques of lawyers and judges or our outrage per se. Of course, we'll continue airing our contentions and propose solutions, but the backdrop of that advocacy needs to spark global outcry against America's failure to reasonably protect U.S. citizens and non-citizen residents from weaponizations of our country's legal system in violation of the ICCPR. We need to appeal to emotion, and just like this picture is not the most crisp, but just you need to be able to see it on our face. To the left of your screen is an image of this woman who is the late mother of an AUI ambassador. We don't need legal research. We don't need legal training. We need to simply look at the picture to the left, which is a depiction of her before she went into what the family considers an abusive guardianship and conservatorship. This is the way she looked on the left when the family was taking care of her. And this is on the right is an image of her once the courts came in and were supposedly providing her protection through this guardianship that, again, the family contends is abusive. This is the type of contrast. This is the type of imagery to convey emotion, to convey our plight without the need of analysis, extensive writings, any type of training or insights into specifics of a legal case. It needs to show on our face. And we have about 90 days, in fact, until the end of June. And if we have done that effectively, at least the International Criminal Court will have a green light to proceed with investigation of President Biden and his, frankly, bystanding, his failure to act in the face of this documented weaponization of the US legal system.
Okay, I just put the website in the chat, Sister Lisa.
Okay.
Okay, all right.
So that concludes the video?
Yeah, that concludes the video, and I put the website in the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so very, very much. And now we're at the closing of the first day, and we will have none other than our chairman, Amalia Shatella, to wrap us up, to close us out, to give us your powerful words.
Uru, I want to express my appreciation to you, Comrade Vice Chairwoman Lisa Davis, and to our esteemed committee, leadership committee, steering committee of the Black is Black Coalition, and all the participants here. I do want to remind us of some things, that we're here today in part because our movement, our struggle suffered an extraordinary setback that has lasted for 3 generations or so. When revolutionary leaders of African people and other peoples around the world were crushed, were destroyed, were murdered by the United States government and other representative of international white power, the whole colonial capitalist system, the imperialist system, what have you. And at the time of the height of our resistance, of our revolutionary movement that embraced the vast majority of colonized people around the world, we had a clearer understanding, I believe, of what it is that we were fighting for. We had achieved a level of science, and so that we understood something about the nature of the social system itself. And understanding that, we came into contact with the question of the state as an organization of repression, oppression. That's what it exists for. It doesn't matter whose state it is. The basis of the state is to maintain the status quo. If there's a socialist state in Cuba, it's an oppressive state to maintain the status quo. It oppresses those who would try to overturn the government and the power of the people, who in the United States and most of Europe is an oppressive state that is there to maintain the status quo. That is to say, to uphold the rule of the tyrants, the murderers, the kidnappers, the people who will keep us confronted with a permanent state of warfare. That's the state. And part of the state is the court system. And any court system in any place in the world represents the ruling class. It is there to protect the interests of the ruling class. I don't care how you put it, that's what it's there for. That's the function that it has. And even law itself is an opinion of the ruling class. It's not some innocent law. It's the opinion of the ruling class and always serves the interests of the ruling class. And the ruling class is who controls the armies, the police, to make sure that is what occurs. And I just think it's really important for us to understand that, at least grapple with these ideas. If you agree with them, that's all right. If you disagree, that's all right too. But at least I think this has to be a part of the discussion in terms of understanding what it is we're fighting for and fighting against. So I wanted to say that. The other thing I want to say is that what I started off with, and I have to say it again, is recognition that we live in under a global social system that's dominated by the colonial powers of the world. And it is a colonial mode of production. And everything that occurs within that colonial mode of production, which means when you talk about a mode of production, we're talking about the forces necessary to produce in a society, a for society, and we're talking about the relationships that are developed to make that process occur. And at one time, as we spoke earlier, we understood that that was limited when people talked about this to feudalism and primarily talking about Europe, but coming out of the feudalist despair of Europe, the poverty, the disease, the lack of freedom, and what have you, you saw Europe strike out against the rest of the world, capture the rest of the world. and locked us into a relations of production where you have the colonizers living at the expense of the colonized. You have this relationship of resources being sucked from our lives as Africans, as poor people all around the world, which is why today we live in a world where something like 80% of the people on the planet Earth live on something like less than $10 US a day, where 50% of the people on the planet Earth try to survive off $2.50 a day. And if you're in Africa, you're lucky if you get $1 a day. That's because of a global social system that is a colonial social system that sucks the resources out of Africa, out of what they call Latin America, out of much of Asia, and certainly out of our communities where we live. That's the system. And that system protects itself with military forces that might call NATO, might call your local police department, National Guards, and what have you. That's the system. And it has courts and jails and prisons, et cetera, to reinforce its position. And I just think it's really important for us to understand that. Now, I believe that there is some value to be gained in terms of political embarrassment, exposing contradictions, but the United Nations itself was founded as an institution in the 1940s, coming out of the Second Imperialist World War. And the purpose of that United Nations was to create a situation where the entire colonial ruling class could dominate the world through a parliamentary kind of process, and that they could make sure that it was unnecessary for white people and white power to have to fight wars among themselves to control the world. They could collectivize that process. It's an unjust system. It was created unjust. It was created with only a handful of people who actually have the power to veto and make something happen. So you got this majority of people in the assembly who can make noise if they want to, but they can't do anything without relations, without the powerful. And of course, recently there are some forces who come onto that body now that have, as a consequence of the struggle against colonialism, the success of the socialists of Russia, who could not be ignored at the time, and China, who has emerged, you know, as well. But I just think it's really important for us to understand that we're going to have to take this power, and that, and even if we get engaged in struggles, and I believe in this, that we can show the contradictions, show, go to some international court, if we will, to show and embarrass the United States to win support for our struggle, but to assume that the United Nations is going to free us is, I think, is going to be a serious error. But as I said, you know, I think that everybody has a right and responsibility to investigate everything that's been said in this discussion today. And I wanted to repeat that primarily what this first day has been about is to try to provide a forum for people who are running for office, want to run for office, who are going to be in this country in particular, where people are running for office, so that we can have a relatively well-informed position on who we vote for, what we vote against, and things like that. That's the basis of much of this discussion that's happened on today. But I can't leave here without saying for sure that we are impressed by a colonial mode of production, that we live in a world where a sector of the population lives at the expense, a minority sector of the human population lives at the expense of the majority of the human population. And they've established institutions, that's an international state power, to make sure that happens. It includes NATO, it includes the United Nations and other instruments of power that serve their interests. And our objective has to overturn this relationship that we have with them. I want to thank everybody, and especially you incredible forces who constitute the steering committee of this coalition. As somebody has already mentioned, we're talking about people who are in the trenches, who engage and struggle on a regular basis, and not just engaged in some kind of fanciful discussion, but actually people who are actually engaged in changing the world that we live in. Thank you so much, brothers and sisters. Please, please, please come back on tomorrow. I want to make sure that we get the information that we need. We got some extraordinary presenters on tomorrow. I want you to share, share, so that we can get the word out and more people can participate in this process. And I just want to just say that and thank everybody who is in the House now, and especially all of you forces who constitute a part of the steering committee and people who presided over this entire process and made it possible for us to see each other and talk to each other again. And Comrade Reverend, I I'm really looking at May 28th, but I think there's an African Liberation Day thing that I'm committed to. But if I'm not, I'll be there. I'm just this African Liberation Day thing that we're doing globally. If I'm not there, I'll be there. I'll be in Benton Harbor, and I'm going to be talking to people anyway. So thank you so much.
Can't you clone yourself? Can't you clone yourself? I mean,
hey, it needs to be two of you, O'Malley.
Well, there are more of me now, comrade. I mean,
on Avatar.
What I've learned. No, you don't hear anybody say send for Chairman O'Malley. They say send for who? Send for picnic, right?
I don't know whether that's good or bad.
I think we need to get everybody on the camera, Lisa. Don't we need to get everybody take a picture?
Can we do that? Comrade Lisa, can you make it possible for a group picture? AV person. Jamal, can you make that happen?
Yes, Comrade Chairman. If everybody can turn on their cameras.
You hear that calm?
He's so calm and so he's got a radio voice.
Just turn on your cameras.
There goes Sister Betty.
Get in the shot.
We got everybody.
We're just missing the Barons, it appears.
The Barons, where are you? Your camera's not on if you're there. What about you, Mr. AV person, and Sister Kenge? And the Akiba Hall people.
Are you there? Is anybody down in Akiba Hall right now?
I see African people.
It's Comrade Zaki and Coffee and other forces down there?
No, they're no longer down here.
Okay.
Oh, Mwezi is down there. And who else? Maiza. Ask people to come on, get in front of the camera.
Yeah, get it. And
there's some
Jamal.
folks right there. See?
See, there's some folks.
Uhuru.
That's
Africans.
Yeah. That's
just some behind the scenes people.
All right.
And Brother Jamal, I see you got we should see your face too. You work with this. We want to see everybody.
Right, everybody.
Is Major down there with you? Bring Major on.
The invitation.
Next year we hope to have everybody in person.
Yeah.
I guess Charles and Inez, you're not. Charles Barron, are you there? Oh, man. Yeah, get all the people in St. Louis in the building, all the people in the building, come on in.
I think some of them split. I think some of them, as my man Wesley Snipes would say, they bounced.
It'd be a good picture though, if we can get
Oh
that.
yeah, come on, let Major get in the picture. There he is. All right.
Kenge, are you with us?
We go get a Kenge right quick.
Yeah, you gotta get her.
Where are you at Kenge?
And Brother Jamal, I got my eye on you.
I appreciate the invitation. I do appreciate the invitation. Duty requires that I do not, however. I do appreciate it though. Thank you.
There's my guy, Major, standing back there with the two sisters. Major, we can't see you.
You ready, Major? Lisa, are we going to be able to save our questions that we didn't get to, and maybe we can save those questions, Lisa?
I can absolutely do that for you.
You got the bunch now. You ready, Jamal?
All right. Jamal, you
Lisa,
got us?
did this court case show up in the chat? I think I finally figured out which button to push.
Yes, you did. We got it, Betty.
Okay, and I did it without the grandkids.
All right.
Also put in the chat that the U.S. is not a member of the ICC.
That's right.
Okay, we need to get your beautiful face on the camera.
And we can't see your face. Okay, now we can see Sister Nelly.
Nelly, yes.
You mean they named the court after the United States, the International Criminal Court?
That's good.
When the criminal makes the court.
Right, they named the court after them.
Uhuru.
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 All right, everybody. Uhuru on 3. 1, 2, 3. Excellent. Thank you, everyone.
Ralph and Betty.
Vanguard up, comrades.
Vanguard be there in the Maytime with
Vanguard
Brother
up.
Big K.
Yes.
Oh, Vanguard up.
All
And
right.
Chairman, I need you back. We need you back, Chairman.
Who that?
Right.
Betty and Ralph.
You
They
know I'm
calling
here.
for you
You know
back,
all you gotta
Chairman.
do is holler.
Tomorrow,
You know that.
everybody.
Yeah,
Tomorrow.
All
Yes,
right,
sir.
tomorrow, comrades.
Tomorrow at 10 o'clock.
At 9
Tomorrow.
Eastern. Is it 9 Eastern tomorrow?
Central.
Rehearsal.
So it is 9 Central,
And 10 Eastern.
10 Eastern. So remember, we got on an hour
Okay.
early, everyone, so we can do a tech check.
Right, but we should be on from the East Coast at 9 o'clock for the tech check. And then
All right.
the program starts at 10.
I see Charles
Right.
and
Great
Inez
job,
are listed as
Akinye.
still on here as panelists, but I can't see
Yeah,
them.
All right. Good
Thank you,
job.
Uhuru.
Akinye. Thank you.
Uhuru, comrades.
All
Comrades.
right. Hurrah. Hurrah.
Hey, young lady, when you gonna have problems?
And get out of here.